with your failures and your flaws. Bring me what you are, the lightness in the dark, naked and raw, with your failures and your flaws. Bring me what you are, give me your failures and your flaws.
survive. Oh, alive. I'll take you off on another long sorry. Let's shake the
I've been waiting for you to come through, for all of your promises to be true. It's heartbreaking and gray is the mood. I wanna believe in you. You can run and you can hide, learn to live with your denial. Oh baby, I'm losing faith. Cut to the chase. I can read between the lines. what to do. Don't let your demons define you. You can run and you can hide. Learn to live on your denial. Oh baby, I'm losing faith. Get to the chase. I can read between the lines. Don't wanna live a borrowed time. Oh baby, I'm losing faith. Cut to the chase. You can run and you can hide. Learn to live on your denial. Oh baby, I'm losing faith. Get to the chase. I can read between the lines. Don't wanna live a borrowed time. Oh baby, I'm losing faith. Cut to the chase. One chance for the world, one hope can save us now. Our time for history. Brave hearts will win the day. Run strong all the way. It's time for you and me. Nothing can hold us down. On the ground, nothing can hold us down. On the ground, we can be heroes. We can be heroes.
Hello and welcome to another day here at the LCK. We got Live Sandbox up against KT Rolster, and it's me, Valdez, Shen number 1 tonight with Wolf, Shen number 2. And pretty interesting matchup here. Obviously, a lot of playoffs on the line, the playoff spots here, as it was the match of the week. But unfortunately, we do have some COVID issues, Wolf.
Yeah, and because KT Rolster is so tight in the race with, of course, Kwangdong Freaks and Frederick Brion right now, they want to win this match with a 2-0. Even if they win it with a 2-1, it actually drastically reduces their chances of making playoffs. So taking that 2-0 is going to be massive. And for Live Sandbox, they need to win this match no matter what. If they lose it with any score, they will not be in playoff contention. They'll be the first team to be eliminated here this season.
Yes, and it's been unfortunate that they essentially everybody on the main roster did get COVID eventually. They're on the side, even a bunch of the coaches. It's very unfortunate for them. But we'll see what some of their, challengers players can do here. As we're going to take a closer look once again at the playoff contention probabilities here.
Yeah. Notice that Hanwha Life Esports is in the same position in their match against Genji later on tonight. A loss there would also knock them out of playoffs. So there's a lot going on here tonight in terms of where we're rounding things out in our second to last week. The follow-up matches for KT after tonight's win, if they take it, are Nongshim, which is another realistic win to take, but then they have that Genji match. They beat Genji in round 1, so it does feel like, playoffs could be on the horizon with this team really looking up and up right now after Vikla has become the new mid laner. And for Live Sandbox, I mean, again, the expectation for them in this match tonight is not high, but if they can pull off the miracle win, it won't in itself be enough. They'd have to win against T1 and then Kwangdong Freaks.
Yeah.
And then it would also depend on Kwangdong and Frederick Brion's losses for them to get into playoffs.
It's not going to be easy. It's under 1% chance based on our calculations that they do make it in. Will they triumph over hardship? Prove emergency call-up. Liv Sandbox is eliminated from playoffs upon defeat. And yeah, I mean, this is one of those days where it's like, we get to see some of the new players from Challengers, but at the same time, it's unfortunate because obviously the main roster doesn't get to play, and they don't get to try to hold their own and try to make the playoffs. But we'll see what they have to offer today.
Yeah, it's certainly a rough one. As for KT, desperate for playoffs, KT ends a 6-loss streak, and they're banking on the 26.488 possibility. But I think that those ELO stats don't actually look at the eye test of how KT Rolster have been playing as of late. I think their chances are higher than that number really shows, but they have to prove it tonight. A 2-0 victory here would eliminate Nongshim from playoff contention as well, but it would also really boost their chances. So that is the goal here and the expectation for this best of 3. It's really just about whether KT can cross the finish line here of this match with a clean streak, or if Liv Sandbox is going to play spoiler. I mean, that is essentially what we're talking about tonight. And this match of the week kind of marred by the COVID situation, but we've had a few of those this season as Rascal is breaking his own records.
Yeah, he was number 1 last year spring, and then he was number 1 again last year summer, and he's number 1 again here at 2022 spring. And it's not even over. He has 3 more matches here to add on top of that. And up against Howling tonight, I would imagine that Rascal is the heavy favorite, especially to take some solo kills there. So maybe able to pad the stats a little bit tonight.
For sure. It's looking like definitely a night where he might be doing that up against Howling. Still fairly, hasn't proved himself yet, let's say. As for Liv Sandbox, this can be a career-defining moment for some of these players. You know, maybe in 2 years, 1010 will be the best mid laner in LCK, and people wonder, like, where did he start? Where did he get his start? And, you know, some people might point back to this moment where Liv Sandbox upset KT Rolster in his 2nd match that he's ever played in the LCK, right? There are worlds in where this is not just a terrible situation and good things can come from this, and Liv Sandbox can turn this around. And it'll be a match to be remembered because they are extreme underdogs going into this one, especially with KT's recent form. And that's the hope, right? If you're a Liv Sandbox fan, you're hoping the Challengers players at least get into this one and give us a good showing because they don't have a lot of fans just yet, but maybe they can earn some tonight.
Yeah, I mean, that's the point, right? They get their chance to be on the LCK stage. And amongst them all, I guess maybe Envy has the most LCK experience, and it's not too much at that. So you can see even they were trying to figure out how to line up and stand in the front. Pretty cute, but they are up against this KT roster. And KT were on a 6-game losing streak. They were really down in the dumps. But then Arya got subbed out. Vikla came into the mid lane. And now this team is actually looking pretty good.
Yeah, and they figured out more ways to utilize their aggressive playstyle with this Kai'Sa pick in the bottom lane. It's not something I expect Vikla will be playing like Faker did in the mid lane yesterday, but still, it's another pick, as you can see some nerves here coming through. KT Rolster, a team that really needs to take that 2-0 tonight because the difference between a 2-1 and a 2-0 might be what denies them a spot in the playoffs. And when they're at this peak, right now, they've looked their strongest at this moment in time. Like, it may be a great playoff run for them, but if they don't even get to walk into the door, then we'll never know what KT Rolster were capable of, which is why this is such a critical match for them, and why even though the circumstances are tragic, they're going to try their best to smash Liv Sandbox as hard as possible and go home early tonight.
Yeah, and, you know, it could be good, actually, for KT to try to slowly build up that confidence, get a win streak going, and go up against some of those more difficult teams that they have later on in the split here, as we're taking a close look at Vikla and what he has brought to this team.
Yeah, notice he has 3rd damage per minute in the LCK for round 2, despite playing Galio in his champion list. Also, that loss on Silas, he did play very well. 2 losses on the Ahri, but it was not about him. The team was drafting around pig play style against T1, and it was a close series there. So I think this is the player we definitely want to zoom in on for KT Rolster because he has turned the tide, similar to when Gory came in for Nongshim last year over Bay. You just suddenly saw the whole team pivot instantly. This is a really similar situation.
Absolutely. It feels exactly like that. It's slightly different timing, of course, with Gory coming in for the summer season for Nongshim. But, yeah, it's definitely been a really nice change as she's trying to help him with his fan sign strategies there. You want to hold it up high just to make sure that they get it on camera, guys. We've seen a big development in the fan sign meta. We're seeing multiple fan signs. Really cool art, which has always been a thing. But I feel like now that the fans have been coming in here for the entirety of spring, we're just getting better and better at that.
Oh, we certainly are. We've also got, because of the front rows being vacated for the players, a lot of people are using fan signs to actually use the chair essentially as a big banner, putting jerseys on top of it and stuff like that. Really utilizing the extra space here. And it's the KT Miracle Run. That's what the fans have been calling it because it does feel like it would take a miracle for them to get into playoffs, but they had a great start, and that's actually what keeps their chances alive. If they had a rough start into that terrible 0-6 in round 2, then they wouldn't even be in the conversation. They'd be just as Liv Sandbox, and this match wouldn't be interesting at all.
Yeah.
But because they had such a good start, because they had that upset win over Gen G, their chances are still alive here.
Absolutely. This guy's going to the Army in 23 days.
He's got a good salute already. I think he'll do just fine.
Yeah. And he came here right after vacation. Best of luck to him as well. As, you know, we have a lot of young adults here, of course. The Army service mandatory here in Korea for young men, and a lot of them are fans of League of Legends as well.
Yeah.
So we do see a lot of that, just to give some context to that situation.
So interestingly today, because of the coaching staff situation for Liv Sandbox, they've actually called up their challengers coach, who's someone that you and I are actually extremely familiar with. It's Fantasy, who was a very famous Brood War player. If you've ever heard the term Fantasy GG timing, comes from him. And he's come up to coach this roster today. Very excited to see how he performs. He's got an OSL title under his belt. He's got a Pro League championship, so he's won both individual and team leagues in StarCraft. Yeah.
Yep.
Corona
absolutely.
out. Croco in. That's the substitution I want, Valdez.
Oh man, maybe next week for him. We'll have to see how he's feeling. But until then, it will be unfortunately Corona in. There's Fantasy.
Yeah, really excited. This is a legendary player in StarCraft. We ran in StarCraft 2 for a brief period of time.
Yeah.
He is one of the greats of SK Telecom. One of the reasons why SK Telecom is so famous in esports before League of Legends. This man right here, the rival to Flash in a lot of ways in that Terran versus Terran, the KT versus T1 match of old.
Yeah.
So a lot of history actually here in One Man on Stage. Has been an esports player and coach since 2007. So just a lot of history lessons here for you guys as we get into this first game.
Yeah. Thank you, Wolf, for the history lesson. It's very good to look back and honor those players, and awesome to see him still around here in esports. We'll see if he can help Liv Sandbox to an upset win tonight, because that's what it will be if they're able to take even a single win, I would say, over KT, just to set the stage for you guys. As Callista is going to be the first ban, honoring aiming this time around.
Yeah, his Jinx will be taken away also. The Callista set, something that KT have prioritized so much, but not as much in their last 2 best of 3s. But I do like the ban regardless. Volibear, also really rising in popularity right now. Something that, in fact, KT themselves running quite a bit these days. And wow, all 3 bans targeted towards aiming here in this first banning phase.
Yeah, makes me think that they want to get priority pick on the AD carry and then try to play around Envy and essentially get him ahead and hope that he can carry. It's not a bad idea. Chronicler was telling me a little bit about Prove, who is coming in the support role. He's okay, not really developed. He thinks he just turned 17, you know, a very young player.
Yeah, just barely able to play.
Might just be on MV's shoulders down there, but with Caitlyn banned as well, we're not going to see a first pick AD carry. It will be Ahri.
1010's a pretty good Ahri player. He's played it 4 times this season. He's got a lot of practice on the champion. And I like this kind of drawing the attention to AD carries. When you see these bans that Liv Sandbox will put through, you kind of have to ban the Caitlyn. And this allows the Ahri first pick to come through. Now, the Kai'Sa here in isolation isn't a strong pick, but it allows KT to draft around it. But picking it this early does mean that Live Sandbox will have a lot of options. We've seen the Kai'Sa work extremely well with Ahri, in fact, but without her, it's going to be a little bit tougher to pull off. We'll see what sort of dive KT puts together here, as it may be an AP Kai'Sa build too. Like, it's not necessarily going to be all 80 damage.
Could be. The Hecarim definitely sticking out here. Hecarim Kai'Sa, a really great comp because the Hecarim goes in, the Kai'Sa goes in. You kind of get that dive going on. The Volibear is already banned, and with Hecarim as high tier as he is right now, seems to be the obvious pick, unless Cuz has other ideas.
Yeah, I think, you know, the Hecarim into the Ahri has been somewhat contentious. It has worked out sometimes, but the Ahri gives you a lot of utility against this, so a little bit hesitant to lock that one in. But the Ahri works similarly against the Xinjiaos, the Lee Sins of the world that are going to be doing the same thing. So we'll see the Lee Sin, speaking of which, hovered here for Hambak, going into this second pick phase here for Live Sandbox. Want to lock that one up early so you don't get choked out of the pool here, and the Lee Sin works extremely well with the pick comps that work around the Ahri. We've seen this Renekton combo, and this is very traditional, the way Live Sandbox are drafting this Ahri composition together.
Yeah, we've seen what the 2v2 with Ahri and Lee Sin can do in terms of picking off people, and Renekton also great gank assist for the Lee Sin. And yeah, very strong, aggressive top side of the map you can see here. The Rise very much left open, and that will be locked in.
Yeah, it's a response here, I think, to Live Sandbox kind of trying to outdo the aggression in terms of this draft with the Renekton and the power you're going to have with this around mid-game objectives. Being able to set up first and use those Realm Warps to further an early game lead makes it a lot easier to deal with the Renekton or to avoid him, frankly, and then try to fight later on when your power spikes start to come online with a comp like this. As we will see more 80 carries choked out now that Kai'Sa has been locked in. Xayah taken away here, and Ezreal is not really. I mean, he's the most common one that we don't have or like that hasn't been picked yet, but I don't think he suits this comp all too well. Because you have a Renekton, Ahri, and a Lee Sin you're trying to pick a lot, so you have a lot of range damage with Ezreal. Does give you a lot of scaling later. But I am really curious to see what they go with here, because Jhin could work, but also very tricky to pull off into the Hecarim Kai'Sa, who's just going to dive on top of him.
Yeah. And in that facet, maybe the Ezreal would be nice, but they are going to take that away. And so now it's like, what do we play? Sivir? Do we play the Jhin into this? You know, there are a lot of 80 carries, and so it is difficult to ban all of them away, but a lot of the good choices here are taken away.
I was going to say Samira or Lucian, like, I think is the way you just go all in on this comp. Samira Rel would be a great way to kind of round this one out, and then you have so much team power around those early objectives. They'll take the Leona instead, so a little bit more well-rounded and long-range engaged than the Rel is going to give you, a little bit more survivable. And the Alistar looks like it's going to be the round-out match here for life. I think alternatively, they could have gone for like something like a Nami Lucian lane to try to control the bottom side, push it in super hard, and then control objectives there. They took the Samira route instead, and I mean, both of these comps are pretty well-rounded. I just think that KT's has the stronger late-game setups with the Gnar, with the Hecarim, the Kai'Sa follow-up engages. But if Live Sandbox get ahead early, and this already starts to get vision control, and suddenly it becomes very difficult to play the game. You know, you're going to be walking into so many different engage options, so many ways to die.
Yeah.
As the mini Gnar who's trying to get his bar up, trying to rotate over to objectives, is aiming here, as Vikla. It's a scary rift to play on if Live Sandbox have vision advantage.
Absolutely. Live Sandbox, they get ahead, super impressive. I mean, you're walking into danger zones everywhere. And not to mention, you know, Samira can do some pretty insane stuff as the game does come along. So they banned out a lot of the options from aiming. Maybe this is the way you do it. You know, maybe you just try to get Envy to pop off in one team fight after at least going even in the early game. But that might be the most difficult part, Wolf, because a lot of the challenger players that come up here, they do struggle in the lanes against some of our more veteran LCK players.
Especially against a lane like Life aiming, right? I mean, this is where you're going to have to really make sure you don't mess up. And when Life picks this Alistar, you know not only is he going to have some great defensive options here, but if you overextend, he will punish you, he will kill you in the 2v2. If aiming gets ahead in this game, it all just falls off a cliff.
We'll have to wait and see how the game goes to start us off here for game number 1 of match 77. Live Sandbox up against KT. both teams, in this case, want 2-0s.
Yeah.
Try to make it to playoffs. Live Sandbox, they do not have many scenarios in which they will make playoffs. So they're just going to try their hardest. Whereas KT, the expected winner, the favorite today, absolutely going to try to seal up all the stops, no holes in their strategy, try to make as few mistakes as possible.
Yeah,
Try to get the 2-0.
in terms of the ELO difference for playoff percentages for KT, a 2-0 is a 10% jump up from getting a 2-1. From like 34-ish to 44% is the jump. So it's massively significant because it means you're running up against some of those loss conditions for Kwangdong Freaks and for Frederick Brion, where you actually have the match advantage, the score in terms of games. So that's why it matters, right? And we'll talk more about that if once we have one of these ones on the board for one of these teams. But this early matchup between the Rise and the Ahri is going to be just a wave clear fest for the Rise, as you do.
Yeah. We took a look at the runes here from all the players. The one thing that surprised me was aiming going into Inspiration just for the boots and the biscuits. Obviously, you do get some value out of the boots. The biscuits, I would assume that he feels like this is a difficult lane to get through early on, and that's why he does take it. But you're losing out on, potential scaling. Take the Gathering Storm. You take something even more defensive. Those are options that he does forego to take those runes instead.
Yeah, it's an interesting choice. The boots will give you a little bit of a money save and a little bit more mobility, obviously, the magical footwear. So it's an interesting choice, as this is why it's difficult to play Leona into Alistar in the early game. Nice try, though, with the level 2 advantage here from Prove.
Yeah.
As you can see his challenger pool. He's played a lot of Yuumi, something I wanted to mention. He's kind of an enchanter guy, but then his most played is also Leona.
Yeah.
And then a bunch of enchanters. So this is part of the reason why I think maybe he picked the Leona over the Rel. Obviously, the Alistar would have been the same regardless, but another trade here.
Okay, counter trade coming in, but Prove is going in now. The Ignite comes in, and that's First Blood given over to Envy in the bottom lane as he goes under the turret, maybe a little bit too far, but First Blood picked up for him. Trade of supports. Should be a win here for the Samira player.
100%. First Blood and the kill going over to life here and not aiming means the 80 carry difference in terms of the gold is going to be pretty massive here for the Samira that wants to get ahead. We don't see Samira in the LCK very often. She's been hovered a lot. It's definitely something that players do consider when a lot of the 80 carry pool is choked out. But what she's so great at in this game is getting that early Immortal Shield bow and then spinning around in a team fight. When Renekton's got his Dominus up and you've got a lot of CC, a Charm to go through is going to help you set up, getting that S rank, and then going in and pressing your ult button. So getting an early lead like this accelerates your ability to get some of that lethality online, which means you can threaten aiming a second time. Then you can threaten this Rift Herald fight.
Take a look here at Cuz's records on Hecarim. Not only is he 4-0, 100% win rate, but he has a 28 KDA. So it's not even like in his wins he's getting carried or anything. He's had some really dominant games of Hecarim so far, and of course the favorite in this matchup might just add to those stats, but we'll have to wait and see how he goes. For now, obviously just power farming. He's Hecarim. 2
deaths across those games in total, as Hambach trying to bait this one out. Nice flash.
Good try there from 10-10, but as you mentioned, great follow flash from Vikla just to try to get out of there, as Rascal's taking aggressive trades here against Howling, but he's level 4, so maybe not ready for the solo kill just yet.
Triple longsword here from Envy. Maybe a gold-efficient way to take that advantage into his favor and just continue to put a batter at life with these Zenith Blades aggressively again. Let the Leona tank it up, then continue to try to trade forward here.
Envy is really not messing around. I mean, these are extremely aggressive trades that he is taking. With the lane pushing, I can understand it, but that time not really going that well.
Yeah. Just wants to try to push his lead further. We're going to go back to the last exchange between these two as Life goes in. Prove has the follow-up Zenith Blade, and Life is taken out here. Just too much damage at this stage. And Glacial Augment, for Life in this case, great, but it also means that Prove with his, hold that thought, Aftershock is going to be able to be a little bit more survivable. I thought we were going to have a bigger fight. 8 loss streak for the Gnar at the moment.
Yeah, he's lost every single game on patch 12.4. And I don't think that has anything to do with patch 12.4, but, you know, he's just not having a good time recently. Obviously, the players that have played him have not been having too much luck either. As level 6 here looking for the charm, he lands it, the Q comes in. ㅣ2022 in a lot of trouble, no flash for him. And that will be the kill picked up by Hambach, a very nice proactive play by ㅣ2022.
And it's partially set up by the last play they went for, where he forces out ㅣ2022's flash, looking for the charm there. And yes, ㅣ2022 does flash away, but the second time he's not doing it alone. This time he's got Hambach with him for the follow-up, and Prove is here. You know, taking an opportunity to roam to the middle lane and look for an opportunity to grab a kill onto ㅣ2022 when he knows he's flashless. Proactive, yes, is going to cause the wave to push through, but you can catch this one just fine. You have just enough time before the Rift Herald comes up. You're not going to feel too bad about this. And ㅣ2022 taking a really significant gold lead in this game, pushing the Rise out of lane early, picking up some extra gold for your Ahri. Things are running very smoothly at the moment.
Yeah, and it's also just very unexpected, right? But ㅣ2022, you got to be careful. I mean, the Ahri has movement, you do not, with both flashes down, so she can get right on top of you, and there's nothing you can do.
Didn't take phase rush, so he's even more vulnerable in moments like this with the unsealed spellbook rune choice. So opportunities taken twice here. Second time it's a kill. Proactivity in this early game is exactly what ㅣ2022 need with this composition, because they need to get ahead as much as possible, especially on Samira. Renekton, if possible, just so difficult to get ahead against a Gnar, especially when your opponent has a Rise who can roam warp top at any moment to stop those plays.
Yeah, and so far, I mean, he's been holding his own up in the top side, has Howling. Now that he's level 6, he has some threat himself, especially against Mini Gnar. You can get on top of him. Just gotta avoid the Mega Gnar, as we have seen many times. We will have this Cloud Drake picked up by KT. Cuz has basically only been farming. Just straight up farming the entire jungle and doing nothing else. And he does get this objective for his team. So just Hecarim things, I suppose.
Yep, that's what you do. And he will be relevant in this upcoming Rift Herald fight. ㅣ2022 have the prio with the Ahri push mid. And the timing here is scouted out by that ward, I believe Cuz put down there in the jungle. So they know that Hambach is in this vicinity.
Not a lot of information here as 10-10's gonna land it, and this time the Lee Sin is here as well. This duo is so dangerous, and ㅣ2022 unfortunately just not respecting it.
Yeah, ㅣ2022 once again caught here, and they knew that Hambach was in that area. And it's also Rift Herald timing. You have to respect that Lee Sin can follow up on this CC so well. You mentioned it straight up when the Lee Sin was picked. It does really well with Ahri. With the charm combos there, you have a lot of kill pressure. And once again, ㅣ2022 gets caught here. And Lee Sin was on that ward, that control ward that you could see in the blue side of the jungle right now. And he knew he was going to be either there or on the Rift Herald. Even if he didn't see him on the ward, the expectation is that Lee Sin's going to be heading over towards Rift Herald. So this should be guaranteed Rift Herald without a fight for ㅣ2022. Yes, KT picked up the solo Cloud Drake, but you are feeling so awesome about your lead right now that you haven't even had to really work that hard for. The one place you're feeling like you haven't gotten a ton of value is this Renekton, but still, 13 CS down is a Samira, but she picked up First Blood, so she's got 400 extra gold in her pocket.
Yeah, Howling's just fine. He is going to potentially, nope, he's just going to get Nard into the wall, and he doesn't even have to pop Dominus. So staying even right now with the Nard, but he gets baited in a little bit here. Cuz now on the chase, looking for his first gank. Will flash away from the fear, and they just don't have the damage. Howling is going to get out of that one.
Yeah, will have to use his flash and his Dominus, but luckily for ㅣ2022, there's no objective up on the map that he's going to want those for. I mean, the Summoner spell is going to be useful in every scenario, but his ult being down before a Drake fight or Rift Herald fight would be more significant. Not going to be too big of a deal in this case. As once again, ㅣ2022 is caught here. The wave is here, and
so
he's just greeting for it, instead of letting it go back or going back to just farm it under turret, lose a few CS because you find yourself vulnerable. And yes, Cuz is fairly nearby. As we watch this from Hambach's perspective here, I mean, he's like in melee range of the Ahri, so there's no way to dodge the charm. Yeah. That's a yikes. It's going to cost you 2 deaths in the early game here. A lot of extra gold to ㅣ2022.
Howling is on Rascal as well. I mean, this is kind of rough now. He's going to hop over the Renekton, and kited it out very nicely, but Howling trying to defend his ward. Will not be able to defend the ward, but actually takes a pretty good trade. And yeah, I think, you know, giving the benefit of the doubt to Vickley, I think it was basically just that Cuz was nearby and he got baited into it. But as we talked about, you know, you gotta respect what this duo of the Ahri and Lee Sin can do.
Yeah, I mean, basically any follow-up CC is deadly when you have an Ahri mid laner, but when you have a Lee Sin, you really have to respect. As that trade does end up grabbing Howling, a plate on the top side, so not a kill, but still significant gold going over this Renekton that will lose value later on. And Liv Sandbox are really starting to set up for a fight.
Okay, they're going in on this one. Cuz is nearby. That solar flare was in no man's land as Envy is going to proc the S rank, but it is not going to matter. This time around, Cuz with a very successful gank picks up the kill.
And this is not the fight they wanted. And what I was going into before this happened was they want to fight on this next Drake. But now losing their Samira early here in this exchange. Great gank from Cuz. We are really in trouble, losing control of this lane. After what was a great trade in the early game, now, you know, you've given a plate over to aiming. Kai'Sa's picking up some extra gold. She's stacking her Murmana just fine. Still going to be looking for this fight as Liv Sandbox, but Samira doesn't have her Mythic online just yet. And sometimes you do, believe it or not, for the second Drake fight. You can get an early lead, but that was not to be the case this time around, just sitting on the Noon Quiver and that serrated Dirk. So still very strong timing here, but not the big timing you're looking for a second Drake fight.
Rascal, nice play there. Lands the wallop as well. Howling has his dominance, doesn't want to quite use it, has to pop it now in the brush. Will dodge the wallop this time. Rascal looking for the kite back, as he does have a nice amount of damage. The boomerang will miss, as Howling will just get away.
Yep. Rift Herald going to crash into the mid turret here. That's going to give them Drake Bio, but there's just enough time for KT to kind of shore some of this up. Cuz is rotating down. Rascal does have teleport. It's not unleashed, so if he did decide to come down, he'd have to go straight to the mid turret and then fight his way over. So it looks like this is going to be a 4v4 fight. The Sandbox have the choke controlled. And Samira, you know, with ultimate here, this is the type of fight you want to have in this early game, ideally with a Renekton. So KT with the one Drake leader, just like, well, you've got Prio, you're here first. We're not going to walk into your trap. We're not going to play into your hand with this composition. Our comp isn't online yet. Let's back away.
Yeah, Infernal Drake, Infernal Soul, I should say, is coming up next with the Infernal Rift as well.
Yeah.
And I feel like Hecarim likes that a bit, you know. There's not as many walls that you have to get over. You can kind of just charge through the jungle. The Gnar probably doesn't like it as much. Just thinking about some of the champions here on the Rift that may or may not like the actual change in the Rift.
It's very good for them, for KT, that it's not an Ocean Rift because of the Ahri pick here. She loves that.
Okay, going in on the Alistair, not always the best idea, but Life a little bit alone here as Cuz now making his way down. There's the Realm Morphing. Cuz, though, is going to land a huge one, and a big Q comes in from Life as well. Liv Sandbox go a little bit too deep, and all three of them will get knocked down.
Yeah, I mean, as you mentioned, going in on an Alistair, not always the greatest idea. Super tanky, super survivable, has his ult available, doesn't even need to flash, and Alistair is the exact type of support champion that is going to be very happy to buy enough time for a Realm Warp to come and save him. And this is a moment as Liv Sandbox, we're like, okay, we didn't get that fight on the Drake. They avoided us there. We need this Samira to get gold. We so desperately need to push this lead. 2 kills on the Lee Sin. Let's actually try to get this pick on the Alistair. Maybe we have enough damage. No, you did not have enough damage in this case. And they are just immediately Realm Warped upon. Alistair bought enough time. And it's additional kills going over to KT Rolster. Suddenly aiming 2-0 in 2 after a rough start in the lane. And this is where things really start to fall off a cliff for Liv Sandbox's composition.
Yeah, you know, we were talking about the composition here of Liv Sandbox. They want to get ahead, and, you know, going outside of the actual champions, this is sometimes what can happen. Like, the challenger players, they are mechanically skilled. They are very strong players. That's why they are in challengers. There have been jokes made before that challengers is even stronger than the LCK, or it's a really strong region. But at the same time, sometimes their decision-making not quite there. And we have seen that a lot in recent times, as Rascal will just hop away here. And yeah, I mean, they were able to get a nice lead in the lanes, just straight up outplays over KT Rolster, an LCK team, but then one overextension, and all of a sudden, this game might be blown wide open just because KT are more consistent.
Yeah, and you know, we don't know how much like practice has gone into this. Like they've had a few days, obviously, to prepare this time around. But like Prove and Envy don't have a lot of existing synergy as far as we know, right? And from the low spa, good job Alistair moment for Genji. It was kind of a big moment for all of us where you could see that main AD carriers don't always have a lot of experience with their supports. And moments like this, if someone says, I'm going, and you're on a roster where you don't have a lot of trust and there's not a lot of communication, there's not a lot of whoa, like, sometimes you just go because you have to, right? Then it's like your solo queue game where if your engaged champion goes in on your team, you follow, regardless of whether it's your support, your top laner. Yeah. Sometimes you just have to do that because you have to play as a team. And if the decision is wrong and the enemy counterplays you with better coordination, with the communication they've built up over this season, then yeah, sometimes it could backfire. But I respect them for trying it.
Yeah.
I will say that.
Yeah, like you were saying, you know, they really wanted to make that Samira work and get some gold here on the early game. Just not quite going to work out. Aiming is going to have an excellent time. And nowadays, with the Kai'Sa coming back into the meta, the Ryze is so prevalent, the Hecarim as well. If you overstep your bounds, they are going to chase you. It's so hard to get away from. Also, Ahri, you know, all of these meta picks. You're going to get Realm Warped on. You're going to get Spirit Rushed on. Speaking of which, in goes 10-10. He is going to get that one onto life. But again, it is Alistair. And that's why your decision-making has to be really crisp.
Yeah. Now, they are able to pick up some extra gold here, get a second charge on this inner turret, and the Rift Herald does go through. So controlling these early objectives, they were successful at that, even though they haven't turned that into a massive gold lead. They're still picking up some money on the map. For Live Sandbox here, now your biggest challenge is to control vision for the rest of the game, if you can. Because 2,000 gold down, you could still win team fights. You absolutely can. And you can force fights in these pockets of lack of vision for KT Rolster with the Charm, with the Samira ult, with the ability to follow up with Leona for Prove. But if you give vision away or you're not able to hold on to it tight, you know, and allow, for example, Cuz to steal your jungle away, if they had deeper vision on the bottom side of their own jungle, like they could actually punish this. Their comp punishes moves like this extremely well. Now that Unleashed Teleport is available for Howling, like he can get into the thick of things and turn what was an initial pick attempt into an all-out brawl. They can win with the Samira ult, with the Renekton ult. Just got to be fighting for vision non-stop. If you just sit back and let the game play out now, you lose at 100% versus KT's comp.
Rascal took about 60% of his health in turret damage. Really trying to press the issue. You could tell he was really thinking about diving there, but, you know, against the Renekton with Flash and Dominus, probably not a good idea. Trying to get on top of Aiming here. Nice flash away from 10-10 just to get himself out of there. Vikla takes a ton of damage, but the stopwatch is online. And now Aiming can just jump into the backline with the Samira. Oh, she's going to get denied by life right at the last second there.
Howling so late to the party here, too, on the teleport. He's the last one to join the fight. He's got to be there way faster than this. And unfortunately, you can see all the ways this comp could work out. Imagine if Renekton was with you on the engage from the outset. Imagine if he's coming in, the second 10-10 goes in for the Charm, and he's locked the KT Rolster from exiting the backside of that fight. If there's a little bit better communication, this works out so well. But the Alistair into the Samira, too, in these scrappy fights can shut down her ultimate. And that's exactly what Life did. KT will win the ensuing fight, turn and engage into their victory once again, and will take the follow-up Drake. As notice the timing of this, like look at where Renekton is. He hasn't even started his teleport yet, and yet they're going all in on the brawl. By the time he initiates the teleport, the fight has already turned here as Kai'Sa is able to ult into the backside. Aiming is completely untouched. They shut down the Inferno trigger with the Alistair, and Howling is like, I'm here, guys! Just unfortunately, like, about 7 seconds too late into that team fight, and KT were ready to punish. And even if Renekton is there, it's not a sure win, but if you're going to go all in on that, you've got to communicate a little bit faster.
Yeah, basically a 4v4 for the majority of that until Howling and Rascal got there, and by that time it was over, so... yeah, just going a little bit too deep, it feels like there for Live Sandbox. You know, this is what this composition does, and they did have a lead, but now it's, you know, you don't see a lot of LCK teams getting aced at 18 minutes, right? And that's kind of, you know, the scenario we find ourselves in with the Live Sandbox Challengers players coming in here, as now they have fallen incredibly far behind. The first Infernal Drake going into the hands of KT as well, off the back of that fight. As Live Sandbox, they're not going to give up without a fight. They are looking top side once again, perhaps to get on top of Vikla here. A lot of CC, so I don't think any Realm Warps are coming in anytime soon. He is just dead. There's a nice little roam on the map here from Live Sandbox.
That's going to pick up that bounty gold, and Howling's going in.
He's going in. He's, you know, a Renekton, but there's the charm. Immediate. Breakable will just come out here from Life as aiming will just scoop up a kill. He says, you want to stick around this long against an Alistar and against a fed Kai'Sa, be my guest.
Yeah, you know that game that gets played with the alligator where you push the tooth and like if you push the wrong one, it chops on your finger?
Yeah.
Like KT just keep pushing the right ones, man. Their finger's not getting chomped on this game. 2 deaths here for Howling as he tries to engage the second time a little bit better than the first. Is gonna try to punish aiming here. Not gonna be able to time it out, just lucky enough, but the engage here on the Vikla is great, and you can see Howling is rotating up. And with the positioning of aiming, if he gets caught by the Renekton, if he overextends here without knowing where Howling is, this ends up being fine. He pops Dominus early, and the rest of his team is still clearing minions. There's just such a distance between him and the rest of his teammates. And they bail out as he gets CC'd. And it's aiming who's gone for this AP Kai'Sa build, who's just able to blow him up. He's got 3 items now online. His Zonias means that he is nigh unkillable, can engage from a really far distance away, and then be safe. You know, it's not a happy moment here for Live Sandbox's composition. They've completely lost control, and that was their last real attempt, right? They get Vikla, get that bounty gold, but then gonna give over your top laner, give over another kill. 5-0 and 5 Kai'Sa, 11,300 gold, 4,000 above the next highest. AD carry there, so yeah, it's...
Yeah. I mean, this is kind of what we expected, right? I mean, KT, they went off to a very slow start. Live Sandbox looked good mechanically with some of their plays early on in the game. But KT just a bit more solid, and they have come through here over the course of the longer state of the game. And now they have a gigantic lead. We'll have to wait and see how long this will take for KT to win this game, but that is definitely the expectation here and how they want to go about it. As yesterday we saw, even Damwon was like so far ahead of Nongshim, but they were like, no, we will make 0 mistakes. We will do everything perfectly.
This build from aiming is super good too. Like he's gone for Nashor's, the Muramana is completed, and he still gets Berserker's Grief so he can get his passive to proc faster, and we'll see what he builds next year, but he does so much damage if he autos somebody like 3 times and presses all of his buttons, that so much so with his ultimate that if he gets charmed by an Ahri, he just looks at her and kills her actually. And like, if there's no follow-up CC, of course, but he's got Cleanse, he's got Flash. Like, he's so fed in this game that you can't pick him. You cannot find the AD carry, who's an AP carry hybrid in this case. That's a problem. Like, who do you pick with this comp now as Live Sandbox? Your primary target's unkillable. The Ryze is unkillable. The Gnar will just ult you if he has Mega Gnar. Hecarim is 3-0 and 6. It's not even just a problem of like, well, this comp is stronger. It's like, well, look at where the money is on this Kai'Sa. She cannot be killed. She will kill the assassins.
And that's the thing about the Kai'Sa. Like, once it gets online and really strong and picks up 2-3 items, it's incredibly impressive. We even saw that with Faker playing it in the mid lane, where it's just, you know, at the early game, you're just kind of sitting there farming. You don't do much. But once you get your build, you can, like, one-shot people. And part of the reason we don't see it as much is, I guess, because she has an incredibly weak laning phase. You can kind of get away with it in mid lane. But, you know, with the Caitlyn Luxes of the world, with the Ezreal Karmas of the world, it can be very difficult to run down on the bottom side. But with all the 80 carries that were banned, and, you know, honestly going up against a weaker bot lane, I'm sure that aiming was like, yeah, sure, we can kind of get through this and get online, and now look where he is.
Yeah. Even Shroud for life as well as his Mythic, I think, is a great choice, considering the amount of CC that's going to be put into him. And whoever stuns him, like, or charms him or whatever, aiming's like, I'll kill that person, I mean, instantly. Don't worry. It's actually a really great item for the lead that they have, and you know, Hullbreaker's online for the Gnar too, so he can push kind of with impunity. Like, he's not going to be afraid of anything. And for Live Sandbox, like, normally in this situation, we're like, well, you guys got to be proactive. You got to try to look for a play, but there are almost exactly 0 ways for them to make a proactive play in this game. So they have to kind of sit back and hope for a mistake from KT, which very well could happen. But that's the hope.
Yeah. I'll have to wait and see how that goes. I was a little bit shocked at the lack of vision from KT, given the fact that they are about 8,000 gold ahead at this point in time. They were basically totally blind on the Baron. Maybe they had one ward over there, but the entire river was totally dark, and they had no vision there. But taking over position as, talk about desperation, I mean, that's a Kai'Sa. You're not really going to have that. You're not going to hit that one, as Rascal is looking for a solo kill. Can he pick it up? He wants to get number 24.
He's got flash. Like, actually, when Dominus expires, he might. There's the hop.
Okay, over the turret he goes. He's looking for the flash on in, and there is the solo kill, number 24.
Casually, while his team does Baron.
He might get number 25 here. I mean, Tenten's got to be careful, as the ult is going to be, unfortunately, buffered and will not hit anything, but he is just on the run now. There is a lot of members of Live Sandbox that are coming to kill him, so not looking good for Rascal. Kicked into the Ahri, though. Does he have the damage? He will take out the Ahri. Are you kidding me?
Rascal! Oh, man, is there anything this guy cannot do? Hullbreaker resistance is pretty good. He lives long enough there. He's got a Divine Sunderer in that exchange, and so he's eventually able to end up getting that kill when the kick comes through. KT, meanwhile, we're doing the Baron. And it's cool you got the Gnar eventually, but I think maybe you should have been trying to look for a team fight instead. Let the Gnar go, maybe even lose an inhibitor, because your other best way to win this game is to win a miracle team fight with your Samira. A Samiracle even might be your best route, because when she gets her ultimate and she spins around real fast, she's got her collector online. Maybe everybody pops, and maybe you get a quadra kill, and maybe you walk down mid and take down that inhibitor. But, yeah, they killed Rascal, but he also killed the Ahri after getting a solo kill on the Howling. Look at the damage.
Does that count as a solo kill, by the way, because he technically killed Ahri by himself, even though there were like 3 other people there?
I think it counts as a solo kill. It does not count as a like top solo kill like in the 1v1.
It's not like an isolated death.
Yeah. So I think it does count though. As long as you have no teammates and there's no assists in the kill, I think it counts.
I'd like to actually get confirmation on that if possible, just so we know if he's at 24 or 25.
That's G-Sun wink wink, I don't know. Maybe the desk will get on that one, but I believe it counts.
It should, right? It's
finally he decided to build a mythic. He was like, I'll build a Ludens now, and Void Staff on the way.
It's really impressive. He only gets one of those every 6 seconds or so, as they will engage on top of him. The cleanse is used, but he's got Zhonya's, so now how are you going to get on top of him? He just flashes away, picks up another kill, and this is just carnage. As we do see KT now cleaning up the rest of Live Sandbox. Perhaps 10-10 gets away. Perhaps he doesn't, as he is up against the Hecarim.
Oh no. Oh! Teleport.
Wallop.
Wallops through the wall.
Oh. Okay. The rock has been thrown at him, and Cuz will pick up the kill. That's going to do it for game number 1. KT take the win. That was expected. It was a little bit rocky there in the beginning, but they got the job done.
Really great game across the board for KT Rolster. Life had a fantastic Alistair game. Baited out a lot of kills. Rascal with the solo kill. I think we're going to see a split vote here. Very dominant performance once again from KT Rolster with the comp they popularized here. And Hambach, yeah. Like I said, last time he tried to kill Aiming looked at him and then he died.
Yeah.
And just a little bit of that going on here this game around. Very exciting stuff here for KT Rolster, really finding their footing in this meta. And I like to see the ways in which it did count as a solo kill, G-Sun confirms. I do like to see the ways in which KT will draft around this Kai'Sa that they picked early. And it was like, okay, we're going to build a Kai'Sa comp. They took a lot of the tools away. Then they kind of slowly built an anti-Samira bottom lane and played around the mid game so well. Life's baits were great. Mate.
You rated 8 out of 8?
I rated an 8 out of 8.
Nice.
Liv Sandbox gonna have to go back to the drawing board. I like the comp. I like the draft. I like taking away Vikla's Ari early on, but they could not hold on to a mid-game lead, and the coordination wasn't there. And you know, that's something you can't fix in the best of 3. It's not something you can fix in 1 week, sadly, but they were almost there. They really were. It was so close to getting that lead they needed.
Yeah, I mean, not bad while things were going well. After that, of course, I mean, what are you going to do? They have 5 people in the booth. It's a rough time right now for Liv Sandbox, absolutely giving them a huge benefit of the doubt. But overall, you know, given the circumstances, I think a pretty nice performance to start off here for Game 1. I actually had hoped that maybe we were going to have, you know, a bit of a back-and-forth series, but I think KT at the end kind of proved that they are at least a couple of rungs above this current Liv Sandbox.
Yep. And some fans are coming together.
She waited here for an hour to watch the games with her friend.
Yeah.
Good stuff.
I can't remember who I voted for. I don't actually know who I voted for. It might have been top, might have been bot. I don't remember. I went for top, apparently. I voted for Rascal. Cheesun's got all the answers today. Damn. Well, I'm looking forward to seeing what side selection Liv Sandbox is going to go for in Game 2. Whether we'll see them pick red side and try to get some counter picks. Howling, I thought, had a decent game. His heart was in the right place. He was just a little bit slow on punishing some of the plays from KT. And we saw in both of those early deaths for him that had he been a little bit faster, his functionality in this comp is really strong, and the draft makes sense. It was a well-crafted one here by Fantasy, but in the end of the day, you know, look at that 18.7k damage for aiming, and then also, like, kind of look a little bit closer and see that Rascal somehow outdamaged this Kai'Sa this game. And the gold graph it's a beautiful one once KT pulled ahead on that after that second Herald crashed through.
Yeah. So that's going to do it for game number 1, guys. We are going to take a quick break and come back for game number 2. Before that, we will have the analyst carpet space, of course, so we'll be right back.
헤카림 가든다.
네, 나갑
저리 받아.
천천히
천천히 봐.
천천히 볼게.
나 밀어놨더니. 야, 앞에부터 가리게, 앞에부터. 야,
땀이나 잡았어.
공타는 되죠.
미드 가라.
끝.
야, 얘 따라올게.
바텀라인
같이 하자, 같이 하자.
바텀라인 텔스라. 끝내자, 이거.
풀 있나봐. 나 2, 5초. 야, 내가 오른쪽으로 할게. 얘 스턴 되나? 스턴 됐다. 해볼게.
바텀. 먼저 가도 돼, 나와.
슬로우 됐다. 용 20초. 끝나지 않나? 나 탈출할게, 나 탈출할게.
탈출은 끝나요. 리신 10초.
리신 10초. 쳐도 될 것 같아, 계속. 탈출할게. 리신 5초.
아니, 리신 노공이라 끝났다.
뭐야? 죽여. 끝. 나이스.
아우 다음엔 더.
When the sky falls and the sun turns black, when the earth halts, then don't look back. Hold me closer, can you feel my heart? We can conquer and win back all. The tide is changing, floods are coming clear to see. The page is turning, can you feel this energy? Light breaks through the darkness, they are fires in the night. Nothing can break us when we rise. We run on the edge and across the flames. The world we knew is not the same. Feel your soul, feel your desire. Walk through the fire. Leave this place and watch it burn. Let the king and queen return. See the sun so bright and high. We walk through the fire. The embers glowing, we're waiting for the blaze, ascending from the ashes, bonfires in the haze. Standing tall now, your feet are on the ground. You fought your demons, nothing breaks you down. The tide is changing, floods are coming clear to see. The page is turning, can you feel this energy? Light breaks through the darkness, they are fires in the night. Nothing can break us when we rise. We run on the edge and across the flames. The world we knew is not the same. Feel your soul, feel your desire. Walk through the fire. Leave this place and watch it burn. Let the king and queen return. See the sun so bright and high.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the Analyst Chairs and Collaborative Carpet Space. I'm Atlas. This is Chronicler, or Shen 3 and Shen 4 for this particular day's broadcast. And this was a very exciting match. There is something that Chronicler desperately wants to talk about, but we need him to hold off just for a moment. Rascal made it to 25 solo kills. Absolutely amazing, breaking his records from last year at 22 and 21. We also had a really cool dive composition built up and a live sandbox that played above expectation in this game. Let's get into the draft though first, Chronicler, and break this one down.
I really like both drafts. Do think that giving over to Kai'Sa to aiming at that point is you ban free AD carries, and he still gets Kai'Sa and carries, which really
I think
says a
getting
lot.
Hecarim is also a huge
Yes,
problem here
also.
because Kai'Sa is so
Yep.
good with the champ.
I know.
Oh.
Yeah. So that part I don't like, but at this point in the meta, there's always a gotcha, right?
Yeah.
Ryze would have been open otherwise. Lee might have been given over. There's so many of these picks that I think Liv Sandbox very clearly had one plan. It was draft comfort for our little ragtag group of aggressive players and hope it works out. And you know what? Beginning of the game, it kind of did, but like overall, I think KT's comp obviously really, really strong.
Yeah.
Strong dive, strong hard engage, can even side lane relatively well thanks to the Kai'Sa that really, and the Ryze that augment that type of style. So if you get out of the laning phase relatively unscathed, that KT comp is bonkers. And yeah, kind of happened.
It certainly did, and now I can unleash you because we did finally get the Conqueror Hecarim. This time he built the Divine Sunderer. Take us through it,
Yes.
Chronicler, and why you're so excited.
So the one thing that you'd want to change is, of course, Sorcery second should have been conditioning and overgrowth. The amount of value that you get, especially with Death Dance and the Thorn Mill, ludicrous. But the key thing here is that effectively into 4/5, Ahri is of course very short range, melee champions, Conqueror Hecarim with Divine Sunderer, wins 4 mil second but still going for the Death Dance, can tank so much and do so much more damage, and kills are so much more impactful than what we've seen on the tank Hecarim, where it doesn't really matter if you find an AD carry like late game with Chem Tank and you're E-Max, you'll probably kill him anyway. But now you can fight consistent skirmishes, you can outdo a lot of people,
Yeah.
and in longer fights, Spirit of Dread, Conqueror, and Death Dance, disgusting combination.
Yep, he certainly didn't do a whole lot of dying. I also really liked it for the amount of damage that they had of the physical variety with the Gnar there towards the top side of the map that was trying to side lane the entire game. You're going to be lacking in the physical damage, so certainly doing a great thing alongside the AP Kai'Sa. But Liv Sandbox got off to a good start. Let's get into that first replay here as Vikla really did cop a lot of attention, and this return gank, absolutely fantastic to start things up.
Really nice roam timer as well, coming through from Proof there. And this kind of highlights that when it comes to pure mechanics, the gap between challengers and LCK, it's there. And especially if you go to like the upper echelons of the team,
Yeah.
it's very noticeable. But these challenger players still are very good mechanically. But the problem is that just being good enough mechanically isn't really going to get you very far against a team like KT.
Yeah, and that problem was kind of exacerbated, or I guess explained here in
Yeah.
our next highlight that we have around the mid lane outer turret of the red side. This was KT almost getting caught theoretically, but aiming, flashing, and then it is all just horses and plasma ladies.
Because I like the initial setup for this play, right? 10-10 power to him for actually playing the Ahri aggressively. This is a prerequisite, really important knockup from live there to make sure that Envy doesn't completely pop off. But the problem is fighting there into that choke when all the summoners are available should never happen. Just force the summoners, back off, and then look for the re-engage. And that's really where I think as the game progressed, it became worse and worse and worse, and where you really see the inexperience and lack of synergy of this roster, which makes complete sense.
Yeah, absolutely. This team has not been playing together for any time whatsoever. Let's get into player of the game, though, and find out who exactly picks it up. It is going to be aiming legendary on the Kai'Sa. Absolutely amazing game, and we had a big trouble here on the desk because we desperately wanted to give it to the horse. He picked Conqueror for the first time, and it was exciting, but then aiming was just way too good.
It was a very good game by aiming. My personal highlight of the game is the position that he finds himself in later, where he gets hard engaged on, but he makes great use of every single cooldown that he has available. It really felt to me like aiming, Cos and Live did a lot of the heavy lifting here in terms of how they were able to snowball the map. But The fact that aiming never died here and kept getting more and more and more and more fed, especially going for the full glass cannon build, was really impressive.
I was a huge fan of the Luden's Echo. 8 out of 13, a couple of votes going over to Cuz, and a few there for Rascal as well, getting a couple of solo kills.
spread.
Had that one highlight towards the bottom side of the map, so definitely good work from him. But KT rolled over Live Sandbox in this game. Let's see whether they can do it again as we chuck it back to the casters for game 2.
Thank you, Shens, for that wonderful breakdown of game number 1. As Live Sandbox are going to pick blue side once again. And we'll see if this time maybe they can make some better decisions. You know, some of those engages pretty nice, but just not putting them in a good spot.
Yeah, I didn't mind the draft for Live Sandbox in the first game at all. I thought they drafted well and had a comp that had pretty clear win conditions and simple win conditions at that. You know, they didn't pull it off, but it was a pretty easy comp to navigate. If the coordination was better, I think that we could have been looking at a much closer game and a much better game for them. As, yeah, it's just a bit of a disconnect between the Ahri and sometimes the follow-up champions, or the Leona, in this case, first time playing on the LCK stage. As we head into the draft for game 2 here, see if these bans once again are targeted towards aiming. Maybe switch the Aphelios to a Kai'Sa this time around.
Yeah, not a bad idea, I think. Maybe a different one. As they banned away Kalista, Jinx, and Aphelios in game number 1. Could certainly try to mix that around, ban away some other AD carries. Jinx, though, going to be taken off the board.
You're on the same side of the map. Your approach can be similar here. Will be the Kalista again, targeted towards aiming on the bottom side, and that bottom duo that loves so many of these different Kalista comps. Caitlyn once again banned, so we're going down the same path here. Wouldn't hate to see a first pick Ahri once again, and we might just have a complete run back here. And considering how well some of those fights could have gone for Live Sandbox, on one hand I like it, but I also think the advantage you got on the bottom side of the map isn't something you're likely to pick up a second time around. So a risky choice here. Because now they could just pick the
Kai'Sa Hecarim.
Yep, Kai'Sa Hecarim again. Very easy. Run it back all the way.
Yeah, the problem is if you take the Hecarim, then they get Kai'Sa Ahri, which is also really oppressive. So, and it's Vikla's Ahri. He's looked amazing on that pick. So it's kind of a rough spot they put themselves in with the bans specifically.
Now, remember last time they banned away the Xayah. They're going to pick this one up early instead of going down the Samira path. It's going to give them a little bit more staying power in team fights. It has a similar idea in terms of where it's going to be strongest through the mid game, unless you're ruler. But we'll see how well this one works out, because Viego going to be a very similar idea here to the Lee Sin. Can follow up on Ahri Charms extremely well, has a lot of burst and follow-up CC. Really curious to see where KT take this final piece, because yeah, I'd like to see just the Leona taken away. Now you make the Xayah Rakan lane a little bit less appealing. And they just banned it, actually, and straight up instead. It's like, they might pick this into the Leona, so we'll just ban it away.
Leona very much power picked here in the LCK very often. Teams love Leona. Wouldn't be surprised if they rated as number 1 in the support role. Haven't seen too much of the Nautilus tonight. We'll see if he gets any more attention here.
It's a little bit more of a commitment to CC with the Nautilus into these comps. It's a little bit scary. And I think that's part of the reason why we haven't seen it. But I think it would be very good for Live Sandbox weathering the storm on the bottom side there of the Hecarim. So we see the Akali banned away. Vikla looking to take a completely different path this time around, despite Ryze being open. They don't want to try to use Realm Warps to control the map. That wasn't a huge aspect of the last game. So as I say those words, he hovers elsewhere, so I guess we'll wait until the lock-in comes through. Is going to be the Ryze again.
Yeah. I mean, if he just plays it safer in terms of how he got dunked on in the lane, certainly will have a better time, can have a little bit more priority, and potentially look for some more plays. We've seen Howling play the Tryndamere last time around, and he looked pretty good on that pick, as also Renata Glask will be picked up here for proof.
Yeah, Renata works very well with both the Xayah and the Tryndamere. So a strong pick with her bailout. Her ultimate also going to be very good at champions that want to run at you and get themselves into that berserk zone. So do like this. On one hand, though, she is very fragile, and into Leona, if she ends up getting caught in any moment, she will be blown up by the Kaisa, and there will be no bailout. As to match this Tryndamere, we are going to see Lee Sin from Rascal. Okay. So instead of going down the Camille path, we could have seen decide to take this route instead. We have seen a lot of players try to run the Graves into the Tryndamere, even though Tryndamere is somewhat considered to be the counter. But it's Rascal's Lee Sin, the only player who's playing Lee Sin top and finding success with it. It was much more common for him in round 1. But now you have a Hecarim, a Lee Sin, a Kaisa that can all in on a backline target. But considering the fact that there's bailout, there's also Berserk for Renata's ultimate to stop these targets from going in. Xayah can also Featherstorm away from this type of hard engage, and they have a Tryndamere who could side lane really well. You know, if you remove the nameplates here from both sides, I would be a little bit worried about KT Roaster's comp here. But it is Rascal on the Lee Sin. So yeah, we just want to trust it blind face up here at face value.
Yeah, it's definitely not too easy to fight into this, especially with a couple of disengage champs picked towards the end, the Xayah and the Renata, that were down there on the bottom side. And, you know, you're going to have charms flying everywhere. Tryndamere will be pretty awesome if we do get to a later stage in those team fights. Whereas here on this side, a lot of it is about just going on in and engaging. So we'll have to see if they can pick the right targets. I really do like the Lee Sin and the Tryndamere, by the way. You can disengage very nicely. You can ward off, you can kick them away. If you want to re-engage, you have options as well. We'll see how that goes for Rascal in the top side as we hop onto the Rift here for game number 2.
You know, interestingly, Valdez, when I think about this comp too from KT Rolster, especially with the addition of the Lee Sin, it's kind of in a way saying, I don't think you guys are coordinated enough to deal with this. A lot of really great coordinated teams would be able to shut down what KT's dive is looking to do, would be able to kite around, use the utility that 1010's going to be able to offer, all the counter CC, the Renata ultimate, timeout getting that bailout through. But will Liv Sandbox be able to outplay this is the question. I think KT are saying that the answer is no. I don't think you guys will have the coordination to pull this off. And Rascal just loves to play Lee Sin. There's also that. So, you know, let's wait and see how this goes. But it could be fireworks in this game. Like, it's going to be a very volatile game. Lots of explosive team fights. Lots of team fights that will not go very long. It will be ending in, you know, less than 5 seconds a lot of the time.
We didn't mention it in game number 1, but now that it has been highlighted so nicely after game 1, Cuz decided to break Chronicler's heart, and yeah, he went for Phase Rush, and he will be going tank this time.
I think with Xayah, it makes more sense to do this time around, but as much as I love Conquer Hecarim, Phase Rush is pretty good. It's not as fun, but very good. 1-0 on this champion is Cuz.
5-0 total now.
Yeah, so just highlighting that was actually his first opportunity to play it so far.
Yeah, generally, you don't ban Ballista or Jinx or Aphelios, you ban away the Hecarim if you're not going to first pick it, but Liv Sandbox have gone down a different route, and that has allowed Cuz to pick this up twice in a row. Hecarim, in my mind, I don't know, he might be the strongest champion at the moment.
There's a lot. There's a lot of those, though.
Yeah, especially out of the ones that don't always get permabans, I should say. Kind of like a little disclaimer there.
Sure. Yeah, I think that we've also kind of moved somewhat away from permabans in the LCK too, which I've loved that, because sometimes in the LCK it's like literally the same 6 champions burned on your screen. You don't even have to watch that part of the draft, but we've seen a lot more team-specific drafting as of late, which I do really like to see. And for me, I think the strongest champion in the game might either be Nautilus or Ahri, but like Hecarim's definitely in the list. They're all S tier. As a handshake will connect. And it's just a handshake, that's all.
Nothing to see there.
It was a firm handshake, though, Valdez.
No agreements. No agreements. No contracts were written up or anything, but they did shake hands before the meeting. Nothing incredibly deep on
If
that
there were
one.
two world leaders, there'd be a lot of photo opportunities to be all over every news site.
Yeah. And a very firm handshake at that.
Yeah.
A lot of tussling and stuff like
Maybe
that.
an awkward smile as well.
Perhaps a wave with your other hand, too. I
Yeah.
think that's it's pretty good.
Maybe one hand on the back.
Uh-oh. He's okay. If he had Ignite, though, 10-10 could have put the pressure on.
Yeah, he's also got to be careful not knowing where Cuz is right now without having his ultimate either. He does have Flash.
It's about to see him.
Yeah,
This is very good information.
it's massive. Ooh. Still the best Lisa on top in the LCK. So
Yeah, that one play didn't change much.
if the observers just panned a second later, we would never know. We'd be none the wiser.
Mm-hmm.
So
Jonas Strong has all the power, actually.
he just doesn't miss anything, does he?
He can shut off the stream if he wants to. No, he actually can't, but he could probably just put the camera in the corner if he wanted to. Here's Hambach on the bottom side looking for a potential gank, but there is a ward that spots him, so Aiming and Life just defensively positioned. Looks like Liv Sandbox spotted that out, or at least were able to sniff out the fact that he was on a ward, and you don't want to get counter ganked by Cuz, so they will just back away.
Yep. Careful plays here in this early game. Not as much of a game where Liv Sandbox need to get ahead as last game, right? Last game they were running the Samira comp with a Renekton, and there was not a lot of follow through or fallback as long as you get away with it. And in this game you have the fallback of really strong side laning with the Tryndamere. You have the fallback of Xayah can also be relevant in the late game in a different way than Samira. She's not just a wombo combo Beyblade. She has a lot of burst potential and can, you know, front to back to a certain extent. If she's got enough good setup, she can help burst down a target even in the late game with the RE charm coming through, the fall of Viego stun. There are ways this comp works for Liv Sandbox in the late parts. And interestingly, because of the Lee Sin top pick, you know, you could argue that KT's doesn't actually work as well in the late game. We have pick potential with that, but not a whole lot of damage coming out of the top side, not the same level of side laning you're going to get out of the Tryndamere either. And it's going to be tank rise, so missing a damage dealer there.
Yeah, it's essentially going to be all up to Aiming in terms of doing the majority of the damage in the later stages of the game.
And he cannot build an AP this game. As you can see, going for a Dirk early. Not going to be going that route. I suppose you could do it, but just need to be doing more consistent damage in front-to-back team fights this time around. Rascal, level 6 here.
Uh-oh. Q lands. He is going in, but, you know, Ghost and Flash available right now for Howling.
I love it, though, because he has the kick pressure, and he also knows that Howling can't hit 6 that far away from the minions.
Yeah, Howling plays it well, just waits. And then the wave comes into him. He does hit level 6.
Early Dirk for Aiming, by the way, and Cuz is here on a control ward. They might actually look for a big play here.
Yeah, a bit of a 3-on-3 perhaps. In goes the Leona trying to get this going as the two junglers spot each other. Stun will land on to Aiming. And both sides just going to handshake that and say, nope, no thank you.
Yeah, it was a really nice counter gank timing for Hambach. 10-10's here. Realmore committed, though.
Okay, a little bit broken up as Cuz goes straight into 2, gets charmed up as he ults in. That is going to be the follow-up here from Aiming as he is looking for the kill onto Hambach. Will pick it up first blood, but 10-10 is going in onto him. We also have a 2v2 on the bottom side as Vikla is incredibly low. 10-10 going to miss that dash over the wall, and that is pretty unfortunate, but Vikla is just going to be able to walk out of that one.
I think it would have gotten away even if he does make the Spirit Rush work a little bit better there, but either way, nice scrappy fight on both sides. The flash over the wall from Hambach there into chasing and actually looking for that kill was pretty cool to watch. As neither of these teleport. Howling.
Q lands.
He's got his ult, but there's so
Yeah.
many minions here.
He's going to force it out. So the ult is on. Hambach is here too, and that might be the death sentence. The Q is going to miss, and now Rascal is just dead. Hambach able to scoop up the kill.
Yeah, with ult available here for Howling, you know, and the amount of pressure you could have put on by just simply not going in on the Q and trying to push him out could have been stronger there. Hambach comes over, and that Q missing, definitely being a little bit less one that we can gloss over than the last time that he missed his Q. in the lane. This will allow not only the Tryndamere to get a little bit more control, but also will be Rift Herald going over. As this was such a cool fight. Homback flashes the wall here when he sees the Realm Warp, and then they instantly turn onto Cuz. They aren't able to kill him, but they put him super low. So actually a really well-handled situation here for Liv Sandbox, because they know they have actually a lot of push on the bottom side of this fight against this Ryze that does no damage. So a really good snap decision there from Homback, where he both escapes but then turns. As yeah, this is a lot of minions here, but there's no, like, Cuz is nowhere to be seen, and so Howling having ultimate here means he could pop it before this execute comes through. He hits it in the animation, so Rascal can't kill him before he presses R, and then Homback comes over, and that's all she writes.
Yeah, just the fact that Homback was there means that he dies. If it's a 1v1 with Ignite especially, probably would have gotten the kill. Either way, we're going in on the Xayah, and here's Cuz once again, the Flash and the Feather Storm. Will it be enough is the question. In goes the Kai'Sa, he autos the turret, and that's gonna be the shutdown. Envy gets bailed out, as unfortunately this time around aiming will not get the value out of the Kai'Sa.
Yeah, this is really gonna hurt. And now you've given over this Drake on top of a failed attempt to get a solo kill on the top side of the map for Rascal. So they get Drake and the Rift Herald and kills bottom side, and there's no play you can make here as KT rolls to the Punisher stop this. So much of a tempo advantage here. Again, with a composition that arguably has a lot more power later on in this game. It will, a lot of it, of course, be about execution. But getting a Xayah ahead early like this is so fantastic, as this is a bait attempt, or not a bait attempt, a setup here in the bush, a bush attempt, I should say. As Cuz comes down here, Envy, perfect Feather Storm here, and then when aiming ults in, he's bailed out. So well played by Proof, but then of course picks up the kill here to make sure he lives. Well played, man. Liv Sandbox striking back a little bit here in this best of 3.
Yeah, it's pretty good stuff. You gotta like how they handle that really dire situation, right? And aiming, flubbing a little bit there on the play as well. But either way, you'll take those. Homback in the right spot, down on the bottom side for the one gank. Up on the top side to pick himself up a kill. Looking pretty good so far, I have to say. And we do have a nice little lead here for the side of Liv Sandbox. It's not massive, but still early on in the game.
I think grabbing this Rift Herald into the mid turret, especially considering that Vikla is not in lane right now, is the easy call to make. You can grab a lot of extra gold for 10-10, increase his longevity, speed up his pace in this game, and also threaten later on this turret going down so that Ahri can actually flank a lot more aggressively, look for spirit rushes over walls, and set up plays around the bushes that are available here when that mid turret is down. So that's the choice they go for. And because it's a Kai'Sa on the other side, on the bottom side, and they didn't have a lot of control there for Envy, they decided not to put it there. You could argue there was an angle to drop it top side, but I think this is the best option. Also now Hullbreaker is done for Howling, so he doesn't need anybody's help. He's just going to end up starting to win this one on his own. Not a lot of plays Rascal can make, unfortunately, as Aleeson into the Tryndamere in the 1v1 alone. If Cuz comes over, there's some playmaking there. But he will no longer be looking for those solo kills we saw before. He's going to have to play a little bit slower, a little bit more muted. And every time waves are crashing into his turret, he's going to have less opportunities to make plays on the map. And with no teleport, you know, he can't cross map, you know, look for a play himself and then come over and flank with a really nice kick or anything like that with the Ignite he chose. So a lot of holes here for KT Rolster heading towards this mid game. You know, not the start we expected, again, because of the nameplates here. The Liv Sandbox draft working out very nicely.
Yeah, I mean, the last series we saw KT play in, where they did pick up their win, it was up against Hama Life Esports, and Hama did play quite well, made it an interesting series, and KT took down the 2-0, though. So we were like, okay, this is great. You know, Vikla trying to bring this team to a win. Before that, they had to play against T1, so you can't really read into that too much, because T1 are just kind of on another level right now. And now coming into this one against Liv Sandbox, you know, we were considering them the huge favorites, but you know, a couple of games in a row now where they're just kind of slowly losing these early games. It's good play from Liv Sandbox, but I think I expected a bit more from the side of KT.
I did too. I think some of the early mistakes here for KT were, I don't want to call them pride-based, but they were I don't think that aiming goes in like that on Gumayusi, right? I don't think Rascal goes in on like that on a lot of the top laners we have in the LCK, a lot of different teams, but just expecting that he'd have an opportunity here. This is what I'm talking about with Hullbreaker. You're just going to be crashing them in, picking up the plates. No problemo. Nobody says no problemo anymore. I just went back to a 90s sitcom for a second.
Feels pretty lame-o.
Lame-o, I was definitely lame-o. You know, when people typed, when I first got like AOL and semester, when people typed LMAO to me, I thought they were just misspelling lame-o. Lame-o, like, oh, you're such a lame-o.
Do you think they were just calling you lame-o over and over again?
Yeah. They mostly didn't say LMAO. There were some bad words in that acronym. Most people just said ROFL or LOL, you know.
True.
Do people even say those anymore? Is that still a thing? Or people just type they just type KEKW in the chat?
KEKW is the new thing, yeah.
People type KEKW in like chats where it doesn't even show up as the KEKW face. It's very strange to me. The world's evolving.
People just, you know, Twitch is so large now that people just know what it means. I suppose. That's my take on it.
Yeah, no,
least.
video games are awesome, Valdez. It's a good thing.
Yeah. It is quite nice. Kind of what we envisioned for the future.
It's the present. The future is now.
Yeah, I'm saying, you know, back in the day when we were thinking about the future of
course.
esports, you know, where would we be?
You
I wasn't thinking about saying KEKW all the time in person, but you know, here we are.
Well, it's an improvement over saying POG in person all the time.
I'm sure that still happens.
Yeah. Well, Howlings did get this whole turret, by the way, just to go back to League of Legends for a second. And the turret that was damaged, they get this one too. And so they're going to give up a Drake for taking out two of the most impactful turrets here for KT to weather through what's going to be an amazing 1-3-1 now for Live Sandbox with the Ahri, with the Tryndamere. Getting these turrets early is so much more valuable than actually getting a solo Hextech Drake here. It's just not going to be as important. Now you have so much pressure on the map. And I mean, Rascal up here on the top side is Elisa, and he's like, I'm not a ranged champion, and I cannot really press E on these minions, so I would like some assistance, or I will die, as well as this turret, because this is second Herald, so yes, aiming gets bottom turret, but what? Inner gold. As, you know, sometimes we have these vanishing acts here.
Interesting. Yeah, vanishing act of the turret. It is just gone, aiming in a very interesting spot. He will be spotted now on this control ward. And aiming did get a nice amount of solo XP and gold down on the bottom side. I suppose that's the one other win that KT gets, but absolutely Live Sandbox will be happy with their current position. They're fine to give over the one Hextech Drake for putting more pressure onto the map. So now this is, again, you know, another test for the side of Live Sandbox. They were able to get ahead in game one, and then they kind of botched some engages in the mid game. Now they're ahead here in game two. I want to see how clean they can get.
Yeah, the build here too for aiming is not going to allow him to front-to-back team fight very well. So KT are just kind of pricing themselves into, we engage, we kill, we win fight, it's over, and then we get the objective over it. Whereas Live Sandbox can threaten fights on their terms. They have good utility into KT's dive. Don't think you're taking that one, Rascal.
Nope. We're taking this one, though. Trying to outplay the Xayah, who just hits the Featherstorm in the front here. Handshake as the Feathers go into life, and he gets burst down. And the rest of them are stuck in the fight here as well. As the first Earth came in, and another reset will go to Hambach, and a kill goes over to Hambach as well. A triple kill, I should say, as he, on the Kai'Sa, is able to take them all down.
Yeah. Very nicely played. You get those Kai'Sa stats, you got the chase, you got a ton of damage. Imagine a jungler that's extremely dangerous, who's in a great position because he has mobility, then he becomes a Kai'Sa and just does all of the damage. And that's what we saw at the end of that. Now 4 kills on this Viego. I mean, you know, not exactly where you want all of the money to be, but these are one team fights from Live Sandbox in straight up fights. Again, somewhat defensively, they have a good setup. KT go for the engage, and you can turn so easily with the lead that you have. Because look at where we are here. Like, it's once again, what if it's a Xayah that you're trying to kill, and she could just press R? Uh-oh. You know, we talked about this in the draft, like right before we even got onto the Rift. This team has so much turn, so much utility between the Renata ultimate, the Xayah ultimate. And if you're playing this build from aiming and you're trying to blow people up instantly in the fight, and then they just press R, you can't just be like, well, I'll kite back. Like, hold on, we can get some people in here. Like, I'm going to front to back this. Not anymore.
Yeah, I think it goes back to what you were talking about earlier, where it's like, would aiming and life have just dumped 2 ults onto a Xayah who can just press Featherstorm and not even have to flash if it were not Envy? You know, like, I'm not really sure about these plays for KT. I think that they're just assuming that they will just win by pressing their buttons. They're like, no, we're just better. We're just going to win. But we've already seen a full challenger team, albeit it was DRX challenger team, the best one, take a win. So why can't the Live Sandbox challenger team win? This is getting really close. Live Sandbox have a pretty large lead now at this point.
Yeah, and just because you picked Kai'Sa here with no AP top laner and a tank Ryze in the mid lane doesn't mean you have to go AP. Like, you could also go for Kraken Slayer in this game, I think, and have a little bit more longevity. Play around the fact that you have strong engage, but also, you know, some sticking power with the Leona, with the Ryze. Be an AD carry who also is extremely mobile. Can both kill and blow people up, but also have, you know, more than a few autos worth of value in a team fight before you just instantly get all of your value removed by 1 ultimate or 2 ultimates coming out from Live Sandbox. So, yeah, I think that the KT really made a statement with this draft. Like, we are so much better than you that we can win with this because you're not going to be coordinated enough to beat us. And after watching game 1, maybe you could believe that, but at this stage, as we hit the 20-minute mark, Live Sandbox are going to take their second Drake of the game, and they have a massive lead. The coordination has been good enough.
Okay, second Q is going to land, as now it's up to Howling to try to survive. This time, Cuz is here as the kick comes in, and the Q is just waiting for the execution as the Ignite might just tick down, and it will. Rascal will pick up the kill, as underneath the turret, Envy does have to throw out the Featherstorm. Not sure how he got himself into that position.
Yeah, this was a little bit of it was a decisive call from Live Sandbox, but it was also probably not the correct one to go straight for these 2 pushes without the mini waves. The second that they saw Cuz on the top side, and you'll see it when we go back to the replay, they pinged on my way mid, on my way bottom. They had Ahri and, you know, the 3-man pushing mid and bottom. And they just decide, okay, we're going to grab these inner turrets because Howling will be able to buy enough time. But the rest of KT was able to just show up and defend. So a little bit of an overextension there. Losing the ultimate for Envy. Going to be okay because KT can't actually deny them a Drake. We'll have to clean up those waves. Be a little bit careful about that. It's super decisive plays at least. As you can see that KT here are rotating towards the top side. They want to push Howling out of this wave. They see the Xayah mid and instead decide, okay, no, in the 2v1, we're actually going to be okay. They go back to the fence. So watching the minimap here, you could see the rotation from the Leona, from the Kai. So they stop that mid push. They're stopping the bottom push from the Ahri. So Live Sandbox aren't as able to make a cross-map play here. You see Envy goes for it. Life has a really nice defensive Solar Flare, and they rotated over here quickly. If they were still on the top side trying to make that play happen on the Howling, then Live Sandbox could deny them from leaving their jungle, and they probably would have gotten the inner turret. So just wanted to highlight the macro aspect of that more than the 2v1 on the top side.
Yeah, as we do see Live Sandbox, even after the play, they are still in the lead here. It's not a huge lead, especially as the game does come along. And KT, I think after a couple of mistakes, big ones, I think they've got their head on straight now, and they're going to say, okay, let's try to do this straight up, you know, take them seriously. We have to play from behind now and see where we can go from there. As the Gnasher's Tooth now complete here for aiming. Looks like same build eventually coming in here as well. Nicholas slowly getting fed. I think KT as well, they just want to slow down this game, try to farm it out, get that Kai'Sa online, get the Ryze into a couple of items, and then go from there. We'll be curious to see how Envy and Howling can carry if the game goes later and later, because you would assume that, you know, the Xayah and the Tryndamere will have a lot of value as this game comes along.
Notice the build here from 1010, as, you know, he knows that he doesn't need to go for the, like, Horizon focus blow up the Hecarim that we see a lot of the time. In this game, he's like, no, there's a Kai'Sa running in at me, there's a Hecarim running in, there's a Lee Sin is, well, he will show it off. He's like, yes, in fact, I did build the Zhonya's Wolf.
Yeah.
Bit of a misclick there, nerves perhaps. But he picks it here because he knows that if he lives long enough, then he pops back out. He's got all the follow-up to turn these team fights for Live Sandbox. I really like the choice of build here for him.
Yeah, could also go Horizon Focus third if he decides to go into that. Wouldn't be so bad. especially with the lack of penetration in this build. Something we definitely see as Rascal is behind enemy lines, but he's clearing a control ward, so Liv Sandbox is just going to say, no, we see you. And
Liv Sandbox.
back out of this one.
Rascal?
He's going in there with Ari right near him as the charm not yet used. It is going to be dodged, and they baited them so far down the river. The Berserk already out here as well as 10-10 goes way too deep, and he will be taken out this time around. Envy with Howling trying to get in there as a Feather Storm will respond to the Hecarim ultimate. Here comes Howling looking for a kill, but it's 1v4 at this point. He will get it, but he does get taken out as well. It's a bit of a 3-on-3 down here in the mid lane. You see Vikla extremely tanky at this point, and just like that, I think, you know, Rascal kind of playing with his food is able to bait them in there.
Yeah, I mean, this is one of those moments where, you know, when we say rookie mistake, we actually mean a mistake from a rookie to go in there as the Ahri.
True.
He used his ultimate for Lee Sin's basic abilities. So,
And flash.
yeah, well, that's what I was going to say. He used his ult, and then he was like, well, I have to flash for this. Like, that's what a rookie will think. Like, people will see that I wasted my ultimate. If I don't actually make the super play and flash on him and actually kill him, everyone will be like, oh man, remember when he wasted his ult there? Like, I think that's the kind of mentality you have as an extremely young player who is mechanically gifted and is playing under pressure, and everybody's watching you.
Yeah.
When you use your ult in this exchange, and then Lee Sin is just like, well, I'm Lee Sin, I can just safeguard away. Then he's like, well, I got to flash for the charm. Misses the charm and is just pushed away.
And he gets himself in such a bad position off of that. I mean, if you just use the second dash and charm, you can dash away, but nope.
And then also the rest of his team decides, like, well, he's out there, we're following up. And this is when KT are right that the coordination isn't there to pull this off in moments like this, because Renata ults there and everybody just piles in and it's a big disaster. And suddenly KT back in this. They're not in a good spot by any means, but that was a pretty big win for them.
Yeah, kind of feels like KT maybe had a slow start to the morning, you know, didn't have their morning coffee or their morning routine or whatever. More likely, I think they were just taking it a bit easy against this Liv Sandbox roster as Big Engage comes in, but it is Rise. Do they have the damage? Berserk comes in, but that stopwatch on Rascal is going to buy so much time. Huge feather recall. There's the flash in now from Hanbok trying to engage. Can he get the reset? He gets one. Now he's going in on the Leona, gets bailed out as well, and he's looking for more here onto Vikla, who was in the back there against two super low guys, and ends up realm warping himself out as now Cuz he once more, and a snipe comes in from aiming. So many low health bars, not gonna hit a second one, and not the cleanest fight, but
yeah, but at the end of the day, Liv Sandbox are going to be able to rotate over to this Drake. Now, aiming is still at about a third health, and it does do a lot of damage. This is a risky start here for Hanbok, to be totally frank.
Yeah. This is not the play, guys. It's not even for the Ocean Soul. It's just for Ocean Soul points.
Yeah, and
the enemy jungler is here. Oops.
It's a soul point move here, and yeah, that's the wolf oops you got. I'm putting the oopses here in the LCK because. I mean, look, this is such a great fight, though, for Liv Sandbox, too. Like, the charm set up here with the Renata ultimate, and Rascal has the stopwatch early. And Liv Sandbox just kite back, fan out, and then go back in. Like, their comp has so much more staying power with this Xayah in it than the composition of KT. So aiming is like, oh, man, I'm just trying to use my W as many times as I can this fight, hit my Qs, and back off. He's pushed super far away. And then, you know, there's a little bit of an overextension here. But Liv Sandbox still are able to get out, and then the follow-up is super good. But then they, over here.
Okay, we're going on in. The Baron will go to Hecarim. 10-10 going super deep once again. Looks like a desperate attempt to try to 3v5 them on the Baron and try to deny it, but that will just be KT picking up the big buff.
The real thing to, like, break down back there was the decision to go to Baron here. Because, yeah, this is the real replay. Or Dragon, yes. Yeah. Because this is a moment where you can, as Liv Sandbox, actually sit back and deny KT, but you cannot start this with the low health bars that you have against this AP Kai'Sa, because you're going to get blown up if aiming doesn't miss. And his name is aiming, so what are the chances?
Well, you could aim and then miss all the time, I suppose.
And then those kills give KT with their respawns, Prio on this Baron, and a man advantage on the Baron. Tryndamere and Hanbok, Howling Hanbok, both on their way over still. Of course, Tryndamere teleportless, so you lose soul point but that wasn't the issue. Like, you could have given KT the Drake for free to reset to actually then be able to contest Baron. Now KT have a gold lead and a Baron buff that should further the gold lead with all these standing gold that's on the map. And, you know, again, some decision-making problems here. Maybe this is KT's way back in this game. Remember, they so desperately need the 2-0 for their playoff chance.
Yeah, and looks like they might get it. I don't know how deserved it would be. I mean, I guess they get the win, but has not been a clean game from KT by any means. But they are beginning to turn it around as the charm will land. But again, it's on to Rise, and Vikla just doing what he does best. He's providing a front line right now for aiming to continue aiming down the sights and chunk Envy for half his health.
Yeah, he's just going to keep hitting those.
CD on that is like 4 seconds.
It's pretty low. As you can see, it's like 7 or so.
It's like 6.5.
Yeah.
Still, very low.
It's very low, and it is, you know, it's very strong. And he's hitting them pretty repeatedly here. So, he's going to do another one.
The Korean casters just every time, it's just a groan every single time. We're back in Corky meta.
Yeah, there he goes again. It's like, no, it's okay, Caster John. You're not getting hit by those.
Oh man, I love the reactions.
Well, I feel like we don't hear the champions noise of like when they get hit, like but we get to hear the Korean casters get hit by it instead, vicariously.
I can't stop hearing that now.
I cannot hear it. I've just ruined the global broadcast now that nobody's going to watch us. Everybody's just going to go watch the Korean cast. No, stay here. We're good.
It's okay. We can do it too.
We can talk about in the 90s over here, what 90s America was like, and they don't have that over there.
Problemo.
No problemo. Well, aiming is now peaked at 20,000 damage dealt and has gotten to the highest in this game. I still have issues with how KT approached this game and the AP build they chose and the position they found themselves in. But with a Baron buff, they have, like, without Baron buff, you can't just, as Kai'Sa, just press W on cooldown repeatedly and proc Ludens over and over and over again, nor will you actually have enough gold to have your Ludens yet at this game if you don't win those last few team fights that Live Sandbox messed up. But hey, they'll take the advantages where they get them. They now have full control over this game. And they've got Drake Cryo for 50 seconds spawn.
Ooh. Hecarim, very annoying for the Xayah, trying to force that out. Proof has to bail himself out, but he just gets taken down. Just a nice little pick there. Might even have another solo kill coming in as Rascal, he's looking for it. The kick comes in. He's like, nobody touch him. I need another solo kill. You can see, like, aiming is trying to get some damage down, but Rascal's just continuing to chase him.
I mean, they're giving map control up for this. Like, Howling is like, yep. I would like everybody to follow me.
They took away his solo kill.
Yeah. Well, at this stage, like, now you're giving free farm to the Ahri on the top side of the map. Like, Howling dies here, but he bought an insane amount of time.
At this point in the game, it doesn't surprise me.
Prove is coming up in a few seconds here. I don't think they'll be able to take this Drake fight, and they clearly decided that they're going to prioritize vision around top instead for the Baron buff that's coming up, which will be more significant. This is Ocean Soul Point now for KT Rolster. Ocean Soul pretty good into the Kai'Sa build actually here for Live Sandbox if they had been able to secure it earlier on, but that's not the world we're living in. So this is the teleport that kind of starts this all off. Vikla down here to look for the pick on to Prove. And he tries to bail himself out here. The ultimate comes down, but unfortunately the rest of his team is a little bit too far away, and with Pleasant Life in the middle of things, there's just no way that 10-10 can actually close the gap there and try to turn on those Berserked members. As, you know, I mean, Live Sandbox, I think if they could get a setup here on Baron and they just hold on to it tight and look for a 5v5 fight, there's a chance for them to still take this game and bring us to a third one. It's just getting to the Baron pit right now is the hard part into this composition. But if they can, they can force a fight there, anything's possible, theoretically, you know?
Yeah, I mean, you 100-0 the Kai'Sa, I think you've got a chance. But we saw what happened in game number 1 when aiming got really fed, as this time he went for the death cap before going for completing the Zhonyas. Really like that idea.
And he got a stopwatch too, so he still has that stasis 4, which will be the game-deciding team fight. Same to be true for Vikla here, who also got Anathema's Chains. Really love to see that build here. Once again, fight.
Ooh, that stun gonna miss this time from Hanbok. As now, just berserking on each other. You see that aiming will finally go in as Proof is trying to get the shutdown, but he will get taken down. And now the Kaisa has free reign. The front line comes in from Cuz, as Rascal's not even here. Rascal will finally come in, as we do see that aiming was looking for a bit of a pentakill. Not quite gonna happen, as the kick and all the CC will keep aiming safe. Not even going to get crit down there at the end. A quadra kill for aiming, and an extra kill going to Vikla, and KT should take down the game.
POG for aiming there in that moment. Live Sandbox, their only other option was simply to just try to clear vision on Baron in the 20 seconds they had there and take a fight there. I would have preferred that than engaging onto a Leona who's extremely tanky, who has Eclipse. With a KT that can turn, but you know, they chose violence, Valdez. And it was not the right choice, as once again another bailout will fail. And I'm not talking about 2000s economy,
Wow.
certain countries of the world, but you know, every time we see the bailout, that's always what I think of. For some reason, too much politics in my life these days.
That's been ground into our brain as Americans. Down will go Rascal, and down will go the Nexus. GG.
2-0.
KT get the 2-0 tonight. It was not clean.
Yeah,
Let
it
me
was
be
not
straight
clean.
up. That was not clean. And we can all make the meme where it's like, yep, clean 2-0, nothing to see here, but I don't know, man. KT, you got to make it into playoffs, but if you play like that in playoffs, might be an early goodbye for you.
That is the real dichotomy of this situation, right? On one hand, you got the 2-0, right? But yes, as you mentioned, you will not be getting any more of them like that against the tougher opponents you have left. It is not a must-win, but realistically, most likely to beat Gen G is their biggest and most required task. If they can do that, especially with what's going on Frederick Brion's roster right now, there is a good chance, right? And now, like, technically speaking, like a 44% chance that KT actually can take that playoff spot, right? So, good news is you took the 2-0. The bad news is there's going to be a long discussion about how that draft was utilized and how it was put together here in the team house when we get home. KT fans also probably feeling the pressure, like, wow, we almost dropped a game to that Live Sandbox roster.
Yeah.
Game one also not as clean as it should have been. We got there in the end. Just a few mistakes from Live Sandbox, and the judgment call that was made for KT, they won't have the coordination to beat this draft, and the end was actually finally correct. So you won't be able to win a game like this against Genji coming up, but maybe against Nongshim. I'd just like to see that the evolution here for KT once again. Because also their drafting once again is very predictable. You know exactly where they're going with this.
Yeah.
It's the AP Kaisa, even if it doesn't 100% have to be that way. I personally would have still rather seen some more front to backing here, but they won it out in the end, and he got fed, and so it didn't really matter in the end. But yeah, this was a game of League of Legends, a series of League of Legends of important circumstances here, because as good as it is for KT, they take the 2-0. Now, Live Sandbox are officially out of playoff contention. That less than 1% has now dropped to 0, and they'll be our first team eliminated tonight.
Yes, that is true. That is a very good point as well. As, yeah, aiming should be very happy, I suppose, at the end of the day. Might just pick up the double pog here for his couple of performances on the AP Kaisa. I think it's also just kind of AP Kaisa things, you know. She does huge burst damage if you're allowed to scale like this with basically not much of a threat in this game. Like, he made some mistakes rather. That was the biggest threat to his scaling, I think, out of anything in this game, right?
Yeah.
Like, Liv Sandbox played well, but they weren't really threatening him. He was basically fine outside of the couple times he just dove in before he was fed. And then once he hit the later stages of the game, then he just basically controlled it by himself.
And like, you don't have really a damage dealer in the mid lane. The Rise is just a tank, so I see some reasons for it. And you know, maybe one day we'll see another team draft the Kaisa like Def does and not go AP, and you know, we'll see a different result in a draft like this. Like, I don't think it's black and white the choice here. Obviously, and KT do take the win, but yeah, I personally would have liked to see Krakensire just for my own personal bias as to how I thought the situation could have looked. As aiming did hit so many of these Void Seekers. Like, his aim, you know, which we made a joke about earlier, was super good around this moment, the mid lane. And, you know, if Corky Bot ever comes back, man, call aiming.
Yeah.
He's just his accuracy.
I like how you tried to protect yourself against the pun police there at the end. That was really good. Just making sure everybody knows you didn't make the same pun twice.
This is the call that Live Sandbox went for instead of actually, look at the control wards they have on the top side of this. You know, they have one there in this brush and then one on the outside of the Baron Pit, one on the entrance of the Baron Pit. Instead of looking for an engage here, if they had just played it slower and I think played around that Baron vision, started it up, because they at this point actually have decent Baron damage, it could have been their alternative option. But they decided to all in on life. And now we see the KT comms as they defend it. And let's go mid. You want to go mid? Is the question. The answer is yes. It's over.
Yeah.
Saying Renata has no ult, and just calling out, you know, we've won this, it's over. Just calling out the last moments of what ults to track and the timers of the death timers. No redundancy needed. Starting by hitting the turret, looking for the pick. It's done. He wants to kill Xayah. She has ult, she's not gonna die. And stopwatch they mentioned.
Didn't get used as they did actually.
Play it slow, what are you doing? And then they kill the Nexus.
And they did, but not before Rascal dies. As aiming will get the big number tonight.
He will get the big number. He's going to be in the solo POG interview, I have to suspect.
Almost 1,000 damage per minute. I wonder exactly how much damage per minute that is. Might be like
990?
991 or something like that. Will be incredibly close to 1,000, but I definitely want to see the exact number.
Muddy,
have to wait and see.
Muddy 2-0 here. A lot to see, actually.
Yeah.
A lot to see here.
Feels like we kind of rolled around in the mud for a couple hours, and here we are.
Dirty 2-0, a lot to see here. Maybe that should be the new KT motto for their run to playoffs, because it's going to have to be cleaner than this, as we've said many times. But win's a win. They're one step closer, 10% higher on that ELO chart for your GG that we always put up for playoffs.
Sometimes you got to get down and dirty to get the job done, Wolf.
Certainly so. In this case, I guess that they did, and that's the end of it. I don't want to say any more.
We don't want to say any more. Let's see what the guys on the Analyst Carpet Space have to say about that series.
It's okay, gentlemen, you don't have to say anything more because we're here to say more things about that muddy series with a lot to see here. And thankfully, we have a lot to see on this desk, beginning with the draft.
I thought you were going to say a lot to say, because I felt like it would have flowed. Okay, doesn't matter.
I sometimes mess it up.
No. I don't want to overstep Max. Okay,
So stop. Let's talk about the draft.
I thought you were going to save me. So, draft. Again, there is a really high priority from Live Sandbox here on the Ari, which I do really like. The Kai'Sa, at this point, not a surprising thing for aiming, even with all the AD carry bans that are being thrown his way. And I was talking to you as well. I feel at this point, maybe don't answer the Kai'Sa with Xayah. If Kai'Sa's built like an AD carry, she actually needs to get in range to deliver a lot of her damage, in which case the Feather Storm obviously is a great answer. But Xayah doesn't like playing into poke champions, and new Kai'Sa, or AP Kai'Sa, current iteration of Kai'Sa, especially when piloted by aiming, that just builds her full AP now, no more hybrid, is a poke champion. And yes, she can dive, she can go in, but literally all she wants to do is just throw Void Seekers from a very safe distance. So I don't think that the Xayah is a great answer. I would rather see something that like actively outranges her or pressures her in lane, or just bullies, right? Like those are the two options, I'd say.
Yep. We need to see more Draven angles, is what you're telling me.
Yes.
One thing that I did notice in the draft, which I really liked from Live Sandbox, was their adaptation, right? Last time around, we saw it was like the Lee Sin picked up, and then that didn't quite work. Yes, he got a couple of kills early, but then nothing really happened after that. I felt like the Viego was a lot more in his wheelhouse, as well as that Xayah then being picked up, which we actually liked in the early game. And speaking of which, let's get into our first highlight.
Yeah, it also worked nicely, I think, in the rest of the comp. It was just, I don't want to see another handshake or Rooney where we just perpetually get this matchup as really nice bait being set up here by Life and aiming, faking the back, and then being able to force out a lot of pressure here. Cuz also making his way over. Next question, kind of plays itself here.
But this was also the first time that we saw the bailout used to perfect effect in the early game, right? Like, this is why it's picked.
It's nice. I like it.
It's cool.
I was really happy to see that. I think this is the first time we've actually seen a successful bailout. It's been more about the berserks, and that was really nice. And it kind of highlight again that into the overall comp and in the early game, the Xayah still does provide a lot of value, right? It's when the evolve comes through, when the items start to come from the Kai'Sa. That's where we start to get into trouble, and that was basically the game as honestly Liv Sandbox, like in game number 1, but even better this time around, just played very aggressively, very well.
Yeah, no, and it actually didn't stop there, right? We were asking questions like, are Liv Sandbox actually going to do it? Have KT actually fallen off the rails? Well, let's get into our second highlight and find out exactly what happened, because this was kind of that final potential nail in the coffin for Liv Sandbox, but it didn't quite work out.
Yeah, this is fighting effectively the same spot as last time.
Yeah, right.
Which is quite funny. This time around though, Hanbok hops off on his Viego. I'm really glad you highlighted it because it actually worked so well for the team overall. Able to get multiple resets. But crucially, Envy's ultimate here misses the mark. And secondly, aiming is still completely fine. That's skill number 1.
Yeah, aiming is just aiming, and there's not a lot of answer.
No, because the composition actually, if you don't immediately kill aiming, which is quite hard with the summoners and him having a stopwatch for most of that game.
Even supercharge, right?
Yeah, this just keeps happening. As that one, don't even see it. Feels very unfair. Procs, of course, the full plasma stacks, which is why it did as much damage as it did. And then from here on out, Cousin aiming kind of run the show.
They certainly did. I think we have one more replay before we get into the aiming of the game. Player of the bottom lane character. I think there is, yes, one more replay. And this is the last one. KT found themselves with a gigantic amount of Kai'Sa, and they used it to get a quadra kill and win the game.
Yeah, it's all or nothing here for Liv Sandbox. I actually like this play. Obviously not the cleanest, a little bit too telegraphed, which is why it's an easy response from KT. But if you don't kill aiming, you don't win the game, right? So you have to try.
Yeah.
Aiming just flashes, repositions with his ultimate, and then that's the end of the fight. He's the only member that really matters. And he doesn't get taken down, and then the rest of the team can just have a good time as Howling gets taken in the Trinimir bouncy house, where he gets devastating charged and kicked and doesn't actually get to auto Kai'Sa, which makes him very sad.
Yeah, certainly a demonstration of some ragdoll physics here in League of Legends. Let's get into the aiming of the game here. Let's check him out right now. Put him up on your screen. There we go. 988 damage per minute, as Valdez was asking for. That is a whole lot. And yes, it was very messy in the early game, but in the end, the AP Kai'Sa came through and did her very best Corki impression.
I said a couple of days ago, Corki's back, but now it's Kai'Sa, and I kind of meant it as a joke, but the more I see of it, the more I'm like, oh no.
Yeah.
It actually is. It actually is back, because you have non-committal poke fired from an absurd range with very little counterplay, and I'm wondering to see how the meta is going to develop. I don't think that AP Kai'Sa necessarily is going to have the same impact on the meta that Corki had until he was, of course, nerfed. And even Corki, pre-nerf, started to slowly fall off as teams kind of figured it out. But up until that point is actually reached, until the point of saturation, I'm pretty sure aiming is just going to keep locking Kai'Sa into every single matchup and repeat performances like this.
I wouldn't blame you for that particular assessment. There's been a lot of players that have been pretty vocal about enjoying a bit of this Kai'Sa play. Faker as well, being able to pick that one up in the mid lane as his 71st champion. 13 out of 13. Absolutely no surprise, aiming basically just the best player on the Rift for KT here today. And he was one that was struggling a bit in the telecom war that we witnessed last week up against T1. So really good to see that he's bounced back well, especially on the same champion. But let's get into the interview here. So Jason, take it away.
Thank you very much, guys. This is Jason for the POC interview translation, joined by the solo VOD aiming. With this victory, KT is now having a much higher chances of making it into playoffs. How do you feel? Well, recently we had a lot of mistakes, so I'm so glad and relieved that we were able to win and took one step closer to playoffs. Aiming, I think you must be really satisfied with your performance today because you are the solo POG on your back-to-back Kai'Sa performance. Yeah, being a solo POG, like, never happened in forever, so yeah, I'm happy. I want to go back to game number 1. Because of you, we had so many target bans towards the bot lane. Why do you think that happened? We had 7 marksman bans. I guess they were scared of me. After that, we had Kai'Sa versus Samira matchup, something we could easily expect. And why did you kind of think that Kai'Sa is better than Samira? AP Kai'Sa has become a thing, you know, she's pretty okay in laning phase, and also she has a very high late game potential. Why did you build Luden's Echo? So the crown was my previous build, but Luden is way better in the late game. And Faker build, I saw him building Ludens a lot, so I tried to kind of follow his build. And with this rise of the dive combo, Kai'Sa is also climbing up the tier list, even getting picked for the mid role. Did you watch the mid Kai'Sa game pulled off by Faker? Yeah, I mean, Faker did practice it a lot in solo queue as well. You know, she's been has become a thing in solo queue, but it's really, you know, bipolar. Sometimes really good, sometimes really bad. Well, and today, your performance has stepped up so much. What kind of preparation have you gone through? Kai'Sa is more of a poke champion right now. She doesn't really ult in. She can just like always just poke the opponents, and like that's all she needs to do. And you have to be more cautious using your ult, and that's kind of a plan I have with the Kai'Sa play. Do you think Kai'Sa will become a high priority pick, especially in the upcoming patch? Because Zeri got nerfed, and also other AD carry picks will be getting a lot of nerfs. The Kai'Sa will definitely become one of the mainstream picks. We had a lot of actions in the early game, and maybe an accident. You know, you started off with a lot of deaths. So when was the turning point for KT, and especially for you? So the first bot gank, I tried to kill Xayah and then auto the turret. So I was like, oh, I screwed up. So I focused up, and there was a fight where everyone died because of me on the mid lane. So I mean, like, that's not true, but still, yeah. And after one teamfight victory, I was pretty sure no one can stop this full AP Kai'Sa, and I was confident from then on. This victory surely guaranteed you more confidence with this kind of a dominant performance, and you have to win every single match in order to make playoffs. What do you think about that? I really want to go playoffs, so we really have to stay sharp in order to win all the matches. I think we have Nongshim Genji left. So we will do our best in the Nongshim series, and because we did with Genji last time, I just hope we can repeat that. And this will be the end of the interview from Aiming, and I'm going to pass it back to Atlas and Chronicler. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Jason. Yes, this is indeed Atlas dressed as Shen and Chronicler dressed as Shen. And congratulations to Aiming. Definitely KT fans very happy that Aiming was there today, because without him, it would have been a rough time.
Just happy, no other emotions.
Absolutely. Nothing starting with E, absolutely. And that was also a very messy series, so no one should be, if you're a KT fan, don't be happy. Okay, let's check out the standings though to see whether KT have moved up at all. And as you can see, they remain in 7th place, but they are slowly but surely closing the gap. And every loss that Fred Brion gets is another chance for KT to claw their way back up.
Truly, the way to spiritual enlightenment maybe is being a KT fan, because you have to banish out all emotion. Only all that is left is just the void for Live Sandbox. Unfortunately, that marks the end of their run. Not surprising. given all the circumstances and given the performance of the team overall. But hopefully we get to see the actual roster showcase at least their talents a couple more times before the split is over.
Exactly right. It's also spring, so there's a chance they can bounce back and get everything together for summer. But it's not over yet. We still have one more match this evening. Life Esports taking on Gen G, and that will be occurring in about an hour or something like that. We'll see you there.
To do, because as soon as you actually start the fight, as soon as you get Doran in there, exactly like this, right? A solo player is going to come through, Faker, immediate follow-up, Super Mega Death Rocket, and that's a dead Crocodile. This is precisely what we were talking about, because now the flow-on effect happens. The other engaged choice is going to be removed.
You don't have a front line anymore, and that is, Peanut's looking for an angle here.
Oh, Carrier, he's going to get the kickback, and Faker takes Peanut for a walk.
Depth charge out there. Rich already using the needlework as well. Moonlight hitting. Oh, there's the flank. I didn't even see him coming. But that is the exact turnaround we wanted. The triple kill immediately for 369. And it just takes one slicing maelstrom to change the game.
Stay on my grind. Great things take time. Now how I shine. You might go blind.
As Gary's going to set up the box, Hook is going to connect. And Rascal, he's mini now one more time. Ona almost makes it out of there, but remember, there is no Faker. He is still dead. Vikla out of the fight, though, as Gumyushi flashes right at the last second as the dredge line was coming in, and now Rascal needs to be respected. Zaya's trying to run this one out. Good sidestep there as T1 needs to play this perfectly. The Flame Chompers, they come forward. The Crush is there as well. As he takes the lens, and the Hook's going to connect. Life is going to get taken down, and now Faker's in for the cleanup. The Rockets will land, and I have no idea in hell how T1 did that.
So many days, so many nights. I had to fall, I had to fight.
Now
we have another look. 2.5 minutes till Dragon. Shen able to sidestep right at the range of Cinder Q. Well done. They find us on an Afro. Easy target. Charmed and just does nothing. Well set up, but it's a 1-for-1 as the Leona goes down. John's left alone. Flashes away. Oh, he may just live. A double kill in. Chucky finds 2, and he's looking for number 3. Tactical kick right in the range. A triple, and he's on 4. Jose Cito is the big man on a quadra kill for Tuki Nation.
Show me my pony. Top spot, I want it. My grind, I'm on it. Can't stop, keep going.
シミュレーター横からブランク嵐を起こすものタワーを無効化してのダイブ判断フラッシュアウトそこに入ったジグランリューライナーフォーマーどうだペンタはどうだノーペンタですがエース獲得 SHG です
Just saying come to Baron. Let's see how the next fight goes.
I mean, they still got a ward in the back of the pit that has not been seen, so this is going to be
That's
Misfits
the
knowing what it is. And we saw this, Misfits getting themselves a Byron steal yesterday. Here we go, the curtain call comes out. They're going to try and take it. They will get it with the Ren, and that's going to be secured now by SK. They're seeing them go over the wall. It will not be done, though, as Mercer is the one who has to fall. You have TP'd in the Nard, who's finally going mega. Streets trying to make this fight work. Double kill going in for Jezu, and he is just free hitting now on the backside. Triple kill for the SK AD carry as he gets himself a quadra as well. They're saving him. They want this. They know they can get it. Penta kill for Jezu.
This is my moment. This is my moment.
And little did they know that these two players at odds would soon become the bestest of friends on one of the best European League teams of all time. A team that would go on to choke 0-3 at the League of Legends World Championship Finals. Hey, I'm Avali and I'm back, and today I'm here watching and ranking some of the funniest League of Legends interviews in esports history, so let's jump into it.
Okay, we 1v1 at the Baron pit, and then you immediately ran out. What happened?
Run! I was
Wait,
kiting.
what happened?
I was kiting away.
So you kited out of the Baron pit.
Where do you want me to kite? Around the Rift Herald?
All right, so
I'm just saying.
So what did you? One second, ma'am. And then what did you do? You begged your team. Guys, Tyler 1's too good.
This guy literally gets gapped the whole game.
Let's break it up. Shifter said that he was actually just killing contracts so that it wasn't directed towards you, whatever that may be. But, I mean, there was controversy on your side as well. Did I not see a handshake to Cutie Pie at the end of the game?
No, you did not, ma'am. Wrong. No, I did not shake this man's hand.
Reasoning behind that?
I do not like this guy.
Hey, I like you, dude. Come on.
Basically what this was a show match between Tyler 1 and I'm a Cutie Pie, and both of them built like their respective teams, and it was so fun. And so what they're talking about right now is the 1v1 match that happened between Tyler 1 and then Shifter and then Contracts, and basically like they were all supposed to meet at the Baron pit. Take this off your ear. So I was talking to Cutie Pie. Cutie Pie was talking mad trash, says you're getting babysat and wants to meet you in the Baron pit for a 1v1.
I'm heading there now.
And then there was just supposed to be a one-on-one with Cutie Pie and Tyler 1, but then Shifter and Contract started throwing hands, and then Tyler 1 took that as a fight, so then an entire fight broke out, and not just the 1v1 that was intended. So things got a little bit dramatic. I try to get in here. 1 second, man, and he pushes me back. I freaking love Tyler 1 so much. I love him so much. At the end of it, we have this great moment where they're like, I'm not gonna do it. I'm like, you guys should shake each other's hands. I'm like, look at all of the fans around you in this large arena. Will you shake this man's hand under, like, I don't know, the spirit of League of Legends? And then they both shake hands, and then the crowd goes crazy. And oh, that's such a good moment. Oh, nostalgia. I love those two. This is... So, okay, so let me go ahead and run down the tiers for you really quick. We have the S tier, we have the A tier, we have the B tier, we have the C tier, and we have the Captain Flowers tier. Now, in my opinion, the Captain Flowers tier should be at the top. I feel like Captain Flowers is above S tier, and I would say that this interview is definitely a Captain Flowers tier, 100%.
Synergy is when you know what your support's gonna do and vice versa before they do it, so you can start like planning your next action, like what you're gonna do in response to what your support does. Then you have to figure out who's the big spoon and who's the little spoon. Then you're done. I've never yelled at Peter, and he's never yelled at me, so it's just the love is in the air.
I've never yelled at Peter and he's never yelled at me. For some reason, I feel like we're looking at Peter right now. We're looking at Double Lift. 100% he's been yelling at almost anyone and everyone. 100%. That's cap. This is the bot lane that I feel like the current League of Legends scene is just lacking right now, right? Like we need the Double Lift Afro Moo Rush Hour bot lane back. We had Afro Moo, his YouTube videos of like support is so easy. Like that's how I found out about Afro Moo, through that one specific clip, and then he got a fan in me. Double Lift is always trash talking, so that's where, you know, my little high school fandom came from, and now I know him and now I'm tired of him. So where are we gonna tier this? I would say that this is pretty high up on the ladder, but then they said they don't yell at each other? That's cap. That's a C for cap. That's a C for cap, all right? Love the memories, C for cap. Next clip.
It's gonna be cool. Great experience to see the studio as well. It's super huge.
Yeah, absolutely. Really cool. But, you know, we recently saw you play at IEM Cologne, and gotta be honest, you guys got smashed by Gambit there. And what did you take from that? What did you learn from that?
Smash? Oh, well. Wait.
Hey, the truth is harsh.
Yeah, it hurts. It hurts.
No sweet talk here, right into no, but seriously, what did you learn from
So Shox has like the best of both worlds. Not only can she walk into a room and be the professional, like, boss that she is, run a desk, run interviews in multiple different languages, but she can also just tear down one of the best players in the entire world at the time with a few worlds. Watch this man. Watch this man. Watch his face. Watch his face. That is the face of a man who just got destroyed internally and emotionally, okay? You have Shox, queen of the game, tell you that you just got smashed, and what are you gonna do to fix it? What did you learn from it? And just inside, you start hearing, hello, darkness, my old friend. Just cry. Quick Shot's like, can't answer the question. We all saw the gameplay. You got destroyed. Oh my gosh. This is good. This interview, this is an S tier, as in a Shox tier. 100%.
Thanks, guys. I am here with Double Lift and Core JJ. Guys, congratulations on the win, and with this win, locking a bye for playoffs. But first off, Double Lift, why are you so BM, man?
Wait, I'm not.
I miss bantering with the pros and the interviews that I used to do with them post-game. It took me, I think, like a year or two to build up the courage to do that. But yeah, bantering with the pros, putting them on the spot, it just makes for a more interesting interview dynamic, right? You get to see what happens. You get to see the personalities of the pros come out a little bit more. Are they gonna fire back? Are they just gonna like sit there and take it? Banter always makes for a good interview.
Now it's time to throw it to our players.
Shout out to G-Sun translating.
Showmaker and Khan.
Super
excited to see the players.
Wait, I'm supposed to watch this the whole way through. Did G-Sun just translate that the casters are surprised at one second.
It to our players at the side of Tamonkia, Showmaker, and Khan. Super excited to see the players.
I love her so much. I love her so much. All right, so Khan had the Lee Sin cosplay coming out with that. Look at the Pepe Frog eyes, and then I have no idea what Showmaker is wearing. Those glasses, they look like they could be a version of Vane's glasses, but not quite totally. Okay, you know what? Honestly, my favorite part of this interview is G-Sun translating that the casters are surprised when they just start laughing. This is all right. This is an A tier. A for angelic. A for an angelic G-Sun.
I think I like the Scorpion because people in the sea are too greedy to pay taxes. They literally trying to scam. They're like, I'm AD carry. I need 2 item power spike. I need 3 item power spike. No, and you're dead.
What is he saying? He starts talking about if you don't pay your look at the intensity in this man's eyes. Look at the intensity. He says if you don't pay your taxes, you are going to die, which makes me terrified because tax season is coming up and I just realized that I forgot to do everything. So this interview is getting this is a B because I forgot to do my taxes. Crap. Listen, I am good buddies with Captain Flowers, and if he's told me anything, it's to respect the Skarner. So I don't respect it at all. Screw the taxes. My ride or die champion has to be, it's either the Naughty Nautilus or Lux, but only a Lux that misses her skill shots.
I mean, judging from Twitter, you guys are the bestest friends, so we thought it only naturally to invite you guys here.
Yeah, well...
Yeah, I wouldn't really say best friends.
I wouldn't say best friends either, but...
Ooh, yeah. But in all honesty, you guys are just joking around a lot on Twitter, or...?
No, I actually think he's bad.
I mean, I think he's the most overrated player in Euro right now.
All right, so I think that will spawn some interesting discussions then throughout the day, and your opinions over the teams quite
I mean, Fabian is really outperforming Nuke, but he cannot do that versus me.
Is it April Fool still, or what? What happened there? Fabian cannot outperform you? Oh, dude. Oh.
That will improve the teams, and maybe in your cases specifically, if they can listen to your comms.
Okay, so I don't think that will help too much, but...
Trick, help me meet. Trick, please come.
I have no comment.
Yeah.
Oh my god, look at them! Was this was, you know, I think this predates the Jankos Nidalee Spears, yeah? So he knew. Perkz knew all along.
A lot of them were actually zoning spears. That's why some of them didn't hit, but they're just to make sure they don't walk this way.
All along, dear God. And little did they know that these two players at odds would soon become the bestest of friends on one of the best European League teams of all time. A team that would go on to choke 0-3 at the League of Legends World Championship Finals. And where they would leave poor little Avali on the sidelines, who flew all the way to Paris to cheer for G2, alone, crying, getting mocked in her DMs. All right, so in terms of ranking or tiering this is, you know what, this is also a B for buddies, because these two are buddies, and not only are they buddies, but they're the bestest of buddies. And here's my completed tier list. Yeah, sure, maybe it doesn't look like yours, but if you have any thoughts or comments or suggestions, you can drop them in the comments below or tweet at us at the @LOLesports Twitter. And that does it for this week's episode of Ultimate List. Thank you all so much for watching. I'm Avali May, and we'll see you all next time.
When the sky falls and the sun turns black, when the earth halts, then don't look back. Hold me closer, can you feel my heart? We can conquer and win back all. The tide is changing, floods are coming clear to see. The run on the edge and across the flames. The world we knew is not the same. Feel your soul, feel your desire. We walk through the fire. Leave this place and watch it burn. Let the king and queen return. See the sun so bright and high. We walk through the fire. The embers glowing, we're waiting for the blaze, ascending from the ashes, bonfires in the haze. Standing tall now, your feet are on the ground. You fought your demons, nothing breaks you down. The tide is changing, floods are coming clear to see. The page is turning, can you feel this energy? Light breaks through the darkness, they are fires in the night. Nothing can break us when we rise. We run on the edge and across the flames. The world we knew is not the same. Feel your soul, feel your desire. Walk through the fire. Leave this place and watch it burn. Let the king and queen return. See the sun so bright and high. We walk through the fire. Fire, fire. We walk through the fire, fire. We walk through the fire, fire. We walk through the fire. We walk through the fire, fire. We walk through the fire, fire. We walk through the fire, fire. We walk through the fire. We run on the edge and across the flames. The world we knew is not the same. Feel your soul, feel your desire. We walk through the fire. Leave this place and watch it burn. Let the king and queen return. See the sun so bright and high. We walk through the fire. just came here and I haven't thought this through. Heart on my sleeve, ready to bleed. Wish I had another drink, then I'd have left it. Instead we're gonna go to the brink. Don't you think that we should forget it? Give me all your love, give me all your love. Give me all your love, all your love. Give me that pain, but it's light from above. Give me all your love, all your love. Since I left you, you haven't left my mind. You keep me awake, so for my own sake, I had to come and see your face. Can't erase you anyway. So here we go again. Touch your skin, pull me in. You and me, head swimming. Give me all your love, give me all your love. Give me all your love, all your love. Give me that touch, give me strength from above. Give me all your love, all your love. Naked and raw, with your failures and your flaws. Bring me what you are, the lightness in the dark. Naked and raw, with your failures and your flaws. Bring me what you are. I've been waiting for you to come through. For all of your promises to be true. It's heartbreaking and gray is the mood. I wanna believe in you. You can run and you can hide. Learn to live with your denial. Oh baby, I'm losing faith. Got to the chase. I can read between the lines. Don't wanna live a borrowed time. Oh baby, I'm losing faith. Got to the chase. Liberating, you know what to do. Don't let your demons define you. You can run and you can hide. Learn to live with your denial. Oh baby, I'm losing faith. Got to the chase. I can read between the lines. Don't wanna live a borrowed time. Oh baby, I'm losing faith. Got to the chase. chase. I can read between the lines. Don't wanna live up on time. But baby, I'm losing faith. Cut to the chase. Chance for the world, one hope can save us now. Our time for history. Brave hearts will win the day. Run strong all the way. It's time for you and me, 'cause nothing can hold us down. On the ground, nothing can hold us down. On the ground, we can be heroes. We can be heroes. strong. It's time now for what's to come. Together we will stand 2 feet on the ground. Let's hope now for better days, 'cause nothing can hold us down. On the ground, nothing can hold us down. On the ground, we can be heroes. We can be heroes. We can be heroes. When the sky falls and the sun turns black, when the earth halts, then don't look back. Hold me closer, can you feel my heart? We can conquer and win back all. The tide is changing, floods are coming clear to see. The page is turning, can you feel this energy? Light breaks through the darkness, they are fires in the night. Nothing can break us when we rise. We run on the edge and across the flames. The world we knew is not the same. Feel your soul, feel your desire. We walk through the fire. Leave the space and watch it burn. Let the king and queen return. See the sun so bright and high. We walk through the fire. The embers glowing, we're waiting for the blaze, ascending from the ashes, bonfires in the haze. Standing tall now, your feet are on the ground. You fought your demons, nothing breaks you down. The tide is changing, floods are coming clear to see. The page is turning, can you feel this energy? Light breaks through the darkness, they are fires in the night. Nothing can break us when we rise. We run on the edge and across the flames. The world we knew is not the same. Feel your soul, feel your desire. Walk through the fire. Leave this place and watch it burn. Let the king and queen return. See the sun so bright and high. We walk through the fire. Fire, fire. We walk through the fire, fire. We walk through the fire, fire. We walk through the fire. We walk through the fire, fire. We walk through the fire, fire. We walk through the fire, fire. We walk through the fire. We run on the edge and across the flames. The world we knew is not the same. Feel your soul, feel your desire. We walk through the fire. Leave this place and watch it burn. Let the king and queen return. See the sun so bright and high. We walk through the fire. I just came here and I haven't thought this through. Heart on my sleeve, ready to bleed. Wish I had another drink, then I'd have left it. Instead we're gonna go to the brink. Don't you think that we should forget it? Give me all your love, give me all your love. Give me all your love, all your love.
Hello and welcome back to the LCK. We got our second match of the night. Hanwha Esports up against Gen G. It is me, Valdez, Shen number 1, with Wolf, Shen number 2. He gets to do the peace sign. None of us get to do the peace sign. I don't know what I would do with one finger. But either way, guys.
Number 1.
I gave a little wink to the camera. We do have the second matchup, and Gen G are looking fantastic nowadays. They are behind T1. Obviously, T1 right now undefeated. They are the best team, but Gen G are below them. I'd say maybe 1 or 2 rungs just because of how good T1 is, but Gen G are also insanely good. Hanwha Life have a huge opponent against them.
Yeah, we've already now had 2 teams eliminated from playoffs. We did see Live Sandbox and Nongshim knocked out after KT Rollsters 2-0. Let's take a look at what's left at stake here in terms of playoffs right now.
Whoa.
I think it goes without saying this is a must-win match for Hanwha Life Esports here against Gen G.
There's a chance.
I am saying there is a chance. That is, in fact, what I and this graphic are doing. But they will need to win this match. And even if they do...
they would need Bro to lose all their matches, Kwangdong Freaks to lose all their matches, KT to lose all their matches, and if they face each other, it needs to work out perfectly so that Hanwha Life benefits from it.
Yes.
So every single match from here on out has to go perfectly for Hanwha Life to make it, but there is a chance. Gen G, obviously, still in it, but they want to try to win as much as possible to get a higher seed in the playoffs and perhaps avoid the first part of the playoff bracket. Hanwha Life on a 5-match loss streak out of playoffs upon defeat.
Yep. If they lose here, they are out. And they had a huge upset against DRX at the beginning of round 2. Really great play from Karis, but then things just fell apart from there. They haven't won since. But a few teams like that in round 2 here have just had a really tough second half of the season, especially with what has happened with the coronavirus that's kind of spread through a few of our teams. Speaking of which, Chovy's back. Gen G's full roster has assembled. 2-win streak, and they did defeat Kwangdong Freaks and Damwon Kia on their way here, despite the absence of some of their main players, Chovy in particular. And if Gen G lose any games, T1 will be, of course, confirmed in first place, because they've already lost 2, so T1 don't have that many games left.
It's kind of insane that Gen G still won against Kwangdong and Damwon Kia, noting that Kwangdong is really good now, and Damwon Kia are also one of the top teams here in the LCK. Really just shows you how strong Gen G is, even without everybody, even without Chovy, one of the main guys of this roster. So, they're pretty good. LCK head-to-head record on Fleek is ahead of Peanut, the centerpiece of Hanwha Life Esports on Fleek. What is the win condition against the Godnut? What do you think?
I'm not even laughing about Godnut. I'm just laughing about, what's the win condition against this guy? I mean, you're going to have very few opportunities. He's a very strong jungle player right now here in the LCK, MVP of 2021 season, the summer season. Before we talk more about that jungle matchup, let's break down some of these round 2 stats here. They're complete opposite in terms of Herald control. So Hanwha Life Esports often do get that first. They prioritize team fighting there. Gen G, much more willing to give up the first Herald in order to get plates bottom side or to take the first Dragon. So something to consider. But obviously in terms of overall objective control, Gen G is significantly ahead because they're the second best team in the LCK right now. Only those 3 losses we mentioned earlier. So Hanwha Life Esports starts in the early game. And then it has to continue through the mid-game, and you have to be dominant, you have to be oppressive. And this is the roster that was on paper, for most people, the weakest in the LCK when we started off in spring. They had Chovy last year, right, and did not get to hold on to him. The whole roster was retooled with the exception of Vista. And, they did better, I think, overall this season than most people expected. But we do find ourselves now at the very end of what could be Hanwha Life Esports' run this regular season. The miracle that we've talked about for KT is a reasonable one, right? Because they're really in the race with Kwangdong Freaks and Frederick Briand. But for Hanwha Life Esports here, you're really just trying to round out the season on a positive note. And it's a tough opponent here in Gen G. We talked about it last week as well when we were talking about their upcoming matches. This is the toughest one they have left. And let's see how they perform. Straight up, they got the full roster back. And it would be an amazing end to this week of play for them if they could topple Gen G.
would be a gigantic upset to go in the Hall of Upsets. And we'll see if they can pull it off. Obviously, they are a big underdog, but, you know, we've seen crazier things happen here at the LCK. Doran gives a wave. Peanut gives a wave. Chovy, no wave.
Chovy also gave a sigh of, I think this joke is beaten to death. I
Yeah.
don't think this is funny anymore. I'm very tired of this. Lens is also like, I was the original wave denier. You think I'm going to,
Yeah.
You think I'm going to give a wave when Chovy didn't wave? Yeah, right.
And Ruler is back as well. I believe he was the most recent one to get COVID. You see he does have a bandage on his arm. I saw a picture from Twitter where he was in the hospital just getting an IV, trying to feel a bit better. Hopefully he is feeling good for this matchup. He's here, which is good to see.
He was here last time and was still very sick when he had that amazing Xayah game. He said in his interview his throat was really hurting. He was sweating a lot. He looked really, really under the weather, but had tested negative and was eligible for play. Chovy also pretty outspoken about how sick he was and how much COVID actually affected him. It was not a asymptomatic case for either of these players. They were extremely under the weather. And now they're back and they seem very healthy and happy here. So it's time for Gen G to also close out this round in the best way possible, because there is a world where if they actually theoretically win every match in T1 do fall apart at the end and lose all remaining matches, that Gen G could actually take first place.
Yeah, there is a chance. I don't know what is more or less likely, Gen G getting first place or Hanwha Life making playoffs. We will have to do the math on that one, guys. We don't have the ELL calculation for that. But the top lane, Dudu versus Doran, absolutely Doran is one of the best, if not the best top laner here in the LCK. I think that Rascal, if he were on a team that had more support, would certainly be considered number one or at least number two. But Doran, obviously on a team like Gen G, he's also a fantastic player himself. The only thing about Doran is that he can get emotional at times. Sometimes gets a little bit tilted, gets a little bit too aggressive. But in this matchup, I think he should be fine.
Yeah, Dudu is definitely a strong point for Hanwha Life Esports, and I think this is the proper key player matchup to pull out. Going back to the other one though that was referenced in the key points of the match is the Peanut one against On Fleek, and Peanut, the stronger jungler right now, not a whole lot of weaknesses. Doesn't really overextend. His shot calling is one of the most important parts of what he adds to this team. For Hanwha, I think draft around Karis. You know, he's your strongest player in terms of playmaking right now. You give him a global mid laner like the Twisted Fate, the Rise, even a Galio. Maybe that's your way in.
Just burst it. That is, burst it is actually the Hanwha Life Esports motto. They're hoping to burst the bubble of Gen G tonight. Chovy!
Take my blade.
Mm-hmm.
I would be excited to see some Yone from Chovy today on his return, and honestly, considering the caliber of opponent here, we could have some happy gaming. It's not outside of the realm possibility, especially because Gen G have played so many Yone comps, and they've clearly been scrimming it. In part, I think, due to the substitutes and stuff that they had to deal with, but maybe in a series like this, Yone actually gets to pull it out instead of Quid this time around. Definitely our most famous Yone player in the LCK.
Chovy, you mean?
Yes. Chovy instead of Quid this time around.
You said Yone. Yone gets to pull out the Chovy this time.
Oh, I said that. Yeah, well, either way.
That would be interesting.
Hanwha Life Esports here do have blue side advantage. They have the home team advantage for this series.
Mm-hmm.
We'll see. I think a lot of this game here for Hanwha, once again, is going to be about Karis. What can he do? What champion is he given by Gen G?
That is going to be very interesting. Will we see more first pick Aries with hopefully some Hecarim bans on the side? What is going to be the priority of Kaisa, who, the more we see her with her AP builds, the more we begin to understand why we're seeing more of her. And I don't know. I don't think it's first pickable. I think it can definitely be punished by a lot of stuff, but at least KT were able to get away with first picking it on red side a couple of times.
Yeah, Hecarim banned away here from Gen G, so Onsleek won't have his opportunity to play that one. Twisted Fate's already removed. So for Hanwha Life Esports, Karis still has the opportunity. There's a Rise ban too. Hanwha Life Esports still have the opportunity to put a first pick Ahri on the board here for Karis. And it's interesting Chovy versus Karis here in the mid lane because they're both playing against their former teams. Chovy formerly of Hanwha Life Esports and Karis formerly the substitute for BDD for Gen G. There's the Exodia for you. They've brought it all together.
It's Gen Jodia.
The Gen Jodia Benders. There's another targeted ban towards On Fleek's Xinjiao. And it feels like an Ahri angle here.
Ahri or Lee Sin, right? The two of them together are really strong. On Fleek does love Xinjiao or Lee Sin. This is kind of On Fleek's meta, right? Giving over the Ahri feels really scary, but at least you do take out one piece from the Ahri Lee Sin combo. And Lee Sin in general can go with kind of anything, so they will pick that one.
Chovy hasn't been as in love with the Ahri as a lot of other top mid laners, but he will pick it in.
He is tonight.
Yeah, he is tonight. As he's even blind picked the Vex in the past, LeBlanc more in his wheelhouse, excuse me, as they will also give over the Jinx here. And with Ahri on your side as Gen G, you feel a little bit safer into things like the Kai'Sa comps we've seen into Jinx. The Zeri was also open, and there is a bit of a range issue here for the Zeri, who will have to put herself at risk of getting charmed to actually do damage in team fights. She needs someone else to set up the fight for her first, do enough damage so that when she goes in, she's securing kills, she's not just doing damage. And I think the LeBlanc and the Lee Sin both suit the Zeri very nicely in terms of setting up kills, setting up damage for the follow-up.
Yeah, Hanwha Life already getting some nice pieces here. Leona available. Looks like they'll take that before the second wave of bans do come through. Our LCK teams do love the Leona.
Very interesting to see the Leona instead of the Nautilus with the Zeri pick here, because picking Zeri into an open Nautilus is often a recipe for disaster. But they want more survivability for their support here because LeBlanc can kill a Nautilus very quickly, and when she has a Lee Sin as well with her, you're trying to look for those engages. And we'll see the targeted bans now on to Vista. The Rakan has worked so well with the Zeri in the past. And we may see even a Yuumi ban, I think would not be out of the question here, considering it's a Jinx matchup they're playing into.
Yeah, not a bad idea. Some kind of Enchanter support to try to give you some presence in the lane and also to enable you in the late game to do some crazy stuff, as we have seen before.
I think that, yes, the Poppy ban here is very strong, but the Nidalee ban may also be what the doctor orders here for Hanwha Life Esports, because Nidalee works so well with this composition for Gen G. We've seen it before, the Ahri Jinx Nidalee, where you get a Charm, Nidalee Spear, Zap, Death Rocket, Jinx gets excited. Something that Peanut would love to play here in a composition like this. They could even round it out with a Renekton in that final slot if they wanted to run a comp like that into the Zeri. Tryndamere will be removed instead here for Hanwha Life Esports, and I am really curious to see what Peanut is going to play in this draft. So many of the jungle meta junglers removed here.
It seems like he's putting a lot of thought into it as well, as that is the expected pick here so that they can hold counterpick for topside, of course. And what's it going to be, Peanut?
Rek'Sai, that's what it's going to be. So, a lot of follow-up, a lot of pick potential in the early part of this game. Definitely going to be a lethality build, you have to imagine here, but going to be tough to track down this Zeri LeBlanc. Very mobile comp, and Renata right now feels like a great anti-dive champion, a great anti-pick champion, and has a lot of potential to be kind of budget Zillion. But I like the Yuumi a lot more, considering that Zeri's mobility in this game is going to be so key. And if she can survive long enough in these fights against what Genji's comp is putting together, or what comp Genji is putting together here, then Hanwha Life Esports' comp looks really good in the late game. But then they locked in the Renekton, which is going to help you be able to compete in whatever matchup this is going to be on the top side with the Rek'Sai coming through, but won't be as good in the late game as the rest of this composition.
Yeah, just going to try to be that semi-frontline bruiser. What is Doran going to counter with? The Gangplank comes out here. This is something we've seen many times as a counter pick into something like a Renekton. Just try to scale it up and hang out in the top side.
Slowing down this Yuumi with the Cannon Barrage in mid-game fights is going to be pretty impactful. You know, hitting that on top of Zeri, Lee Sin, Renekton. Renekton in particular, you know, in the laning phase isn't going to have an amazing time against Gangplank, where Gangplank will way outscale him later on. And if Rek'Sai gets a gank, for example, like if Peanut comes up there and Gangplank gets ahead, gets an early Sheen, then suddenly he just shoves in the lane super hard, and Dudu's life is forfeit. Like, his game is over, and Gen G just have the way better late game scaling. So we got to make sure that does not happen. So a lot of pressure on Fleek this game on the Lee Sin to make sure that that top side of the map doesn't fall too far behind. Zeri having the Yuumi is going to help out the early laning with her too, because she has a pretty big range problem in the lane and does often fall behind in all sorts of AD carry matchups, including the one with the Jinx on the other side. There's a lot of pick potential here on both of these compositions. And I think at the end of the day, both Karis and Fleek are really going to have to shape this early game. Otherwise, Gen G just have too much scaling later on with this Gangplank, with this Jinx, the pick potential they have, engage potential with the Rek'Sai and the Leona. And it's Chovy. He's back, man. He's going to be finding those opportunities.
Yeah, on the Ahri. Excited to see this one pan out, as it looks like we are ready to jump onto the Rift here for game number 1. Match 78. And off we go. I think that the junglers are going to have a huge impact on this game, because you think about the bottom side, if you see Samdi on the Zeri with the Yuumi, you're going to have to try to get through the early game against the longer range of the Jinx, the pressure of the Leona. And if Peanut's down here unchecked, just putting on pressure, you're going to fall behind. You're not going to feel so good. It's going to take you much longer to get online and become that late game team fight carry that we know that Zeri can be. But we'll see what Fleek can do as well to try to get some ganks of his own and try to put some pressure on and neutralize Peanut as well.
Yeah, and Fleek can try to neutralize Peanut, could try to duel against him later on in the game, and maybe if Peanut's focus is only bottom side, just going to be so careful here. If his focus is only bottom side, then maybe Fleek could get a gank for the Renekton. Dudu gets ahead against this Gangplank. Going to be tough to pull that one off, but Life Esports, the draft that can work out if it reaches the late game, but it's somewhat disjointed in its early game Renekton, extreme late game Zeri. So if the Renekton gets the Zeri ahead, then it all equals out in these mid-game team fights. In the laning phase, not a fun time.
Nice to see Ruler back here. It's 5-3 on the Jinx so far. Lehens, by the way, 8-1 on the Leona. You can see just how many games he has played of this champion already. And yeah, I believe we had Ophelia last time trying to fill in this spot. And it was okay. They got the win. As Renekton overall has a big win rate here against Gangplank.
Yeah, I think this one's a little bit less about the matchup, just about how Renekton is doing through a lot of different metas over time. And we have definitely not seen that many games of Gangplank this season. Definitely a little bit less common. I think Keen's Gangplank in particular has been the big standout that we have seen. Storin's just going to CS under turret here. The Observers are loving it. He missed one, but it's okay. Happens to all of us. Missed two.
That's okay. He's still ahead of Renekton.
All right, in the early part of this, Peanut can actually 1v1. Like I was saying before, Fleek gets some items. A little bit slow here to punish.
Yeah, spotted him. They're on a ward, by the way, so they know that Peanut is taking this away. This is part of the reason why we do see the Rek'Sai in this case. Obviously, a 1v1 counter into the Lee Sin. He comes in, you knock him up, you ult and try to burst him down. Storm missed the cannon there, unfortunately, but other than that, the Rek'Sai not getting too much play. I'm not sure about the matchup when we saw Hullbreaker Rek'Sai out of Cuz.
Yeah.
But that might have been a different one just because they were trying to go for kind of a cheeky matchup. But generally do see this into the Lee Sin, especially when the Xin Zhao is banned.
The Zeri Yuumi has had a lot of success here in the LCK 3-0, but that was actually on Zeri's release, where She wasn't being banned as much as she has been recently, and we've seen so many games, you know, since then where a lot of other supports have been considered. But, you know, going back to an old favorite one here with Vista on the Yuumi now. This is going to show some respect here to Lehens, just farming it out slowly in this bottom lane. It's going to be a very slow-paced game here until level 6 is hit for a lot of these champions.
I'm glad you said that, trying to spark some action in this game.
Yeah.
I admire your try, your attempt. Let's see how that goes.
Trade some skill shots, you know, and not actually fight. That's what we're going to do here.
I remember in the past, we used to have, when Atlas and LS were casting, they used to say vanilla ice cream to spark some action. It used to work, actually, most of the time. But haven't had to use that too much this season. I feel like we've had a relatively average to slightly above average action season here at the LCK, especially as the meta has shifted away from control mages.
Yeah, and after the Corki meta has slowed down, like during round 1, we had a lot of sleepers, but we are speeding up a little bit here in round 2. The meta has changed towards a little bit more dive, a little bit more aggression. We're seeing the return of Rek'Sai, Volibear, and a lot more ganking junglers and snowball-y compositions. Kai'Sa's back. So a little bit more action, but in this game, and despite the presence of the Rek'Sai, it's a Rek'Sai with a Jinx Gangplank component, so doesn't really need to actually gank early or force anything, and kind of feel fine to just otherwise be annoying towards on fleek. And again, on the Rift Herald fight, there's some power here with this pick.
Yeah, offers a lot of burst as well. You think about Rek'Sai and what it does, you can kind of press your R button, and if they don't flash, you can get a huge amount of burst onto the one target. So if someone gets charmed, and then there's a zap, and then there's a Rek'Sai on top of you, as you were kind of pointing out before, you are going to do a huge amount of burst damage. As the Dominus comes in, the Cannon Barrage as well. Dudu's getting pretty low, but Doran on the run here. He gets flashed on and flashes away.
Cannon Barrage also on cooldown here. It's a pretty long one.
They were going in on this one. Peanut is in the vicinity. The exhaust immediately comes out. No heal needed to be used by Vista, but that's 3 summoners gone from the Homolife Esports bottom lane.
Yeah, successful gank. No ability to kill here without level 6 for Peanut, but still successful follow-up from Lehens. And now the Peanut's in this vicinity, looking like they want to try to control the Drake itself. Minute and a half until that Rift Herald spawns. And this is where things can get nasty with this Rek'Sai pick. You can identify where the Lee Sin is, force him to rotate over because you made it look like you're doing a Drake. Maybe you pick him off, then you get the free one. But actually, you know, on fleek, showing a lot of respect here, just takes his Raptors and walks away. And with Ruler pushed in on the bottom side, they cannot start that Infernal Drake.
Yeah. I saw that Peanut was trying to do a little bit of hunting. You can do that with the sense that you do get when you're underground as Rek'Sai. See some of these trades that do come in here. The Ahri does have some ability to trade back, especially if you can charm as the LeBlanc is coming in. Then you can potentially win the trade. For now, Chovy's just farming it out, picked up his lost chapter. Probably going to go back here once again. Look for that one. Lots of farming in this game outside of the junglers looking for some action bottom side. And so perhaps starting off a little bit sleepy in this one.
Yeah, at least for the beginning. 30 seconds until this Rift Herald spawns. Level 6 going to be hit across the board here. Peanut and On Fleek having those, that's going to be a huge game changer. Speaking of Peanut, he is going to be able to steal this red buff away to secure it. Or that's not steal away, take away the red buff. Guarantee the red buff.
Stole it away from
he
the
stole
jungle.
it from himself, yes.
Yeah. Mother Jungle actually owns all of the monsters on the Rift. Unfortunately, our junglers are tearing him down.
Well, On Fleek hits his 6-2, but they don't have enough control over this game, and Karis is coming back to lane via walking, not teleporting in or anything like that, and Gen G going to secure this, and they have 3 control wards around the Drake pit, so they know that that's not being taken, so they feel very comfortable. And Ruler did rotate over for a little bit just to make sure if there was a fight, he was going to be there for it, which does cause Zeri to pick up an extra plate. So nicely played here from Samdi and Vista, who, you know, communicated with their team. They had no intention to contest Herald, so with Zeri, you can destroy turrets pretty quickly, pick that one up. Not going to be the same amount of gold as the Rift-Herald Crash, but still. And Zeri staying even in CS, and even getting a small lead for like 1 second there. But being even in the laning phase, not something we usually see for Zeri's, actually, even into a matchup like the Jinx and Leona. So it's a good start here. Staying even is a good thing in terms of what the Zeri scaling is going to be in the mid to late game.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, with the Yuumi on your back, you can kind of just survive, farm it out pretty well, and we have barely seen any pressure from the junglers on the bottom side, so it's pretty free so far down there. Both these teams have scaling components, so they're both kind of just sitting around waiting for opportunities, but if nobody makes a mistake, then we might have that classic LCK feel where the teams are so clean, nobody really wants to take an unsafe fight, so kind of just slow it down a little bit. But we might have a little bit of a skirmish here over this Infernal Drake. Gonflake sticking around, but with not too much help and a lack of vision around that objective. He is just going to back away. Gen.G pick up the Infernal.
Critically, Doran had Cannon Barrage, and neither of these top laners had Teleport. So Doran was going to be able to make a huge impact in that fight if Hanwha Life Esports decided to stick to the Drake and actually look for the take, the smite on it. So they had to kind of walk away and give that one up. Zeri's still at this stage of the game, very far away from her Trinity Force. So just don't want to force a fight here that could give Gen.G such a huge tempo advantage, especially with the Rek'Sai. That is going to be one of the earliest game components of the composition here for Gen.G. If Peanut gets ahead, then like it's basically done so, because he's going to be able to be obnoxious and threaten throughout this early game. And then when you get to the late game, like the rest of the Gen.G comp is already going to be accelerated, etc. So I respect the choice here considering the Cannon Barrage to back away, but at the same time, want to get value of this Renekton. I knew it wasn't going to hit. That's why I didn't throw it to you. You just got to trust me about
You knew it, yeah. I just wanted to make weird noises because it's about the most entertaining thing we're going to have at this point in time.
Yeah, no, it was very entertaining. It was much better than anything we've seen so far.
Might have actually been the highlight of the entire game.
Cancel esports, man. We'll just build an industry around Valdez making weird noises.
Yeah. They already have that on the internet. It's called ASMR. I wouldn't watch it myself. Don't quite get it myself, but something the kids are doing nowadays.
Yeah. Maybe BSMR is the Brendan version.
Yeah.
Or VSMR, the Valdez version. I don't know.
Yeah.
BSMR is just the force of nature item in League of Legends. Anyway. No action here. I thought if we like went on a tangent long enough, maybe something would happen. There's a lot of Rek'Sai portals over here we were going to have to clean up on Fleek. On Fleek's doing his community service here.
I know, it's all about cleaning up the jungle in this game. You take out the monsters that inhabit the jungle, you clean up the tunnels. On Fleek has had to clear a lot of control boards, and not a lot of champions in his time. We have Peanut on Vision as they back away, so nothing's happening here. Another failed rocket. I like how Ruler is just like, well, nothing's happening, so I'll just throw this out on cooldown, try to delay some backs. Maybe we can get some map wins. And speaking of map wins, I mean, Gen.G are in a really comfortable position. So in their case, it's like, we don't have to fight. We can just sit here. We got the Rift Herald, we got the Infernal Drake, we have both early objectives. Now we're going to get First Blood Turret. And we have scaling components too, so I mean, let's just hang out.
Yeah, I mean, notice the build here for Chovy. He just grabs the Dark Seal. He's like, I will get further ahead if there's an opportunity to, otherwise it's a pretty cost-efficient item. And what he's going to build second is really just not clear yet because there's a lot of options for him. Might just end up being the very fast Void Staff in this game, help blow up the Renekton. Could also see him go for very early Death Cap for better side laning, as we have seen. Just get that AP online as soon as possible. So clean from Doran. As giving the gold over to the Jinx here was the correct move for the Rift Herald, and they knew the timing of Samdi backing there. Ruler having so much money in his pockets now as Dudu, the victim of a missed Zenith Blade. And the police will not be following up on his filing.
Yeah. Maybe just a little bit dramatic for him, but not too much else. And while this is happening, we do have a little bit of a trade. So it might look good because Jonah Strong is only showing the bottom side, but immediately we go to the top side and we see that Ruler is also getting played. So the bottom side turret is staying alive. The top side turret is as well. And Flash comes in. Dudu will respond with his own flash. Peanut with Prowler's Claw, flash of his own, and an ultimate available, but okay, Dudu, you should not have walked up here. You did not have vision in the jungle, and you had no idea if they had stayed or gone or not. You were never going to defend that turret alone, and unfortunately a little bit of a mistake from him as the Everfrost will catch on Fleek, but he is Lee Sin, and he will get away.
Once again, Doran getting value, you know, to go back to something that happened moments ago from this Cannon Barrage. He's able to use it to defend that wave, the first one that crashes into the turret, to buy enough time to actually defend this by himself alone. He's also a ranged champion who has insanely good clear, whereas Renekton on the other side of things trying to defend the Jinx push isn't going to have the same amount of success, and in fact will be picked off because he's a melee champion. Gets scouted out here, obviously, and ends up getting punished for it because he's like, well, I can't defend. So Gangplank getting value in this regard against a Jinx, because Jinx can now pick up plates on 2 turrets of the map. So who's winning out here? It's not, unfortunately, Dudu, but it's definitely not Zeri on the bottom side either.
Yeah, that was just, I mean, on second watch, it actually looked even more egregious than it was before. He just got attacked by a Rek'Sai. Like, he's going to see you, even if there's not a ward there. Either way, mistakes happen. It is League of Legends,
a
after
game of
all.
incomplete information, as
yes,
they say.
Absolutely. Got to play around that.
Drake here attempting to be traded for Rift Trail, but I don't know if he holds on it.
Yeah, he's trying to get the Drake and smite it away, and he will. Gets over the wall. He will be just fine. Doesn't look like Gen.G have the abilities here to really catch anyone. Hamalife, absolutely, we're just trying to get a Drake and back away. As I say that, a little bit of poking down onto Peanut, but gotta be careful at this point in time.
Just love how Gen.G are pushing the envelope across all parts of the map. You know, get the Rift Herald, also contest the Drake with the prio you have around it, and if you don't get it, who cares, right? You lost Ruler's ult, big deal. And, you know, Onfleek was really careful about how he smited that, waits for the rocket puts it in smite range, he takes it away and gets out of there, but still, you know, as Gen.G here, you almost got both objectives on the map after getting 2 turrets for your Jinx. 1,200 gold the lead now is Ruler in a 0-0-0 game with all the plates he's picked up. Split, of course, across with him and Lehens. So, you know, we are playing the scaling race right now, and Gen.G are in the fast lane in a 4,000 gold lead game here. 1 kill, but way more map objectives.
Yeah. They have just controlled everything, and it goes back to Gen.G's experience to say, well, we don't have to force fights. We don't have to dive turrets to get ahead. We can sit back and scale ourselves. Hamalife, they will be depending on the LeBlanc and, of course, the Zeri with the Yuumi to do some crazy stuff as the game comes along. I suppose that still is an option, but it's not going to be as simple as that. We'll see what happens with this Cloud Soul as well, not exactly adding to the excitement of this game.
Well, I'm sure it is for one of our Deskers.
Yes, only one of them, though. Chronicler's not part of Team Cloud Atlas, unfortunately.
Well, this is going to be a pretty easy turret, and Karis needs to be very careful about moves like this.
He does just sort in. He is LeBlanc, but at the same time, they are going to lock down Lehens, and in goes on Fleek, but maybe a little bit too deep this time around. Gets knocked up by the Rek'Sai. Damage does not come out. The Yuumi's keeping him alive for so long, and finally, they will take out the Lee Sin, but
2 for 1.
Actually a trade up here for Hamalife.
Oh, Gen.G do get the turret. Actually, no, they do not. It's actually still alive. I thought they were able to pick that one up during the craziness there. So very deep play here for Gen.G off of, you know, one opportunity with a distortion for Karis. They commit in with the Zenith Plates and the Solar Flare here. They get this turret, of course, and get an extra charge, but I thought maybe they picked up a turret after this. But either way, really aggressive move here, and what I don't like about this most of all for Gen.G is that you've now given over the power, potentially, of Samdi picking up a multi-kill here and actually catching up with all the macro lead you just gave your Jinx. Don't risk it here. Take your charge and walk away. You don't actually have to snowball this game further. At the end of the day, it's just an assist that Samdi picks up, and you know, kills going over to the Yuumi and the Lee Sin. But still, if you end up giving a double kill to Samdi there, then, you know, you've washed away most of your lead.
Yeah.
High risk play with small rewards, so I don't agree with it there for Gen.G.
It's the LeBlanc with Flash and Merc Treads that generally you don't want to dive turrets for. Absolutely do agree with you there. Just Lahen's maybe getting a little bit excited, you know, he hasn't been able to do too much in this game, and he's like, well, let's just go for this and see what happens. We have a lot of damage, we're ahead in this game, and they get called on their bluff. Unfortunately, for the state of this game, maybe it just means that Gen G will be a little bit more apprehensive for the future fights. I hope that's not the case.
Yeah, that's one conclusion that you could draw, actually.
Happens a lot here.
Usually it's around ruler for Gen G when that happens. Like, I remember last year, as we'll pause for a moment as chompers are planted. Last year, the player who was on Gen G, who's still on Gen G ruler, was caught a few times and was in fact part of many Gen G games where after ruler was like at 6 kills, he was killed once and then was so safe for the rest of a game that Gen G had 8,000 gold to lead in. It was a 45 or 50 minute game when it could have been over sooner. But I think with this roster, it's a little bit more brave, a little bit more bold. Love the chomper placement here to make sure ruler can get that minion and then get out of here. Dude, you're not going to be able to catch him. 25 seconds until the Drake is up. Doran has ult and teleport, so can actually back right here and feel pretty comfortable about the re-engage.
Yeah, in terms of spikes, I mean, Life don't have to fight over this Drake, but they do want to pressure Gen G at this point in time before having to fight into late game Gangplank and Jinx.
Yeah.
So they're trying to use some of those Gore Drinker power spikes, some of those items that are online here, the Void Crystal as well for the LeBlanc, as we are going over the wall trying to get some poke down. And that will be a nice amount already from the side of Life. Same thing for Gen G, they don't have to fight over this.
I would say for Gen G here with the damage that's come through already and the choke point control, this is a very risky fight to take, but they believe that Doran with this Cannon Barrage should be able to turn it around. Positioning here is everything for Somdi. If he ends up getting slowed and followed up on by Peanut, then he's as good as dead. And Life Esports.
Okay, trying to go in there now. The Cannon Barrage gets so much damage, as does the poke that comes out from the side of Gen G as a whole. It's now onto the backside. The final chapter is used.
Not the greatest one here.
Yeah. It's not really able to do too much, and Life end up actually having to give away that Drake.
And before anybody cries foul for Vista here, I think the idea for that last chapter was actually to try to trap them in the Drake pit and re-engage, and his ult angle and Somdi's decision to walk away with the rest of the team was a bit disjointed. I think if they decided to go in on that ultimate and try to turn there, it would have been ill-fated, but I think that was the idea why he did it and why he looks silly.
Not again.
No.
Well, Prowler's Claw, the Chilling Smite comes in, and Peanut's got his ultimate. He's looking for the execute. There it is, due to, unfortunately, another little bit of a face check. As Lahen's comes in, gets the stun. There are 4 people there, Karis. I know you're trying to carry this one, but a little bit dangerous on this map right now.
Yeah. Dude is now down again. Just trying to get whatever gold he can in a game where he's already lost his relevancy very quickly, unfortunately. Gangplank going to be able to shut him down at every turn. Heal deny is real, you know, between these two Gore Drinker players. You know, going for this second item here is going to be so useful in not only these team fights, but in future ones, because this is the Gore Drinker spike you were talking about. 2 Gore Drinkers for the Lee Sin and the Renekton. And Life Esports neither commit nor walk far enough away. So they find themselves actually in a position where the ultimate here doesn't actually have to hit the carry. Is this angle, again, if they re-engage towards the pit, would have been fine, but clearly the rest of Life Esports had no intention of doing so.
Yeah. I mean, it was a LeBlanc. Like, the LeBlanc is going to hop back. He's not going to stay around there.
Yeah.
It's a little bit of desperation, I guess, trying to get something going for Vista.
And then this is Doran, of course, just overextending, trying to get any gold he can while they have no vision. Like, as silly as it seems, that was probably the safest place for him to farm on the whole map, but it wasn't safe, actually.
Cannon Barrage here. Going to attempt to stop this push, but there are 5 members right now of Life that grouped up in mid. So yes, you get your mid turret, but you might want to take a look at some of the other lanes on this map, as Life are losing a lot in the side lanes here.
The 1-3-1 is being much more effective here with this Ahri pick. Toby did go for a Horizon focus this time around into the Renekton. Like the choice basically into any champion that wants to run at you, whether it's Renekton or a Hecarim. That's usually where we see that item pick up. So Gangplank slows the push and gets 600 gold bottom. Mid turret very valuable as Peanut actually just on the edge of this.
I love how Jonah Strong plays with the vision here. We have On Fleek and Vista on his back. Up on the top side, but we're actually collapsing down here on bottom. Lahen's with the Ignite trying to make a case for a kill, and it should be good, as Dudu will not have a chance to get out of that one 2v1.
And Genji have so much vision control they could set up on every rush on the blue side of the map here. And I mean, this was a really nice flank for Lahen's, but the Peanut setup on the brush there is also just enabled by the fact that they have complete vision control right now. And we are 24 minutes into this game. Not quite at this stage to where a kill like this can guarantee you a Baron start, but we're getting very close, right? And with the vision that Genji have across the map, they have so much advanced warning when Hanwha Life Esports are trying to move towards this or any other objective. And Peanut's just going to get out of here just fine. They got the scuttle, so no play on the side of Hanwha Life Esports. And look who's stealing the red buff actually for real this time. It's actually a steal.
Yeah, turns out that's actually Ruler's red buff for the rest of this game. He can have 2 if he would like, because he owns 2 now. And yeah, I mean, this has been kind of the case for Hanwha Life Esports over the last couple of series where they have abilities to go in on fights, they have abilities to engage and make plays, but they just don't have the confidence, they don't find the angles, they don't clear out the vision enough, they don't play the macro game well enough. As On Fleek is trying to get in there, but now he has to flash, so that's an engage opportunity missed from your jungler now. And yeah, I mean, just giving away Drakes, giving away all of these objectives early on and allowing Gen G to scale with Jinx GP just kind of feels like it's a lose-lose situation,
it
right?
Certainly is.
You got to do something. Otherwise, either you lose the early game with all these objectives going the way of Gen G, or you lose in the late game because they're going to outscale you.
I think Zeri as a champion right now, we have seen really do poorly on some of our weaker LCK teams because the ability to execute and get the Zeri ahead is...
Oh, that's going to be the end of Karis here, you would have to imagine. Chovy goes in, and there is a Lee Sin trying to get something back, but there's another charge of the Spirit Rush, and now everybody from the side of Gen G is up here. The Sun will come in, and Ruler and the rest of them not willing to fully commit. They will slowly do that as they realize, okay, we are safe. We can take him down.
Chovy.
They give that cool kill to Ruler.
Chovy's going to pick up a few extra stacks here. Did not even have to flash.
Okay, Samti with the Zeri on his back. He will get stunned, but he's got cleanse, and this is what you want to see from your Zeri, but not quite able to pick up any kills. Just flashing the wall. Is Doran just going to crit Dudu down? As Samti, yeah, I mean, this is what, you know, you would expect from a Zeri, but unfortunately maybe a little bit too late now.
Yeah, too late. Now it's fighting into the choke point. As if he had his ult up still, he definitely looked to go for this, but he used it.
No.
Teleport. We're going in, and it's too late.
Yep, Baron is gone. And already, I mean, it's only 27 minutes in the game, but Infernal Drake and Rulers had enough time to get 3 items. Like, he's going to be killing, basically.
Yeah.
Karis, lucky to be alive.
Doran is like, I wish I had a barrel right there. Okay, nice dodge here. But like I was going to say before that topside play happened, the Zeri choice here in the draft is, you know, it's a strong pick. Like, don't get me wrong, this is what happened while I was trying to explain this last time, but it's a strong pick, but in the hands of a team that doesn't know how to coordinate around keeping the Zeri alive, in the hands of a team that can't control vision in the mid game and is going to fall behind against a player, you know, a good laner, you know, somebody like Ruler here in the LCK who has a Jinx, you're going to have problems, right? And this is like the moment where you go like, oh my god, look at how strong Zeri is. Like, she almost, you know, 2v3'd here basically. But not really, actually. When you don't have this much vision, you can't actually push this forward. You need all of the setups and team fights. And Renekton is great at that if he can get ahead early, or if you can take fights like this way faster than Samdi was able to do. But it's just so hard to pull off the Zeri. If you're a bottom team versus another bottom team, by all means. Or if you're a top team against anybody, by all means. But if you're Hanwha Life Esports trying to play this into Gen G, like, good luck. It's not Samdi's fault here, but the team just isn't able to pull this comp off. We've seen so many of our weaker teams given the opportunity to play Zeri and just falling flat on their faces with it. And this is a game, again, it's not about Samdi, it's just about what their comp was trying to do, and against a strong macro team like Gen G, why they can't do it.
Yeah, pretty much. You see that On Fleek tries to get in. That's how Rek'Sai counters Lee Sin. a really nice example right there. So thank you very much, Peanut, for knocking him up right there. As Karis is going to get rocketed down. What a play from Ruler. As he's calling for the penta. You know he is. He's already got a triple. They're going to have to dive the fountain if they want to pick that up.
Really nice game here from Gen.G. Taking the first one in this series of flying colors.
The charge comes in. Can they give the penta? Does it count? No, it's going to be Peanut getting the kill. And no unofficial penta, no real penta either. That's just going to be the game that comes down as Gen.G picks up game number 1.
Nice start to the series here. You know, Chovy coming back, and it's not even about him. This game is sadly just not about him barely at all. It was about Doran and Ruler. Two sides of the map completely controlled and linked together by the chain that was Peanut, who was able to steal away a lot of the early jungle from his opponent here on Fleek, countered by the Rek'Sai, unable to have any agency in the jungle. And then in the bottom lane, they just outplayed the Zeri. On the top side of the map, Gangplank got ahead. And the game was really, really off the rails once they were able to get that Rift Herald charge down and then put a Jinx on the top side of the map where she gets plates and Zeri does not. Then Ruler gets so far ahead at that moment. That was the macro play. And the Gangplank is great for scaling, etc., etc. You know, Cannon Barrage, great utility ultimate. But in this particular scenario, his ability to actually defend against Zeri Yuumi by himself, whereas Renekton could not, was a huge turning point in this game. And it's not about, you know, how well did you play it? You were too slow to rotate. You got stuck with the Renekton defending top turret. He could not. He died. You lost the whole turret. And this is why Gen.G are just the faster team. This is why this Jinx gets 2 whole sets of turret plates. And why I don't think you should be picking Zeri into top 2 team in the LCK.
Yeah, you know, as you mentioned, it is a strong pick. And I think some teams, they're like, well, it's open. We got to pick it, you know? We don't want to play the Aphelios into the Jinx this time, but unfortunately, it does have issues of its own as you have gone over. You can see the difference in damage here. And it kind of goes back to my original feeling of How Life didn't really do too much in the early game. They kind of let Gen.G take everything, and then they had a lead, and Gen.G with the lead is, I mean, they're probably going to beat almost everybody here in the LCK. So that's going to do it for game number 1, guys. We are going to go to a break and then have the analyst carpet space.
없어. 잡을 생각으로 가자. 끝낼 생각으로 가자, 얘들아. 미드 가면 게임 끝날 듯? 뭐야, 죽었네? 가자, 들어가. 갔냐? 미드 웨이브. 이거 내가 그냥 풀로 걸어줄게, 레넥톤. 나 저만 있어. 그냥 봐도 돼. 나도 재미 보고 싶은데. 위에 타워 치면 나올 듯? 재미죠. 볼게, 얘들아. 가비. 펜타곤인데, 이러면? 너무 맛있어. 와, 더블킬 먹어버렸네. 거기서 자발 썼으면 리신. 이번엔 어떻게 되려나? 글쎄. 인거 생각하지 말고 태훈이도 실수한 거 생각하지 말고 할 수 있으니까.
태훈이 원래 생각 잘 안 해서 괜찮아요.
시작합니다.
네.
앞에 못 걸었어. 앞에 천천히 봐봐. 앞에 잡았어. 야, 헷갈림 없지. 아리도 천천히 내려오니까.
괜찮아. 나 2, 3초.
왼쪽으로 빼면서 해봐. 살 사람 살아볼래? 빼야겠다. 막아 안 된다. 다음 거 해보자.
그냥 다음 거 생각하자 얘들아.
온다. 타워 때리면서 해. 타워 때리면서 해.
아래로 빼면서.
타워 때리면서.
같이 맞지마 딜러들. 천천히.
여기까지 하자.
나 뺄게. 야 레오나.
오케이.
빨렸어 얘네 빨렸어.
나 빠져야 돼.
오케이. 아씨 딜이 한 틱이 안 되냐?
천천히 보자. 더 빨린다.
뭐냐? 나이스. 천천히. 나이스.
괜찮아. 비비긴 했어 이 정도면.
발언 때문에 얘들아 이제 미드로 슬슬 나가봐야 돼.
나 좀 맞긴 했다.
야 온다.
확인.
나 하이카이 밀어줄게 천천히 봐봐. 야 태훈이 중환이 딜 못 넣어 천천히 해.
빼면서.
앞에 앞서 보겠다. 빼야 돼 지금. 천천히 각 좋아. 야 이거 앞라인부터 보고 있어. 중환이 봐줘. 앞라인 빼라.
앞에 필.
아리 옆을. 앞에 잡았다. 아리.
잡아.
야 미드로 가면 끝나.
야 미드. 잡아 높을.
야 천천히.
끝나 무조건 끝나.
오케이.
나이스. 너무 잘했다.
아 솔직히
잘했어.
좀 걱정됐었는데 스크림 때 잘 됐다.
나 거의 리본만 한 200-300판 했을걸? 안궁.
왜?
이 판 빡겜 한다. 진지 빡겜.
뭐야 언제 쌓아놨어? 넌 다 계획이 있구나. 나 실수했어.
뭘 실수를 해. 인정해 그냥.
너 근데 죽은 거였어 방금.
다시 떠?
다시 해.
근데 너무 못해서 재미가 없는데.
네. 뭐라. 아니 너무 센 거 아니야?
이거 왜 지는 거야? 못하니까 지지. 근데 나 솔랭에서 더 정교하게. 아까
이렐리아 승률 0%야 0%. 뭔가 받는 속도를 체크할 수 있는 다른 거.
이제 들어와.
그냥 아무 데서나 싸우는 거야. 그냥 마주치면 싸워.
서로 인사 좋았고.
오 개하네. 아니 뭔데? 열받네. 반격 간다 지금부터.
진짜. 잠시만. 거리도.
마무리.
너는 그냥 접어라. 너는 안 되겠다.
나 접을게.
현승아 손 실어? 현승? 현승이었나?
네. 맞아. 이현승 맞지?
임이요. 임.
아니 너가 이래매.
아니 임.
망호요. 현준이가 이라 해가지고.
망호 착한 척 지리긴 해 얘들아. 파이팅.
뭐야 전력 갔다. 와 나이스. 뭐야 이거. 야 맛있게 먹구나.
깨면 안 돼?
나이스.
오케이. 좋습니다.
나 공 있긴 한데. 리신 노플.
리 잡았고 천천히. 우리 하나 조심. 우리 하나 공.
괜찮아.
괜찮아. 나이스. 이거 얘들아 내 말 들어봐.
네.
얘들아 나 이번 턴에 징크스한테 궁 볼 테니까 궁만 던져.
네.
멀리서. 얘들아 궁 볼게. 징크스 맞았어.
여기 봐줘.
노틸
노플. 끝내. 풀 있어. 빼야 돼요.
이거 궁이 너무 그거.
괜찮아. 현주야 너도 그렇게 빨려 들어가면 애들 우리 앞으로 몸 쏠린다.
네. 괜찮아. 사수해.
끝내자 얘들아. 그래 얘들아. 쌈바.
구해.
쌈바 줘. 쌈바면 끝나.
잘했다.
이겼네.
다행이다.
현준아 왜 이렇게 마지막에 시원하게 했네.
현준이 말 왜 이렇게 안 들어 오늘?
수고하셨어요. 나이스.
선재 오늘 짱구야.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the Analyst Chairs and Collaborative Carpet Space. I'm Atlas, joined by Chronicler. We're both dressed as Shen because we really like it, and that was a game of League of Legends that was very exciting and had a lot of action throughout the entirety of the game. Let's get into the draft.
Okay, draft. I was kind of waiting for you to break, but I
will not. I am unbreakable.
I couldn't hold off any longer. The draft actually gave us quite some reasons to be excited. I'd personally say we had Rek'Sai come in, the Gangplank coming in as a counter pick to the Renekton, although matchup of course has been changed a little bit ever since the Gangplank nerfs, but as we can see, still, if you pilot it well, very manageable once you hit your Triforce, which Doran actually went for. Great build.
Love it.
We were very excited. Sad we couldn't see the Infinity yet in the end, but and as the cast has already pointed out, with this draft, you are basically going to seed any semblance of priority in any lane. I think top is like kind of okay. You have a small window there at some point where you have Dominus and he doesn't have his item yet, but that's basically it. Bot lane, perma shoved in, can't duel at all, can't walk up. Mid lane, it's Chovy. I think normally like LeBlanc, Ahri has some room for skill expression. Yeah, I'd say so. But if you're playing it into Chovy, like that's gonna tilt it. Because Ahri, I think, generally has an easy way of shoving out, and then also again, can't really get over the whole Chovy factor. So you draft a lot of losing lanes into a team that's notorious for
and a losing jungle.
Yes. Well, I mean, I think the Rek'Sai pick, maybe instead of the Gnar, you go for that, right? You ban the Rek'Sai. Although you're not playing into Cuz, so maybe they weren't expecting. But Peanut did really well. It was a great Rek'Sai game.
Yeah, no, he really, really liked it. Of course, has played it before and has picked up, I think, one of the couple of only victories that Rek'Sai has seen so far. I think Cuz was liberated on the pick recently as well.
When he didn't build Hillbreaker.
Wasn't terrible. But let's have a look at our first replay, ladies and gentlemen. This is an indication of how much happened this game. Up until this point, I believe Renekton may have died once. As we check it out, look at all of the things that are happening.
It's really important. We have
to slow it down.
Yeah, because there is an incredible amount of action happening on the screen right now. And it's really important to highlight that overall, the composition of Gen G is completely fine with that because they want to kite back, try and force you to walk into, say, Cannon Barrage, walk into Ruler.
This is where it all starts happening.
There we go. The Cannon Barrage comes down, and then Hanwha Life witnesses that. And then Karth goes in here.
And it continues to keep happening here.
Yes, but crucially miscommunicates, and then the Yumiot goes down. And as a response...
And this is when... Never mind.
No, there is no... There isn't actually any closure, you know? This isn't the story, this is real life. Nothing happened. They got Drake.
And it's one of those things where you're up against a composition that outranges you by an extraordinary margin, and then you don't have any way of starting a fight. You try a couple of times, you use your buttons, and then they don't work, and then you lose.
Yeah, then you're standing there like, well, we can't really run headfirst into things.
And now let's have a look at the result of nothing happening. The result was there were 4 items on Jinx, and there was also a very, very fed Gangplank as well, and a Crocodile that was turned well and truly into a handbag.
Is this a bad jump from Fleek? Yeah. Does it matter? Not
We
particularly.
needed to identify the fact that Rek'Sai is pretty good into...
That's actually really nice. It's a very clear showing of why you pick Rek'Sai into lead. That was it right there. You can interrupt the second Q, knock him up, and you're actually able to out-duel, out-trade him as such. This was effectively the 2 moments of action, barring side lane picks that Peanut, Dudu found, or Peanut and
Yeah, we didn't really want to
Doran
show,
found.
like, we could have also done, like, a highlight reel of Dudu just dying over and over again. But that's not really something that we wanted to do.
We really didn't want to. Yeah, that was basically it. Gen G just slowly but surely closing that game out. I think Ruler had some fantastic positioning during that game, even though it was pretty laid back. They didn't have to make any of these plays, right? As the team that they were, so you can't really fault Gen G for just closing out this game in 30 minutes after about nothing really happened. They went for a funny lane swap at the beginning of the game as well.
That was nice. Yeah, that was cute. They were able to pick up 2 plates off of that lane swap, giving over more gold to Dora and accelerating his build. But those kind of small leads are cool when the game is relatively close, and then that gets leverage, and then stuff happened that they got out-farmed, they got out-rotated, they got out-traded.
Yeah, it was overall not great. Well, let's see who picks up player of the game. I actually have no idea who's going to grab it this time around, but it will be ㅣ2022. When in doubt, ㅣ2022, I think, is a fantastic solution to any sort of very close POG voting experience. I think Doran had a great game.
Peanut
in the shop.
Yeah.
I think the vote for Doran and Boris and their relationship was definitely a good vote. Peanut's Rek'Sai was also good. ㅣ2022 found, some charms and things like that around the map. Being able to pick up this kill onto Karis was definitely part of it. But as you can see, 2-0 and 4. Like, it's the end of the game. It's not a lot happened.
No. ㅣ2022 had a good game.
He did.
Honestly, I'd love a 5-man spread of votes.
Yeah, I want like tiebreaker that's broken by Jonas Strong, who although had that the special ㅣ2022 vote in the end.
I don't know if we can justify Lahen's vote. He had a couple of
no, he flubbed. He had some big flubs in that game. It was not the Lahen's angle.
Give me the 4 spread.
Yeah. I think a 4 spread sounds good. Yeah,
hey!
There we go. Absolutely what you want to see. Picks it up with a 6 out of 13, and when it's under 50%, you've had a game where there was a lot of contributions from all over the map, right? I think that I like the ruler votes personally. Mine may have gone there. I think the Doran votes are great as well. But ladies and gentlemen, us 2 Shens are done here. Let's throw it back to the other 2 Shens at the casting desk.
Thank you, us 2 Shens, for your wonderful breakdown of the immense amount of action that we had in game number 1. Hopefully, game number 2 is half as good as that, so we can have just as much fun. ㅣ2022 picks it up. I feel like, in a game where not much happened, I think that ㅣ2022 hit a couple of charms, and people are like, well, he made some plays, and, Gen G won. So, kind of feels good, but I can understand how it is very split at the end of the day.
Yeah, we did get the 4-man split in the end. Thought we'd see more votes for Doran, to be honest, even though I voted for Ruler. I thought maybe I was going to be like the one guy I voted for Ruler in a sea of Doran votes, but a lot more attention for ㅣ2022. Media giving him the nod in the end. It will be blue side here once again. For Hanwha Life Esports, see if the Zeri priority stays the same, because there was a lot to talk about that game. There was a lot to break down. Not a lot of team fighting, but it was a macro game. It was a game that was decided by Ruler killing 2 turrets because his team had the better macro control. And so, if you're going to play Zeri, you need to play a lot more harder around the bottom side. You cannot play that passively. We'll see if they decide to go down that path once again, or if they'll ban it themselves and look for a first pick Ahri, because that's what I thought Hanwha Life Esports were going to do, and I think that's still my personal position on what their best option is here against Gen G.
Yeah, I mean, especially with the first ban Hecarim and your ability to ban other stuff on the map, I wouldn't mind it either. I think that On Fleek has more than just a Lee Sin champion pool, and he has shown immense prowess on Xin Zhao and other champions. So definitely something they could look at here. We'll see what they decide to do, as so far it is exactly the same.
Yep. I can tell you Gen G are not going to ban Zeri. I would love to see an adaptation here. Karis is Ahri has been much better, and they will do it. Whew. I was really nervous there for a second. Now, here's another reason why Zeri was picked last game. Now Gen G can play Zeri. Now Gen G are the type of team who know how to play around the Zeri extremely well. Lahen's is arguably the best Yuumi player we have in the LCK. So if you did want to, as Gen G, want to go down that path, they are the team that could pull it off. But they'll just take the Jinx instead, say like, oh, Hanwha Life Esports, we'll leave the Zeri open for you even further if you'd like to consider it again. As they'll also take away the Lee Sin pick.
Good idea. I mean, especially with Xin Zhao banned away, the Lee Sin, I think, rises one more rung on the ladder because his counterpart that we see all the time is taken off the board as Ezreal is going to be the answer. And with Karma available, they will go for this tried and tested bottom duo.
You mean in my LCK, a bottom lane that got pushed in didn't have lane control, would then choose a counter pick in the second game and have adaptation of an Ahri mid pick?
Huh. Insane, Wolf.
This doesn't happen very often.
How dare you even consider that?
Well, now we've got Vex coming in here into the mid lane, so a champion that Chovy has absolutely stunned everyone with whenever he's had an opportunity to play. As Genji's draft looks very strong, has a lot of win conditions, has great ways to set up for Jinx to get excited. Well, on Life Esports, they have, you know, bot control. On paper, Ahri can win this matchup against Vex, but Vex is going to be very happy with her ultimate. We'll be able to get some fears. Definitely a more interesting draft overall, as we're going to see now that since OnFleek has not picked his jungle champion, that pool is going to be thinned with the Lee Sin taken up here for Peanut.
Any Rek'Sai bans? Will they consider it?
Viego, I think, is stronger ban here. For the pick potential that you have following up the Ahri charms.
Yeah, also definitely a good option. We'll see if OnFlake opts into the reverse matchup here, as we have seen why the Rek'Sai does get picked into it. Again, though, I mean, you have some really nice late game win conditions. You could just go for something a little bit more, you know, tanky or an enabling jungler, something like that. So we'll see what direction they decide to go, as Gwen is going to be taken off the board.
I like the Gwen ban a lot because Jace is banned already too, and Genji will have the ability to pick it first here. I think there were some considerations on Nautilus, Braum. You know, there's a lot. The problem with banning a second support after the Leona is there's so many good options here for Genji. Like the Nautilus, the Thresh is also a strong pick here. So you can't really lock Lehens out of this. He's even played Yuumi into comps like this with Vex. So just going to be the Nautilus this time around. And probably would have been the best ban if you were going to choose a support, but I still stand that the Gwen ban was the best option. I would love to see Master Yi in a pro game, but I think we're more likely to see Hanalife reverse sweep this series than to actually see that happen.
Yeah, the last time we had that, it was the funnel meta, and that actually wasn't... It wasn't actually that fun.
Yeah, the fun part was not true.
Yeah.
Now, this is a really...
Only the Master Yi part.
Interesting way to round this one out. The Graves here early. Tryndamere is up. And it will actually be Graves jungle with the Scion in the top lane. Lot of 80 damage on this composition, as well as a really nice front line. Good engage opportunities, a lot of speed. With the Karma pick here, I do overall really like Hanalife Esports' draft here. And the ease of execution with this one is way higher than the previous one.
Yeah, does require you to sometimes hit your skill shots. What with Ahri and Ezreal on the same team. But other than that, very much, you know, Scion goes in, you have a ton of damage, you can play it mid to late, and it feels very good. You have some good pick options with the Ahri as well, so kind of backing you up on that one.
The Graves pick here is the big standout for me because you are not going to be able to gank very effectively the mid or top lanes unless there are big errors from Doran and Chovy, because you don't have follow-up CC. This is why the champions we were talking about that are super good for this are all banned away. The Xin Zhao, the Tarvin, the Viego, the Lee Sin that was picked away. So the Ahri pick early doesn't actually get anything to give kill pressure on the Chovy in the mid lane. And the Scion, of course, on the top side of the map is, you know, it's going to be very hard-pressed to actually set anything up for the Graves. But, you know, for heavy dives on the bottom side, where you can juggle some aggro, chip away at those health bars with the Ezreal a little bit, maybe we could see OnFleek actually get a little bit of control there, push that Jinx out of farm, and force Genji to play a much slower Jinx game than we saw last game. I don't think we'll be seeing Jinx pick it up 10 plates this time around. I think Hanalife Esports correctly identified that the way that Genji won this previous game was around ruler killing structures and getting massive gold by PvEing, and so they take lane priority in the bottom side of the map. Good adaptation here, really love to see that in a best of 3. Genji, though, still the stronger team on paper, and our favorites to take this next game.
Yeah, we'll have to wait and see if Hanalife's new draft can help them actually challenge the #2 team currently in the LCK in Genji. And yeah, I'm just happy to also see Ezreal getting some more play. Feels like the 80 carry pool. We have gone from Jinx, Aphelios almost every single game to now the Kai'Sa's coming in. And now Jhin has fallen off a little bit, but we see Ezreal every once in a while. So I'm just glad that we have at least more than, you know, one other option that's not Jhin for outside of Jinx, Aphelios.
Yeah, and it was for a while, like, a lot of teams were like, well, I'm just not going to play with the Jinx, so I'm going to ban that in the first phase. And then occasionally there were teams that leave the Jinx open and be like, but I'll just take Aphelios, haha, because I got a really strong pick like Hecarim, and then it didn't work out either. But now we're starting to see the return of Karma. This week in particular, it's been really nice to see Karma Ezreal, Karma Caitlyn. So these Jinx picks, when they are left open, can be punished. We'll see how this goes, because also, you know, nameplates and all that, and we've seen Ruler actually end up winning lanes like this when he's got an engaged support like Nautilus on his side.
Yep. And they are hiding in the brush, waiting for this as Vista and Don Fleet, they're going to spot it, but now it's 3v3. Some fighting in the jungle. Two mid laners still in the mid lane, so it's straight up 3v3. And a reset nearly comes in, but it's stolen away by On Fleek, as Peanut is not quite able to land the Q into Smite, and now Ruler's gonna have to flash away as well.
That's a massive grab on Ruler's flash. Heal and flash down for Ruler, and you know, On Fleek is able to steal the camp. So huge win here, in fact, for Hanwha Life Esports, as he walks back on a ward.
Yeah. And On Fleek is like, I mean...
He has level 2. He's quick drawn.
Oh, but Chovy is making his way over. As with the fear coming down, that is just going to be a dead Graves. As First Blood is actually given over to Chovy in the mid lane.
I have never seen a lead crumpled up into a tightly packed ball and then 3-point shot into a waste bracket faster than what we just saw.
Yeah.
I have never seen it before. That was a speed run. That might actually be, that one might be the holding the world record for a while.
No.
That was, like, this was a really cool play from Peanut as well. Like, we have to give him credit because he walks onto a ward, but then when this mid laner comes over, he baits On Fleek into the quick draw over the wall. As this ends up being a Smite fight, right? Vista checks this. He's got good star sense. Checks it, gets the big hit, and then this becomes a Smite fight, right? The Ezreal has a lot of power in this type of duel in the early game because you can just continually do damage. In the War of Attrition, you're not going to win this as Genji, so you have to leave, but Peanut has to look for the Smite. And On Fleek's like, yeah, nice try. And then he flashes here to get Ruler's flash. So, you know, ends up being pretty nice for them. But then, it's like at this point, like, just take your Gromp, take your level lead, and be happy. But no, we have to get greedy. We got a quick draw over the wall, and like he did not check his mid laner's position on the map. He did not check where Chovy was.
Yeah, I mean, the problem is that Chovy had prio, and also he was in the enemy jungle on vision. So once he saw Peanut coming back, the answer should have been, okay, I gotta get the hell out of here, rather than let's go over the wall and see what I can do, and you know, try to have some fun and trade. No, like you just gotta get out of there. And it has to be communicated quickly that lanes are leaving. But a lot of it fell apart, and as you very succinctly put it, it was crumpled into a little bit of a ball and thrown in the wastebasket.
So tightly packed. So
yeah.
At such high speed.
It was very efficient.
What if he just killed the Gromp instead? It's like, wow, like Peanut's passing over there, like.
Or just take the blue and then just 3-buff him.
Yeah.
Say, okay, like, they see me. Okay, I just gotta get out of here. You're up a level on the enemy jungler, just go farm, you know?
Sometimes it's okay to be like a little bit ahead and just walk away from that moment.
Yeah, something I've noticed as Doran has taken some big trades up here on the top side, and the Camille has had some fun into the Scion in the past as well. Something I noticed is that some of the lower level teams, as this is a lot of damage coming in, a huge trade in the top side is not allowing me to make this point. We do have Peanut up in this top lane as Doran goes in and he goes down. Dudu just going to bait him into the fight, and the solo kill will be taken this time by Dudu.
That was a Doran move right there. You can see his face on the camera as well, the little head tilt of frustration. Flash is traded. And he ends up giving an early kill to a Scion. in a matchup where he has, at this early stage, a little bit of control and has the kill pressure. He looked for the kill with it, but no longer will he actually be as relevant as he was after this moment. Man, it's just been an interesting early game. You know, we asked for more action, and I think we might have monkey's pawed this one a little bit, Valdez.
Yeah, absolutely.
As, look, Doran, he has grasp, and he wants to go for this play. He's hoping Dudu's going to chase him a little bit further away from the turret. But Peanut's coming up. Peanut's like, whoa, 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 whoa. I'm not there. Like, look at Peanut stop immediately and be like, if that was solo queue game, that's Peanut typing right there. Like, no, 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 no. Yeah, boy, you know? Which is probably exactly what Peanut said. Yo, what are you doing?
It's like a little bit of a miscalculation. Probably thought he had enough for at least one more Q. Even with one more first Q from the Camille, I don't even know if that's enough damage to kill the Scion in that spot. But yeah, just very overzealous. Extremely overzealous as On Fleek and Karis roaming as a duo. Pretty nice stuff. But yeah, I mean, the best teams and players, they will take the small leads and they will make them into larger ones. Some of the less best players, sometimes they try to take the entire lead at once.
Yes.
And they make
choke,
mistakes and they
choke
overstep. And yeah. Take small bites.
Take small bites with those leads.
Chew thoroughly.
Yep.
Yep.
And you bite off more than you could chew.
Avoid choking.
Yes. And this is so unfortunate for Doran because we talked about how he might be the best top laner in the LCK. You know, there's a few that he's competing with at the moment, like Rascal that you mentioned earlier as well. And you know, if Rascal was on a stronger team, he was on Gen G last year, we could be having this conversation in a different way. But he's had so many inconsistent moments like this where he's actually just gotten a little bit ahead of himself that makes us wonder, you know, even though Gen G's a more successful team, is Rascal better than Doran? You know, your mileage may vary depending on who you ask, but so it has not been the best year for Doran's laning, as Lehens is like still out here, but he's gonna be okay.
Yeah, totally fine. Peanut is mid, trying to help push this one out. Potentially get a really nice back through right before the Rift Herald. But On Fleek and Somdi making their way into the enemy blue. They will take this away once again.
Very successful.
Yeah, that's probably what you should have done the first time as well. Take it and leave.
You know, we're doing them dirty a little bit here. It was a good first play, nice smite, punish, and I mean, remember this is like going back to that moment. Hanwha Esports checked the bush and then reacted very well, but like they didn't even know necessarily when they started that play where Gen G was, and they still turned it into a trade up, which is why it feels so bad. Like everything went so well until it didn't. And Rift Herald is spawning, has spawned in fact, and this is going to be a huge turning point for the side of Hanwha Esports potentially, because they have bottom control right now. They have mid prio. They should be able to guarantee this, but need to, of course, rotate over there to grab it.
Okay, this is a Ezreal who just jumps over and is totally fine. It's part of why you pick Ezreal. He can carry really well in the late game. By the way, he is 21 CS ahead.
Yeah.
As we are speaking.
This is what happens with the Karma matchups, Ezreal in particular. And like, you know, Somdi was part of the reason why they were able to win that fight in the jungle and push everybody away, because Ezreal things, and then same situation here. They did take the Drake, but not actually the Rift Herald. So with the prio they had here bottom side, they forced a reaction out of Peanut. He was very nearby, but instead of doing the Rift Herald top side, they decided they're going to take a Drake. Now they can reset for this Rift Herald rotation. As you can see here, Ezreal staying bottom side now, but a fast rotation for Vista. This back deny would be massive. I think it misses. Yep.
I'll stop the back at least.
Yeah. As Hanwha Esports here, setting up slightly faster.
We do have Doran, Peanut, and Ruler on top of this objective.
Yeah, I didn't realize Ruler was actually in there, so
yeah.
I spoke a lie.
Yeah, all 5 members of Gen G are in here. The Scuttle Crab at least going to go the way of On Fleek as they smite it down, and now they're looking for a little bit of an engage, but that is a Scion in the front line. Gen G don't seem to care, but the charm here onto Lehens. He's in a little bit of trouble as here comes the train, not going to land, and Lehens is still alive. Even gets the depth charge off as in goes Toby in onto 2, but immediately has to go out as a very down and dirty fight we are getting into. Will anyone actually go down in this one? The answer will be no.
Nope. Very crazy fight here. I do not actually know who secured the eye. I believe it was Peanut. No, it was actually Ruler who got it in the end with his positioning there. So he does end up picking this up. Gen G take it away. And they get out of dodge. I thought the ultimate was really well placed for Chovy because he was in such a cool spot. He ults in, hits the fear, then flashes over the wall where he's actually safe and then could re-engage or continue to do damage while being uncontested. No one can actually follow him and get in there. The Samdi needs to be a little bit more forward. So well played here from Gen G. Going to pick up what is so important, this gold, especially for the Jinx to pick up since she had such a hard time into the Karma. Ezreal. So shoring up some of that gold difference for her is going to be the name of the game. She headed straight to the top side of the map. We'll be looking for that plate gold immediately.
Yeah. And it's important for the team, too, because Gen G, they have gotten by in the top side after that little bit of a botch of a trade where Dorn did go down. And also, as you already mentioned, the Ezreal and Karma are extremely far ahead down there. So other than Chovy, everybody is hurting a little bit here in this Gen G roster. So gonna get a plate. And that one is essentially for free. Samdi is down on the bottom side. Peanut will back over the wall, and it looks like Gen G are being matched a bit up on the top side.
Yeah, Ruler can't actually get this drop here. So Samdi's like, wow, you guys all went up there? Like all of you?
Oh, you're on vision here on Fleek. On a ward, and now on the ground. Down he goes. Peanut gonna pick that one up. Charm does go into Chovy, but this is Vex.
Yeah, and
wow, dodges everything. There's a lot of damage still as the Q comes out. Chovy does not have flash, but he's able to turn it around. Underneath the turret, he lands the fear and immediately blows up the Ahri.
Just Chovy things. Now, during all of this, Samdi picked up several plates here in the bottom lane, so this is not a huge swing of gold going all into Gen G's pockets here. Hanwha Esports do pick up their fair share, and Samdi picking up solo plates on the bottom side of the map here, so a ton of gold goes into Ezreal here. And yes, Chovy outplayed Karst there in the mid lane. He was super patient and was able to get that kill in the end. Extremely well played. I'm really looking forward to that replay. But beyond that, Gen G rotated top, committed, didn't get the Rift Herald charge they were looking for, was defended, and had Chovy not actually gotten that kill in the mid lane, this would have been an amazing setup here for Hanwha Esports with all the plates that Samdi picks up. So we're going to go all the way back here too. This is also another good thing that Gen G got, obviously, is the on-fleek ward. Catch, more like on ward if you ask me, but over here, the dodges are sick from Karus. Knows Chovy here, barely staying alive, and then turns on him with his ult, recasts it. Just as his ult came up, by the way, his ult was like 3 seconds away when we started that replay. Oh, that's a killer moment for Karus too. Like, that's a buzz kill if I've ever seen one. After his dodges and everything.
It's pretty rough, you know, because the lane that Gen G had something going on in, now they are extremely far ahead in, you know, and I believe that Chovy even had his Luden's Echo completed before that, whereas Karus did not. So it's a big item difference. He's able to turn it. Vex has huge burst damage, as we know, and now it's a 2-0 Chovy, who is going full damage build, right? So.
And it's 20 seconds away from this plate expiring.
Oh man, and he's 5 levels above Vista here. Vista has 0 chance to get out of that one as Samdi desperate to try to trade it back, and he just gives another one to Chovy. 4-0 now.
Chovy's Vex is the best in the LCK. You heard it from me first, man. He is so good at it.
5-0 maybe? No.
No, not quite.
Not quite, but he landed.
He landed. When you get the Shadow Surge reset, man, you go for those. You take those opportunities. As this happens, as the Rift Herald crashes through just at 15 seconds before the plates fall off, so Ruler picks up that extra gold. Now he's got his Kraken Slayer. Big turnaround in this game for Gen G. So many kills going over the Vex. Doran. Yeah.
These two in the top lane are playing their own game. Darn nice positioning behind the turret. Saying, well, you can't kill me back here. As maybe the Ezreal can. It is on pace as... Ooh, what?
Just a little bit to the right.
The Camille was flying in the sky, so it kind of went under her.
Yeah, just under her feet.
Yeah, that's a great play by Camille.
Just levitation is the answer to the ult from Ezreal. Just meditate.
Uh-oh.
On fleek, man.
Not like this. Well, maybe like this. 5-0 Chovy.
Oh.
And, you know, sometimes, you know, we talk about all the win conditions. We talk about the drafts. We talk about, you know, Hanwha Life did a really good job. They turned around their draft. I love what they did to adapt. and then Chovy goes 5-0. And it's like, what? I thought we were going to have a game.
OnFleek's biggest enemy has been the wards this game. The first ward that spotted Peanut that caused him to go over the backs on a ward.
He would be so good in this game if there were just no wards.
Yeah, then he's clearing a ward, he gets caught.
Man.
It's a rough time. And the saddest part about this is HondaLife Esports had a winning lane bottom. They got a ton of plates over to SomD, but they've just, this game has become a Chovy game. Like last game was kind of a Chovy game, and he won the war of attrition on VOD votes. On one side of the game, you know, anyone can pick it up, but this game is a Chovy game.
No.
Another one.
And Chovy gets the kill too.
Yeah.
So not only did
10
OnFleek
stacks.
unfortunately give himself over again, as we are looking for a bit more. That is a gigantic True Shot Barrage. As SomD's like, remember I exist.
Thorn was also like, remember I exist.
Yeah.
With that play.
Trying to be relevant.
SomD's like, oh, I do. Well, look, he's trying to bait him in. Question mark, successful question mark?
It's kind of working.
Working question mark?
They are so far down the lane. Thankfully, it is Ahri and Ezreal, so it's very hard to lock down alongside of the Karma, not to mention, as the Everfrost comes in, Ruler in a lot of trouble. No Tom Kent's for you. He is going to go down, and Karis will pick up the kill.
Now, the casters call this type of play happy gaming, generally speaking. But it means that the casters are usually having a sad time. because we're trying to explain what's happening and why it's happening and where the comp is strong. But then sometimes the players are having fun, and it makes it hard for us to do our jobs. But I will tell you guys, a lot of fun is being had in this game. Is Chovy once again, ultimate just coming up. He's got an opportunity.
I don't know about this on my life. They do have a lot of members, though. 5 guys around the Rift Herald, as Peanut's here, looking for the steal, not going to happen. He's trying to guard it right now, but again, Sion exists as well, so Judy just walks in and get a nice little happy Pengu. That makes me happy.
Yeah, no, I mean, I'm pretty happy that we've accelerated the action this series, because the first game was much slower than this. We're going to see a TPN from Chovy. They want to smash this turret. I don't know if they have enough minions to do it.
I'm guessing that Sion doesn't have much MR. Yeah.
Nope, he's got a Bramble Vest.
Total of basically whatever he gets for
his
levels.
base stats, yeah.
Yeah.
He has to build this to lane against the Camille, but now he might want to consider a different path going forward.
Yeah, the game has been opened up. We're not really going to be playing around the lanes here, unless Genji declare it, as in comes Chovy and deletes OnFleek again. I think Chovy has been upgraded to OnFleek's worst enemy now. It's no longer the ward.
No longer the ward as he goes again.
He's going in again. I don't know about this man, but he will be locked down and guarded by his teammates. They're just trying to get the president out alive, and he will not. He will be shut down by SomD, who will take away the streak, and that is a lot of gold into the pockets of the Ezreal.
You know, SomD, he is playing a good game. He is going to kill the turret plates. He's going to kill the bad guys. He's going to pick up all the money, because he's getting the shutdown gold on Chovy, who was 8-1 before this moment and had a ton of more stacks of his Dark Seal than he does now. He picks up all that gold. He's picked up all the plate gold. SomD is ready to carry this game, okay? Like, if we're going to talk narratives for a second, and we're going to do some analytical points, like SomD, we're looking for what could be the greatest Ezreal play of all time. But Chovy comes in here, then he decides to go in one more time. And that's when things get a little bit out of hand, as he goes for the Shadow Search on the SomD, and SomD gets his ultimate revenge. And when I mean ultimate revenge, I mean revenge literally with his ultimate, where he gets the shutdown here on the Chovy, because Chovy overextends a lot of CC. He feels like he got out, and like, you know, he had Doran blocking the Qs from the Ezreal and stuff, but
escort the president.
Big money in SomD's pockets. He's got big shoes to fill here, because he's going to have to be the one who carries this game now. This game is all about him versus Chovy. Look at his gold advantage, 2,000 over Ruler.
Yeah, it is pretty massive. Chovy has a larger gold advantage in the mid lane, but again, it's Ezreal. Ezreal with Karma especially, and that's why Chovy going in there a second time was the wrong decision, because he has the Arcane Shift available. He has the Karma
shield.
Inspire available. He has Summoners, right? Like, that was one step too far. And now, SomD has taken one step into the driver's seat of this game.
Ruler's dead. This is not really it's not a really winnable fight for Gen G.
Peanuts in the pit. It's going to come down to a smite fight. It will go the way of VOD, who picks up the first Infernal Doran with the engage, but it's on a doo-doo. As Chovy goes in, they burst down the Scion. And they will be looking for a bit more. Rulers on the top side alone, but look at Samdi. He's got a lot of room here. Laheng tries to get in, and that is a huge rocket that comes out from Ruler. Down will go Chovy, but it won't matter because Ruler is able to front to back. They take down Samdi.
It looked so good for Gen G once Ruler was the last man standing. Before that, Samdi has control. OnFleek gets out of here just fine. He'll finally be the last man standing in this team. But he had, when Chovy's ult comes through and all the health bars were low there for Gen G, it looked like, oh, okay, like Samdi actually wins this with HLE Esports. Ruler's pushed out. Because when you see Gen G's comp, its damage is in two parts, right? One part Chovy, one part Ruler, and Chovy's in the burst aspect of this. He does a ton of damage front-ended, but if he doesn't kill anybody when he goes in on these Shadow Surges, or is able to kill only a Scion, look at what happens next. If Ruler's out of position and cannot actually do the damage, this is not a winnable fight for Gen G, but he gets the kill, gets excited, gets the movement speed here with Peanut's help, and is able to come over and do that damage. There was on a knife's edge, though, that fight. If Ruler dies or is pushed away so far they can't actually get excited there, then they lose that fight. So still, again, a battle of the AD carries here. The fact that Chovy did enough damage to actually set up for Ruler to get that reset too is a big issue here. This is really just a battle of the carries, and AD carries in this fight, you know, about the positioning and everything that sets up there. Ruler just barely able to make it work, but he gets up a ton of extra gold he needs so desperately in this game, shoring up that advantage pretty significantly.
Yeah, it was some pretty intense Jinx gameplay that we did just see in that last fight. And Chovy, he actually got bullied a lot by Zombie Scion. He went in and killed the Scion, and then it was like, uh-oh, Zombie Scion's coming to get the revenge, you know? And it did an insane amount of damage. As ult versus ult, Ahri is going to feel pretty good about that as long as she can react on time, which Karis does this time.
Chovy just making Vex so terrifying because he's hiding and putting these ults out at angles you can't predict easily. But yeah, like you mentioned, Ahri can avoid it given enough reaction time, but he still minimized how much reaction time Karis had there by sending it through the jungle, showing Peanut first. This is a really exciting game because obviously HLE Esports are behind and Chovy's lead is almost unrecoverable from. But there are ways in these straight up front to back team fights if HLE Esports can handle Chovy's engage well, because now he doesn't have stopwatch anymore, for example. There are a lot of ways that if you kill Chovy on his dive in, and then Samdi actually has his way with Gen G's comp, like, it's definitely winnable, as we saw in that last fight. Yep. Or if they can somehow engage on or charm Ruler, if Ruler's out of position or dies for any reason, definitely still winnable.
Yeah, it's so hard to play against HLE's comp because if you get hit by anything, especially a charm, they have such an insane amount of burst damage that you are probably going to lose your life. It doesn't matter who you are. The Nautilus, you know, not even that tanky at this point.
Eclipse Graves, you know?
Yeah, it's Lethality Graves, it's an Ahri, and it's a Fed Ezreal, so you're going to be feeling pretty good if you can catch someone. So Gen G are going to have to play extremely cautiously in this game.
Gen G are playing the better macro game right now, pulling resources towards the mid lane. Doran's trying to grab this turret. He will be able to escape without taking it down. But so much pressure here. Salison is here as well, so OnFleek does not want to chase any deeper.
Top laners have been trying so hard to be relevant.
Yeah, it's trying so hard to do a thing. Doran's like, I want to do a thing. I want to kill some turrets.
He like does some really awesome drive-bys. I mean, he tanked up a lot of the damage in the front, and he did get some damage down with Zombie Scion, but other than that, I don't know.
Stop it! Okay, I died twice in the early game. It's not, you know, that was my fault, but it's like not like I can't be relevant this game. And this is the moment, you know, we always talk about this, especially Atlas and I were cast together. Like, Camille will be Camille later on in the game. Like, she's behind now, but she will be Camille. This is exactly that game. This is the game where Doran is like, well, I am Camille the champion, and I will occasionally try to threaten your turrets and then run away really fast if you try to come at me. And that's what he's doing in this game. That's his job. Because locking down Samdi is kind of not his job.
Ruler?
Ruler cannot die for any reason. I cannot overstress this. Like, if he dies, the team dies. No flash, no heal now.
Oh,
Here we go.
This. They're trying to get on top of the flashless Jinx, and they will not. Actually, not yet, but the flash over the wall. In goes the Ahri, and Humble Life tear apart Gen.G's backline.
That's Infernal Soul, not playable without a Jinx in this composition. Gen.G, once again, thwarted by Ruler's overextension here. His positioning is too far forward. Here's a 1v1.
And double Zanya's, and 1 kill is going to be the way. Chovy says nope. And I believe that Karis actually channeled that after we saw Chovy's teleport. Kind of unfortunate for him.
Yeah, a little bit unlucky. All right, Doran here.
Okay, 1-on-1 and 1-on-1. Now joining forces down on the bottom side. Peanut and Doran still very dangerous, but Samdi is here, but the amount of mobility that is on these two champions is insane. Lehens is going to get slowed down by his arch nemesis, the Karma. The chase continues.
Yeah, unsealed spellbook, double-edged sword if you teleport into this one.
Yeah, Lehens is probably dead here. He is going to be slowed down once again, and unfortunately the Nautilus doesn't quite have as much mobility as these two guys.
Yeah, I mean, Karma is really showing her power here. You could chase so easily as Hound Life Esports, as Ruler forced to flash heal here. Well, I mean, I arguably didn't really need to heal there, but better safe than sorry. Summoner's down. And then OnFleek sees his opportunity. OnFleek has been so up and down this game. Goes in, smoke screens him. Dude who looks for the Q is interrupted by a... It's such a perfect ult from Lehens.
Yeah.
And then he just gets the kill there. So we're going to really go straight into this one.
It was at the same exact time.
Exact same time. Chovy hits the fear. And this is at the exact same time as well. But Ahri just... If she doesn't hit her charm, you don't win this 1v1 against an 8-kill Vex. Even if you do hit your charm, you're probably not going to win that one.
Yeah.
As Lehens teleports into this moment with his unsealed spell because they really want to turn this, but against the speed up that is the Karma, or the speed that the Karma has, like, you're never getting out of here.
Yeah, and the slows, and very obnoxious as in he goes again. Karis feared 100-0. And down goes the enemy mid laner.
He bought his Soul Stealer because he knows, okay, like, yes, I had a few hiccups there. I did die twice in some team fights, but now I can just eliminate Karis off the map every time I see him, every time I find him. Because Chovy, does he miss his Shadow Surges? No, he's not.
No.
And he will find opportunities like this when they have vision advantages. So it's really important for the vision to be removed here. We're going to watch this once again. Like, look at how far away he makes this happen. Like, I'm going to look for this one more time. It doesn't say anything else. I'm going to try to kill him.
Just another day in the office here for Chovy.
Chovy in the interviews are like, well, the kill feed showed that I killed him, so I didn't need to see anything else after that.
I went in for the kill. I saw him, and then I got the kill.
Okay, this is, you know, unfortunately, Hound Life Esports way too far away from this Baron to even get power from this Ezreal.
Your shot barrage already down, already used. Then they have zero vision in
no
here.
Cross map to play either.
They don't know. They might, you know, they might suspect, but way too late. As Dudu had to get on in there, but if they were waiting on a brush, could have as easily have been an easy team fight win for Gen.G, so they had to play it safely.
They're going to push down mid here and grab this inner turret, maybe try to get more, but with the Baron buff minions, Gen.G should be able to pretty easily defend anything further. It's just going to be a reset, which means further vision and map control going over to Gen.G. If you look at the Baron buff timer compared to this Infernal Soul timer, the Baron buff should allow Gen.G to have basically guaranteed prio. With Chovy 4,100 gold in the lead, you can't be on wards like this ward that's randomly in the mid lane to see for Chovy so you can actually make plays like this. If you get caught by his ult, first strike value, if you get caught by Chovy's ult, as anybody on Hound Life Esports, you die before this Drake fight, then Gen.G, you know, just continue to take further of a lead. Hound Life Esports is stuck in this awkward spot where they don't want to fight Gen.G right now with this Baron buff. They don't have prio, but they need to close out this Infernal Soul before Gen.G win the game. So they will be forced into this, I think.
We just had Duskblade picked up here by the Ezreal. Was wondering what was going to be the choice. You know, he could have gone into Crown, he could have gone into some other items here, but instead he's going for the, I'm going to try to carry this entire team fight by myself item.
It's Ezreal Yi, where he becomes Master Yi in a team fight.
And if he gets one shutdown, maybe he just kills the entire enemy team. It does mean that without Crown, potentially Chovy can just one-shot.
The other thing about Crown that's good against Genji's comp is just the AP damage with his ultimate that he gets out of it. You know, I like both options here because the Duskblade, if he gets a kill on Chovy when Chovy engages, if he gets a Karma Shield as we've seen, then he gets that first Duskblade reset. So I think there's an argument to be made of both. But with a squishy lineup for Genji, the extra lethality stats are going to be nice here too. You know, not an easy choice to make, but Samdi, he put the carry pants on. He's like, I am going to carry this game. This is all up to me now.
Certainly does extremely raise the value of armor against what Hamalife has, because it's also lethality Graves, you remember. So, you know, you go for that. There's also the Black Cleaver on the Graves. So trying to help out that Ezreal a bit. Do like it in this case on Fleek, recognizing what position he is in. And yeah, we do have some armor items built. You know, the Camille has a chain vest at least. We do have a Zonya's built, but you know, not all has got a bit. But other than that, not too much on the side of Genji.
Yeah, on Fleek here has so much damage. Peanut needs to be careful. He gets rooted there. It's a different story. Oh, that's a miss. I said he doesn't miss, but he did this time. That's a huge window here for HLE Esports to look for a chase with this Karma.
Yeah.
Push Genji out. Baron buff's fading. HLE Esports now unchained on the map.
Here we go. They're going to pull the trigger. They want to get on top of Lehens here. He is able to buffer it, and, well, he's going to have to flash. As Dudu does take a huge amount of damage, has to flash the dredge line as well.
Yeah, I mean, you pointed it out, like, the second I say, okay, they're unleashed, they're going in, like, they go for the chase. They see Lehens, who's lagging behind once again on this Nautilus, very slow champion, not able to pull him off. Getting his flash not that significant here either because he does have Hex Flash, and then the turn means Dudu loses his flash in turn. And HLE Esports, like, during this window of time, you have to decide where you want to be on the map because you have this tiny window, you got an advantage, and they're just a little bit indecisive. Doran will teleport in here, is seen. If you push all of your eggs into the Baron buff basket up here on the top side, by the time Genji respawn, they can contest that, and Baron is so far away anyways. I would have really liked to see HLE Esports split up and try to get a little bit more map control in mid and bottom.
He's calling for his allies. Dudu is a little bit too far up the lane. This is a Camille, and Chovy's here. Peanut's here. They're going to try to burst down the Scion. Can they actually do it? The damage not quite there, and finally the Rocket will take him down. And Zombie Scion this time not quite getting the same value.
Taking out the Scion is so massive, there's not a great front line here anymore for HLE.
Oh, he's going all the way in, and the Zonyas is here for Zombie, but same for Chovy. Can anyone follow him? He's just gonna flash and meander his way out of the base, and nobody on HLE can punish that.
No way to get in there. Doran's extremely low, though. There you go. Now you got a chase potential here.
Oh, Ruler's getting pretty low. The poke is coming down. The True Shot Barrage is predictable. Samdi is going in. Peanut trying to kick him away. Nearly takes him out, but Samdi will live.
Doran into the chompers here.
What is going on in this game?
Get away. I thought he was landing on chompers. It's his teammates. They expired as he goes in. Cars picks up Deathcap. He wants Samdi here, but Samdi's a ranged champion. He's happy to take this fight. Doran's got to get out of here. Vista on the chase. And he speeds up. Ooh. Oh my god. He did get hit by it, but he survives just barely. Doran is also going to back. This game is insane. Baron should be coming up here shortly. This all starts off with an attempt to kill Dudu, right? And this is fine. You have the Shadow Surge available. You can kill this Scion very quickly. And even though Karis comes back over, they outplay him and avoid him. Doran takes some damage. That's okay. What happens next is where things get a little bit hairy for Genji because they decide to go on to Samdi, who has Stopwatch, which is now burned, so successful attempt there. The risk is so insanely high here for Genji and Chovy, though, who's doing a little bit of showing off, as he deserves to be with the lead he has in this game. But if he dies here, Samdi gets that first reset, you might get wiped, you lose Baron, and HLE Esports are in control of the game. They still take out Lehens. That's the best they can do, as this just ends up being a mechanical showcase from both teams in the last moments of this. But the point still stands, lead or no, the risky play Genji makes, they get away with it, but there was such a huge margin of error. And if they end up losing Chovy there, and Samdi gets those resets and pushes forward, they no longer in control, no longer on this Baron right now.
Oh boy. Here we go again. This time, HLE know. They know 100%, and Lehens has been the unfortunate guy, but Doran gets a huge flank into the backside. Zombie is in there. The rocket's going to hit him. The GA is now down. And Chovy's alive, Ruler's alive, and Chovy's looking for more. In the backside, he's going to have to go into the Zhonya's. And Samdi's still alive, though. He's going to be able to take out one. And Master Ezreal is trying to reset this one.
You've got to be so careful in this game of engaging on the Ezreal. He will not die. He has so many tools. I mean, honestly, at this point, like your GA's on such a long cooldown, maybe you want to consider buying a Zhonya's. But the GA, like, how many games of League of Legends does GA actually get value? Very rarely. Usually if you're picked as the AD carry, the team fight is over and it doesn't matter. But in this case, he's picked by a long-range Jinx rocket, but there's no follow-up because Karus' positioning is so perfect. He blocks the rest of Gen G from rotating in. They cannot actually get on top of this guy, yet they still try. Zombie Scion takes out Lehens, and they've got a nice lead. This should be Infernal Soul.
Oh boy.
Nothing Gen G can do about this, and Hanwha Life Esports suddenly on the back of this Ezreal player back in the game.
You can see that Hanwha Life are fine. They're like, you can take Baron, we don't really care, but we do have a Scion coming in, just trying to thwart them in case they decide to, well, he's just going to do a little bit of a drive-by, and nobody on the side of Gen G is going for this. But it's a trade that Hanwha Life will take because the Baron will eventually fade, and they can stave it off. I mean, Samdi is super fed, Karus is getting fed, Onfleet can help with the wave clear. They can stave it off, they can wait, and then they have Infernal Soul for every fight in the future alongside of 3 Infernal Drakes.
Some patience in some hubris, I mean, some real honest, safe plays from Gen G, sitting back and winning the game they've already locked up, I think is the way to close this one out. Because you don't absolutely have to just instantly faceplant on the Ezreal. Lehens, man, he is the brunt of all damage this game. But if you go in like that, you know, after your Baron turn and GA's up, like, you lose that one. You've got to play it slower. Let the Ezreal come to you, maybe front to back the Scion, get the Jinx excited.
Gen G need to get value out of this. They are just going all in on the Samdi once again, and it's perfect! They get onto the backside. Toby's able to get in there, but Karus is still alive. He is able to stop Doran from getting too much more.
Inhibitors up. And Gen G, they're going to really shut down this Baron buff, but they're not going to be able to get much else from here. Now this time, Samdi did not have a Zhonya's. This time, he did not have his GA available.
GA's gone, by the way.
He did sell the GA, as I was alluding to earlier. So this time, you know, he is picked, and Gen G win the fight, quote unquote. Can't push the issue any further. Nadoran and Peanut are dead. And you need the Jinx in this fight in the long term to actually be able to win the follow-up. If you spend everything on this all-in, then where is the follow-up? Look at where Ruler is compared to the front line of Gen G. There's a turret here. And Gen G are, I mean, in still control of this game, still have a massive gold lead. 4,000, it's shrinking every time these fights happen. The kill difference also shrinking quite significantly. We were at, what, like 8-1 30 minutes ago, and now here we are. So just a little bit more patience, a little bit of a slower gameplay here would be advised. And normally we don't suggest that for Gen G, especially last year. We're like, please speed it up, you know, take that 8,000 gold lead and shove it into the enemy nexus.
Yeah.
But in this game, I think a little bit more patience is going to go a long way. Yes, they killed the Ezreal, but maybe wait a few more seconds to do that, wait till that turret's down, then kill the Ezreal, then win the game. That's my advice. That's my take on this. Still a very winnable game for Gen G, but it was a much more winnable one before this.
I would agree with you. Now, Samdi, he did go for a Ravenous Hydra as his 5th item after selling the GA, so he doesn't go into the Zhonya's. He does not have as much survivability, of course. He gained some more damage. He's got some wave clear, stuff like this from the replacements. But I would have liked the Zhonya's as well, because they have so much hard engage, right? And if you just survive for a little bit longer, Karus is going to do damage, Onfleet's going to do damage, you have a lot more peel that can come in. But instead, you're kind of banking on
AoE damage in this fight.
I'm an Ezreal, so I'm just not going to get that caught, and I'll have Flash for the next fight, so maybe if Doran tries to engage onto me, I can Arcane Shift and Flash, and then I should have enough peel, but it's a risk that he has decided to take.
It also gives you an insane amount of wave clear, obviously, which Ezreal already kind of has in spades, but if you have this item, you can get prio, and every time Gen G try to reset, for example, you can put some more pressure on the lanes. Getting mid prio for this Elder is super critical, so I think that is definitely part of why he decided to build this. Again, I made my opinion clear. You've made yours now as you're in agreement with me. But either way, he's chosen the same path. I mean, we talked about the survivability options he could have had with the Mythic, right? He could have gone for the crown. He decided to put the carry pants on and take the Dust Blade. So now, you know, he's carrying, right? Like, he is actually winning these fights for his team. And it's all going to come down to one Elder fight. Doran should be fine here.
Yes. I swear I can hear Chronicler screaming in the background when you said just one Elder fight. We'll see if it comes down to just the one and how flippy it gets exactly. That's not going to feel very good. Chovy will be fine. He can just back out, and he'll be ready for the Elder fight / flip, depending on the way it does go.
Yep. Buying a Void Staff outright as his final item here going into this one. Going to help him eat through that Cyan health bar a lot better, a lot faster. Cyan's got the Force of Nature now completed, so extremely relevant. Also has a stopwatch, as does Graves.
He doesn't have any boots.
Yeah.
Just Chovy.
Yeah, he got rid of them. He sold his Sork shoes for this. Just wanted more Magic Pen. He's like, I'm not really doing... he's like, the only movement I'm doing is when I press my ult a second time and go on top of the character that I'm trying to kill, in this case, Samdi. So, doesn't really need boots, no boots required. This is a crazy game, fellas, and this team fight is going to be one for the ages, okay? Because this is, we've got everything. 41 minutes into this game, almost everybody is full build.
Good to see Doran abusing that side lane.
Yeah.
Says, Hama Life, they just want to stay together and protect Samdi, right? And protect Karis, but I'm a Camille. I can just sit here, I can just do this.
Dudu has teleport, so, you know, he comes over here, the rest is rotating over.
Doran is doing so well with this. You can see Hama Life just kind of shaking. You know, they're not really sure which direction to go. Now Doran's going to go to the top lane.
All right, they've just got to force the fight. They've just got to start this.
Yeah.
Chovy on the back angle. They do not have vision of him whatsoever at all. Samdi's at the front.
And Doran has TP. How will they engage onto this one? The TP comes in the front. On Fleek is halfway dead, as Dudu will block a lot of the poke, though. Peanut in the pit. They're looking to turn onto the Elder. We're going for the flip, but the hook goes onto the Scion, and the Elder is taken by Shen-Ji. They get it, and they should be able to take this fight. On Fleek goes down. Samdi gets hit by the Shadow Surge, and that is all she wrote. As after you get hit by that, you are not getting away from Chovy. The triple comes in, and Gen.G will finally take this insane game.
What an insane game. You know, Chovy had such a massive lead, 10 kills early on, and Samdi fighting back each and every step of the way. Pretty bold attempt here from Hanwha Life Esports, but they will go down 0-2. Will be the third team eliminated from playoffs here tonight at the LCK. Valiant attempt, but it's not enough in the end. Gen.G continuing the win streak here very firmly in second place. But this game had a little bit of everything, and there were moments with this Ezreal picking up all those plates in the early game, being completely untouched, starting to turn the kills back. It looked like Gen.G may have just lost control. As you can feel the emotions in Chovy, right? When you see him stand up, you look at his eyes and that slight head tilt. You know, to the layman who doesn't know Chovy, you can't see it, but if you've watched Chovy for a long time, you know he's like, I carried that game, but man, it was not easy.
Yeah.
And, whoo, that was such an exciting one. Much better than game one, much more fun. And therefore, it was definitely a moment there for Hanwha Life Esports where maybe they could have turned it around. I mean, we started the game off with an invade. On Fleek steals the buff, gets the first blood, but then dies. And Gen.G, I think, for a lot of people watching this series, like, yes, it was a very exciting game, but Gen.G will have to tighten up some aspects. Doran's laning, which has been a consistent inconsistency, right, for Gen.G. Some of the problems around late game team fights, and honestly, just a lack of patience around objectives are things you will get punished on your road to potentially taking your spot in the LCK finals that this team is looking for so desperately.
It's clear that Gen.G was happy gaming a little bit, as you said earlier on, but they got the job done. A win is a win. And shout out to Hanwha Life Esports as well. I thought that they fought valiantly here. Samdi really making a case that regardless of what happens to Hanwha Life Esports, as now, by the way, guys, they are officially not going to be making playoffs. He showed off his stuff. Karis as well showed off his stuff. I thought that as a team as well, those guys did put up a nice little fight. And Gen.G flexing a little bit. And they will get the win here tonight. Makes you wonder about Chovy and his Vex, how much more we're going to be seeing that. The first blood was given over to him, as OnFlake did go down to him.
I think,
and then he got 13 kills.
Yeah, I think that his Vex is the most consistent we've seen in the LCK. You know, I think players like Faker have made a really good case for it. But at the end of the day, he is given an early lead here, and he just absolutely crushes. Then gets this second kill. It's a game where Karis drops the ball a little bit and just instantly ults on him, grabs the kill. And then he just kind of rules the map, right? And towards the later part, he might get criticized for some of his, technically, like, what you might call an overextension with his ult, but he's playing against a comp that has so much heal, and has a Karma, and has an Ezreal that had stopwatch, and at one point a GA. So, you know, it was really just good itemization from Hanwha Life Esports and really good play against Chovy's lead, because it was a game of Ezreal versus Vex, and Vex won in the end. But it was definitely really well played on both sides. Like, this is a great game. Like, honestly,
supporting characters, Karis and Ruler as well, by the way.
Yeah. I feel like this was maybe like our most exciting quote-unquote game that we've had all week. Like, it was on the knife's edge, it went down to the wire. And yes, Gen G maybe weren't taking it as seriously as Hanwha Life Esports were, but I got pretty hyped.
Yeah, it was really fun. I mean, a lot of action, a lot of back and forth plays. There were times where Hanwha Life looked like they were going to take it, and then Gen G would immediately drop back down to an Elder flip. We actually had one. It's all 5 members alive on top of the Elder.
Yeah.
And Peanut's smite, I suppose, gets it at the end. I didn't actually see 100% if it was his smite, but we'll probably get another look at that as well.
It's a game like this that, you know, Hanwha Life Esports are literally in the game they're eliminated for playoffs in. They once again show that they are a top team. They're an LCK team. I'll watch this one more time.
Yep. Smited away by
Peanut.
And
from then
OnFlake
on,
was in there.
yeah. From then on, you can't win this fight anymore. There's just so much going on, so much chaos. Peanut's the veteran. OnFlake is a veteran of his own right, but not quite at Peanut's level. But going back to what I was saying moments ago, like, this is one of those games where Hanwha Life Esports fans were like, our team can do it. There is the potential. They had that upset win against DRX earlier on in round 2. Moments of brilliance. They just have to shore up the consistency, and that's what they're looking to do in summer.
안 들어가기 힘들었어. 근데
hard to go in.
탑다이브는 나 탑다이브 간다는데 내 앞에서 죽었어.
A lot of joking going on between these players at the end of that one. And just making fun of Doran dying during the dive on top side. You know, Doran, it's funny how Doran's weak side has been his by far strongest style of play this season.
Yeah.
Where in the past it was the opposite.
Yeah, it's very true. Gen G pick up the 2-0 here tonight. Ruler ends up doing the most damage at the end of the day. It's very consistent Jinx damage in a 43-minute game. That's absolutely what you can expect. Chovy nearly eclipsing the Ezreal at the end of the day. But I'm curious what the guys on the analyst carpet space have to say. So let's throw it over to them to close out the night.
Thank you so much, gentlemen. And yeah, I'm actually a little bit nervous because it makes me feel like Gen G were watching our last segment where we said nothing was really happening, and they really took it personally, because in this game, there was so much happening. Both them and Hanwha Life Esports going absolutely blow for blow. It's a really exciting one, Chronicler.
Can't believe that it's the series where there is no challenger players and it ends with an Elder flip. That's kind of the staple. They didn't actually make it through. Looking at the draft, I love the adaptations here from Hanwha Life. The only thing that I didn't love was the sign. I think that sign as your main form of engage, even with a Karma, as we saw, not really reliable. Actually, starting fights remained hard for Hanwha Life, but fortunately for them, overall, they had more prio. I think Karis, although his laning phase against Chovy wasn't great, in the mid to late game really recuperated nicely. And honestly, it was really a game from Hanwha Life where I feel like the score and overall their score over the split doesn't really do justice to how many great moments we've seen of this team. For Gen G, it's a lot of comfort. I don't think we should give Chovy Vex anymore, but it feels like I can say that with a lot of champions, so
yeah,
Ari is the same. And this is a problem that like a lot of teams are facing against T1 as well, where you can always gotcha them, you know? It's like, why did you leave this open? It's like, yeah, there's a limited amount
There's
of
6 bans, and we only get 3 of them.
Yeah.
That is actually a big problem when you're facing a lot of these teams, especially
Yeah.
There's like a lot of power picks just in the game in general. I really did like the Karma Ezreal there on the bottom side, did its job. I also liked the early invade. Unfortunately, after OnFleek nailed it, got that smite, made sure that Peanut was on the back foot, then we had some walking into wards things happening, and then OnFleek immediately gave blue buff to Chovy, and from that point, yeah, it was the Chovy show.
It was suboptimal.
Yeah.
Ideally, when you get a lead in jungle, you want to hold on to it, and OnFleek not able to do so, unfortunately. But at the same time, those first couple of minutes were very funny, but also, did it really matter for the overall outcome of the game?
Well, this is the thing. We got the highlight, and then we had to bin it because honestly there was too much other stuff that was happening. So let's get into our first one here. This is, of course, yeah, Chovy just getting pick after pick after pick. This one was, man, it looked so much like Karras was going to outplay it. Like it was up until this point that Chovy did any damage at all.
And it was actually up until this point, I think, beautifully played by Karras. And
yeah,
really,
right.
This is in a microcosm both why Karras is a really exciting prospect and also why he's not even close to Chovy's level, right? And I think that's a really cool moment to see where his initial movement is amazing, but going in with the electrocute unprocced, flashing into turret range, and Chovy, of course, still having his ultimate available, that burst comes down in a second, and then from that point on, Chovy has a lead. And sometimes, you know, we give Chovy, I think, some justified criticism, where if he gets a 30 CS lead in lane, which is still incredible, he doesn't do that. If he's this fed, he does do a lot in the game. And
yeah, the solo kill on the top side of the map as well, blindly guessing where the Ahri was going to be, and then surging
we're going to see all those, I'm sure.
Yeah, it was definitely real good. Yeah, we can check that out in the Chovy POG highlight reel. Let's get into our second replay though, because this is one of the two that we picked. There were a lot of just crazy skirmishes though this game.
What I liked about this one is that we saw the signs of life of Hanwha initially.
Saw the Hanwha signs of life.
Well, yeah, because they got the Drake, right? And then you're like, okay, that's okay. Zombie sign, getting a little bit of value, and they're actually able to get a lot done. But then there is the insurance policy, which is Ruler, and Ruler has had, I think, an incredible split. Whenever we haven't been able to see him, he's been super duper consistent. And this really was, I think, a lot of the flow of those fights where Hanwha Life start off well. There was also a couple of times where Ruler did get caught when he was overextending together with Lahans in the same part of the jungle.
Yep.
And then got taken down. And overall, in the end though, it's Gen G that wins. And the end of the game, similarly anticlimactic, I'd say.
Yep, let's get into our next replay though, because of course we do need to present Chovy with the player of the game very soon as well. Doran started this one up by finding the Scion. You thought this was just going to be a Scion pick, right?
Yeah, and then it wasn't. And then it was pure mayhem. As a dude who does die, sure.
This is actually the epitomization of what this game was though, right? Like if you turned up a little bit late, you're like, dang, I missed the game. This is what the game was like basically the entire way through. It was just, let's try and hands check everyone all the time.
And it'll work because as much better as Gen G is, which they showcased multiple times within this game, you still have to respect Hanwha Life. There was a point that Wolf made as well. This is still an LCK team, right? Like, yes, if you play it out cleanly, they're probably not going to do very well, but just the amount of back and forth that we have here. And the low health boss, again, it's another fight that I think didn't really impact the game. It never truly felt to me like Gen G were ever going to lose, even though they did go for the Elder Flip. But at the same time, moments like this just show why this was, one, a really entertaining game, and secondly, what could have been if Hanwha Life had maybe been a little bit crisper, a little bit more cohesive.
Exactly, or if Samdi had to build a Prowler's Claw or something like that. Let's have a look at the Chovy of the game. Bring it up onto our screen. Here it is, 13, 3, and 10. It's the most obvious one ever. 900 points now for the man in the mid lane of Gen G. Both him and Faker, I believe, even now as far as those POG points are concerned. We'll be excited to see the race to second place because I don't think anyone's catching Canyon this season.
Doesn't feel like it, especially with Canyon's consistency, but Chovy spreading his input out on the map in the best of ways, and that's truly, I think, one of the biggest differences between this Gen G and a lot of the other teams that Chovy has played on. It's easy to point fingers and say, especially on Hanwha, for example, as a lot of great moments in this one.
Yeah.
Talk about the the issues that he's had in terms of teammates. But I think that Chovy, even in this split, took a little bit of time to calibrate. The Victor Corki meta, not really his thing, but now as we get more into the RE, the Vexes, these very, very skill-checky champions where he can have an incredible amount of impact if you play them well aggressively, seeming to fit in very well. It's an exciting time.
It absolutely is, and we saw Chovy move up to 800 points after the last game, and now he's going to join the 900 club here alongside Lava and Faker, and just a lot of really good players.
We're doing well today.
13 out of 13. Yeah, we are actually all of the voters in sync today. Even in our first series, we did have one unanimous vote as well, so very nicely done. Also, back-to-back solo interviews as well. So here is Jisun for that solo interview translation.
Welcome back, Toby. You're dictating the POG. As soon as you turn to the LCK, you're tied second place now. And with this victory, Genji's possibility to making playoffs round has jumped to 99.9%. How do you feel? I was a little bit concerned, actually. I was worried that I might not play well, but I played well and we won, so it feels great. Yeah, your performance was on point. And the full Genji roster is finally back. And how are you feeling these days? And what was the process of getting ready to come back? I mean, livable, but still uncomfortable. I'm not feeling like perfectly well. And preparation was not different, just as usual. Game 1, Genji unlocked Zeri and Xin and then blind picked Ahri, and then round out the comp with Rek'Sai and GP. Could you break down this comp for us? I don't really pay attention to our comp or draft, just like once we think that the picks are doable, we just play it. And that kind of reflects the confidence of the full Genji roster. At the end of game number 1, Ruler secured triple kill, and he was crying for the penta. And then Peanut snatched away 2 kills and said, "This double kill is so yummy." So, is it true that no one wanted to let Ruler take the penta? First off, I didn't even care. And it was like way after he got the triple, so I was like wondering is it really gonna be a penta anyways? So yeah, that was it. And then Lian decided to play Nautilus against Ezreal Karma with Unsealed Spellbook. Could you kind of tell us about that rune choice? I mean, what Lihan's takes? I have no idea. I guess that kind of fits his playstyle, maybe. And then game 2 actually started off in favor of Hana Life Esports with an invade action. However, it was you, Chovy, giving away some of the CS on the mid lane, and then you were able to get a kill onto that Lee Sin and even get the blue buff. What did Peanut react to that? I wasn't aware of that situation where like Peanut had to get the kill. So and then I heard him like sigh so loud. So I mean, if he had told me, I would have definitely given it to him. But he just didn't let me know. And also, you are able to dominate the mid lane with the blue buff start. And now here's a replay of a sick outplay from your Vex. Tell us about this counter solo kill. I missed my E, so I was like, oh, it's doomed. And then I got lucky, and then got a kill. I thought I was dying there. It was literally heartbreaking to watch, to be honest. Yeah, but Chovy, you were able to turn that around. So let's move on to the next question. Chovy. These days, you know, Kaisa mid has become a thing, and I saw you playing that on solo queue recently. And I saw your interview 2 years ago saying Kaisa mid does not have any hope. Did your thought change? Item build is way different. It's like a different kind of a Kaisa mid. So currently, Kaisa mid, other than that she cannot actually like have a really good wave clear, she's really good. You only have 2 matches left for the regular split. It will be against Freddy Brian and then against KT Roaster. What's your mindset heading into the end of the split? We have to prepare for the playoffs, and maintaining a good performance is really important. So I hope we can get and showcase a great performance in both of the series. It's gonna be our final check before the playoffs. Welcome back once again, Chovy, and this will be the end of the interview from Chovy the solo POG, and I'm gonna pass it back to Atlas and Chronicler. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Jisun, for the translation. Also great to hear from Chovy there. Really good to hear that he's feeling better. As let's hop into the standings and see how this has changed things, as it's not actually going to result in too much. Life Esports remain in last place now without any hope of making it towards playoffs. That was dashed immediately. After this 2-0, Gen G still have a tiny percentage chance of getting first, theoretically, if T1 lose everything, but it's just probably not going to happen. As let's check out our next matchups. Tomorrow night, it will be T1 taking on Freddy Brian. Roster's still up in the air for that one, as DRX will then face off against Kwangdong Freaks. A banger to end the week on.
Yeah, that second one I'm super excited about. We have seen DRX really come together, but Kwangdong on the same level, I'd honestly say. And
yeah,
looking into the top side, especially King versus King, Yoshik versus Alan, a lot of, I want to say, back and
Teddy
forth
versus
there.
Deft, you didn't say Teddy versus...
No, but like, that's obvious. Those players are consistent, right? Like, depending on the form of the day,
it's me,
you
know.
You have to put that.
And it's Beryl versus Hoyt as well, which is, of course, you know, they were lane partners, AD and support on Damwon all those years ago. Definitely so many stories to go into, but we'll have to get into them tomorrow. For now, good night.